There you go. So this document goes on and on and on. He talks about a whole bunch of other shit after that. But what I want to show you is this. Here is, let me bring this to you. They lost one of these, okay? They lost one of the Corona satellites on a balloon, okay? This is a letter written to the Deputy Director for Science and Technology at the National Reconnaissance Office, okay? This was released, declassified and released by the National Reconnaissance Office November 26th of 1997 in accordance with Executive Order, I think that's 12958. Okay? No, I don't want anybody to freak out seeing that this is a secret document. It's already been declassified. It was sent for a memorandum to the Director of Central Intelligence. Now I want you to see this. This is interesting. Very interesting. Because look what they say. Subject, Corona Mission 1005 incident. This memorandum is for information only. Corona Mission 1005 was launched on 27 April into orbit. Orbit? Orbit fucking where? They're considering orbit to be space. We know it ain't fucking space. All right? But that's moved. Let's continue on. Recovery attempts commencing 2 May were unsuccessful. Attached here too is a chronology of operational reporting received on this mission. Number 3, on August 5th, OSA received word from its security representative at the Air Force Base, Los Angeles, that a satellite capsule had been reported as coming down near the Venezuelan-Colombia border. The actions taken by OSA upon receipt of this information are detailed in a separate attachment. As a result of the investigation by the OSA in conjunction with the Caracas station and the embassy attaché office there, the following facts are noted. Listen to this. August 1st, first word was received by Caracas Army Attaché Office of finding of a capsule at La Fria, 500 miles southwest of Caracas in a remote region of the Andes. August 3rd, reconfirmation of capsule finding made by telephone call to Caracas Embassy. August 4th, representatives of the embassy viewed capsule at San Cristobal, to which it had been moved by political police. First press stories appeared. Okay? And the Venezuelans ain't playing games. Down here in Latin America, the US does some crazy shit. They publicize this shit. They don't keep that shit secret. August 5th, capsule flown by host government to Caracas. August 6th to the 10th, capsule held by Minister of Defense of Venezuela. All right? August 8th, team from headquarters arrived at Caracas consisting of a security officer and a technical officer from the OSA office and a technical officer from the National Reconnaissance Office. August 10th, capsule turned over to embassy, examined, and reports made by the headquarters team. Copies of pertinent cables on technical and security aspects attached. August 12th, security officer scheduled to return capsule to West Coast. August 6th to the 12th. For the record, it should be noted that on Thursday, 6th August, a request was made by the CIA to the NRO to convene a meeting of the Interdepartmental Contingency Planning Committee to assess the problems, coordinate procedures, and assign responsibility for responding to any news media queries which might arise. Now, what's interesting about this, when the Venezuelans got this fucking thing, they noticed there was a label that there was a secret label on the fucking satellite. It was marked secret. And they removed that fucking classification from it. They removed that classification from it. Okay? So that's a letter. There's a lot of documentation here that I'll put this in my cloud file so those who can see it. I actually I think I put a link for it. I don't think I put it in there yet. But I want to go back to this because this is regarding the history of satellite reconnaissance, volume 2A, SAMOS. Remember that name, SAMOS, okay? The SAMOS satellite, because here's what I'm going to take you to next. This is the list of all balloon launches from the Esrange Space Center in Sweden, okay? Now, let me take you to the Swedish Space Center. And here is the Swedish Space Center website. It's in the description section of this live chat session. This is the Swedish Space Center. And as you can see, they have balloons and rockets, payloads. This is their website. This is their website. Swedes, the Swedes, okay? It's the Swedes. Here's their space center. They do balloon launches. Now let me take you the document I downloaded from their website. Now, this is a list of balloon launches from the Esrange Space Center starting December 9th of 1982. Remember that term, SAMOS? Okay, here we go. History of satellite reconnaissance, right? This was declassified May 7th of 2012. All right, these flights took place somewhere between 63, 65, 72. But again, I don't get too focused on the date and time frames. I just want you to see how long these programs have been in existence, okay? I want you to see how long these programs have been in existence. You can read these documents for yourselves. We don't need to keep going through all this stuff together. I put a lot of this shit out for you people so that you can see this. You see they talk about weather satellite program, mapping satellite program, realignment controversy, new directions in satellite reconnaissance, okay? But let me take you to this document, which is very important from the Swedes. This is not US oriented. I got this from a foreign country, okay? So you look at some of the launches. These are balloon launches, people. These ain't fucking rockets. It says it, list of balloon launches. So I want to go down this list and I want you guys to see something very, very fucking interesting. It may shock a shitload of you. It should shock fucking all of you. It didn't shock me because I've been known about this program for a long time, okay? And I want you to see something important. There's going to be some things here that you may see that are going to catch your eye, all right? Because I want you to look. You see the campaign, you look at the payload, all right? You got campaigns and payloads. And we're not going to go through all these codes, but you're going to see something that's going to catch your attention, all right? We're going to keep going through this, all right? Keep going through it. You're going to see something that's going to catch your fucking attention, that's going to blow your mind. I want this right here. I know this. This is a satellite. I'm going to take you to this too. There's a video of it online. Anybody want to search this right now? Type this in. ELHYSA. Echo Lima Hotel Yankee Sierra Alpha 3. Type that in to YouTube right now to see if you can type that in -satellite, and I guarantee you'll pull up the video for this fucking thing right now. But let's keep going through this so I can show this to you. You see this, people? What does that say? Mir. That's the Mir fucking module. That's the Mir space module that's supposed to be attached to the fucking ISS right now. That's the Mir space module. February 24th, 1997. Here goes another one. Mir. March 17th, 1997. Mir. Okay? I want you to see these things. All right? I want you to see these things. Let me take you to another one here because there's let me hang on. Let me see. Here we go. Two more. Mir. February 18th, February 19th, 1999. Mir. It's the Mir space module, people. On a balloon. The Mir space module on a fucking balloon. The ISS does not exist complete the way they show it on television. Here goes another one. Mir on a balloon. What they are showing you of the space station is a fucking computer-generated image. They are not showing you the complete fucking module put together, flying at 17,000 miles an hour for fucking 15 years. Here you go. Look at this. Support Mir. They sent up a support balloon to resupply the Mir on a fucking balloon. On a balloon, people. Look at this. Orion. Orion payload. Look at here. In Marsat. You want to know where your satellite
Oh, is it done? Oh, it's done. Oh, that's good. That's good. Thanks to whoever did that. Hey, Klaus, are you there? Yeah, Sleepy Joe, I got it. I got it. I mean, I didn't do it, but I asked somebody to. Um, hey, is that you, Klaus?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, I noticed you're a globe skeptic.
Yeah, I'm actually a flat earther. I haven't got the roles yet.
Oh, right on. Why does it say globe skeptic then?
I guess people are
What did you
careful.
say? Did you say something, or
I
that made
haven't.
somebody
Oh,
suspicious of you? Or?
this is my backup account. My original account got banned.
Oh, your original account got banned. Why is that?
Uh, I had my own server with my own community, and everyone got banned, including the server. So for talking about this stuff.
Oh, how many people were in there?
I was only 30. Yeah, about 30 people.
Oh, weird. This one hasn't got banned. Why did yours get banned?
Good question, man.
So, how long you been a flat earther for?
Since 2015. I've been on this server for about 2 years.
Okay. Um, 2 years. Right on. I haven't been around that long, so there's people that are still around. They probably should remember you, right?
Yeah, I don't talk much. I've talked to Miggy and QE and Gemsy. I think it's like the only people I talk to.
They should have a good memory of you though, right? I mean, it's just weird that you got globe skeptic.
Yeah, I haven't
Anyway,
talked to him.
what brought you to flat Earth in 2015?
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay. Well, I never really liked Eric Dubay. I know a lot of people here do,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I know a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
people doesn't like him either.
Why don't you like him?
What?
Why don't you like Eric Dubay,
No, I like
Conrad?
him.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
who doesn't like him?
Oh, me. I don't know. I just okay. So it's weird. I don't really have a reason. Honestly, I've never really watched his stuff. I've just heard like other content creators say stuff about him. So I'm like, and I've never. So I guess it's kind of messed up for me to say that, but yeah, like
Yeah.
I was the same way with Mark Sargent for the longest time, and then my buddy that's been telling me about him for years that showed me Flat Earth originally. He's like go because I asked him a question. He's like, go watch Mark Sargent Flat Earth Clues like this episode, and I was like, wow, this guy makes some pretty good videos. And I started liking Mark Sargent. So I guess maybe if I watch some of Eric Dubay's stuff, I might start to like him. But
I think
I don't know.
Eric gets into mudslinging with other truthers, flat earthers, for some
Like,
reason.
doesn't he like talk a lot of like smack about other
Yeah.
creators? Yeah, so
Yes, I'm not sure
but I
which
try to
side.
avoid like I liked RV Truth for a long time, and then just recently he started just coming at other content creators. So it's like come on, dude. And I feel like he's just trying to generate buzz for himself to get more viewers by you know
Eric?
going on the Baby Truther. Yeah, no. RV Truth. He went on the
Oh,
Baby
right.
Truther show, and that was on Jaren's channel. More subs than he has. You know, it's like he's trying to generate buzz by like coming at them like that, and he's really respected too in the like by the people that watch his stuff. So yeah, it's
I,
just I don't know. I like him still. I like his content. He points out a lot of good like symbolism and stuff like that, but I just don't like the fact that he's constantly calling people out.
yeah, I mean, he had this one video where he was calling a lot of people out as shills. I mean, I don't know, it's like buried somewhere in one of his playlists. I think it's like it has potatoes in the title. But yeah, he basically just called every other, well, a lot
Yeah.
of the other sort of flat earthers out as
Yeah.
shills.
It's just
I think
like, dude,
Jaren is one of them.
yeah, he's called out Jaren. I mean, some people I agree with, cause like Alex Stein, but it's
Yeah, yeah.
weird because at first he was like cool with Alex Stein when he was coming at Jaren and David Weiss on the Baby Truther show. He said something like, "Oh, you don't worry, Alex. We're cool. You know, just stay out of this or something like that." And it's like, okay, so you're cool, and then all of a sudden now
Yeah,
Alex
sure.
blew up. He blew up. You know, like got really big. So now he's calling him out, right? So it's like you're just trying to generate buzz for yourself. And maybe that's what Eric Dubé did too, and that's why he's more well known. But it's like I try to stay away
Yeah.
from that.
Yeah, I mean, also, I know some people are suspicious of Jaren. I don't know if you talked to Glatt. Like, Glatt's also, he thinks Jaren's a shill because he just has too many followers and it's like not organic.
That is,
I like Jaren.
I've noticed that he has more, but he's been doing it for a long time
Yeah.
too. And I mean, it kind of his numbers kind of add up, in my opinion. If you look at how long he's been around, and his
Yeah, it
channel
makes sense.
hasn't, he's been really careful to not get his channel like strikes and stuff
Shut
on
down.
it. Yeah, so I think that's a part of it. He's just been around for a long time, and it's like the numbers he has a very slow channel growth
Yeah,
from
I
what
guess
I
you could look at
understand.
it. You could look at the
Yeah,
graph. Yeah,
I'm gonna go
I
look at
never
it right
thought
now actually, since we're talking about it. I
you
got
could.
the
Yeah.
I got the Social Blade app thing.
Yeah, whoever it. But yeah, I feel like I cut off the other guy. What was his name? Klaus Schwab. Schwab. So sorry, I sort of hijacked the conversation. He was really the guest.
That's
So
true.
Klaus, yeah, thoughts? Are you still here?
You watch Jeranism, Klaus?
Yeah, for sure. I watched him since 2016, maybe. I love Jaron. He's awesome. He's put out a lot of good content.
So I don't really watch much of his like live streams and stuff, but like what kind of content do you like of his?
I don't really watch flat earthers like that anymore. But back in the day, I mean, I think the best one is when he did the Mars rover thing. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. He's got so much content. He just taking clips out of his old stuff and re-uploading it.
Yeah, I've seen the Baby Truther show, but it's not really my thing.
Yeah, on the Social Blade app, it says I'm unable to show project his future growth based on his current growth. That's kind of odd.
Mm.
Conrad, one thing about Jaren's, he was actually here, like covertly once. like someone recognized his voice, like he was sort of undercover, and then someone called him out, and he like left immediately. So it was a little bit weird. So people were like thinking it's a little suspicious.
That is suspicious. That is very suspicious.
Like
What do
he
you
was
think about
trying
that,
to.
Klaus?
Sorry.
What do you think about that, Klaus?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't really say if it happened. I don't know if it was him or not.
All
I've
right, yeah,
talked to
you
him.
weren't there.
I've
Well, I
talked to
mean,
him
he
on
got
YouTube.
called out. He got called out about it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, were you here, Conrad?
when was this?
Man, it was like a week and a half ago. I can try to remember the username. It was a really weird username.
That's it. Somebody should have clipped that if that actually happened.
It definitely actually happened. Let's see. I mean, who else? Central Banker was also here. He's not here right now, but he was there. Shit, I think I wrote down the name. Let me try to find the username. But it was like him because like it was like his voice, except he was like kind of whispering. He was like trying to slightly change it, and then just some guy was just like that's Jaren, and then was like trying to talk to him. And he just logged off. It's a weird ass name. Let me find it.
Maybe he wanted to. I don't know. Maybe if like I'm just like I'm not trying to defend him or anything, but maybe he didn't want to be known because he didn't want a bunch of people like trying to like
Yeah,
kiss his ass type of thing. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, he doesn't want to like get in some weird conversation that like ruin his whatever image. Like he probably
Right.
has to be careful about his image or something. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, he's got. Yeah. I mean, there's gotta be a lot of pressure too, being like a big name in the truth community. So
I mean, that's the problem. If you get too big, is then you have more to lose, and then you kind of have to be, you have to be safer. So it's kind of like, once it becomes like such a big part of your life, and it's probably, I don't know how much money he's making off of it, but yeah, he sort of becomes in some sense more mainstream.
his thing. I mean, this doesn't mean anything, obviously, but his estimated yearly earnings off of ads is 416 to 6.6K. So I mean,
Hey,
that's not much for ad revenue. So like he's got the shop and stuff. So and he does a bunch of crypto. I mean,
yeah, he does that. That's true.
he does all that coaching. I mean, he's making money. He's definitely making money. But so are all. I mean, so is everybody else too. They're all. But it's their job.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Eric's got his yoga also, not just fighter.
yeah,
He's got all
man.
sorts of stuff.
I mean, pretty much everybody that I've seen that I've like watched their videos and stuff that even 1,000 subs still have a Patreon.
Yeah.
It's like I mean, I don't care. If there's
No,
people that wanna pay him to keep making good content, pay them, man. Because they probably wouldn't do it if they weren't making money. So
I don't know if anyone ever got rich off of flat Earth, but yeah, I mean, you can make a living off of it.
one guy, that one guy that did the what's it called, the Flat Earth Fest, or not, the one in Denver, Flat Earth I don't know, what was it? It was a Flat Earth conference, a
Oh,
big
it
one
was,
at like the Denver airport.
the
Um,
Super Masonic Denver Airport. Oh yeah, it's a
yeah,
great place.
yeah. My buddy was there at that one,
Dude,
but like
they got
the tickets were expensive, and then like none of the speakers got paid, and like the dude like took the money and ran.
yeah.
I forgot his
That must have
name.
been that was like early on in the sort of the
Yep,
movement, right? Yeah.
yep. And it kind of upset a lot of people. I remember when it happened. You know, I should have went because like my buddy had just told me about flat Earth, I think, and yeah, I just wasn't that into it at that point. I was still like researching, but
Yeah, that was an interesting era, like 2000, like mid 2010s, because compared to now, it was like way less crazy. It's like even like Google was like encouraging flat Earth, like YouTube was encouraging flat Earth, and just something happened like around then where it just like went completely like Orwellian, like in the last 5 years. So now I feel like once we've realized that, we're like drawn closer. We're more even attracted to flat Earth, to sort of this truth, because it's like we're seeing just like the starkness of this deception, right?
Right.
Somehow it's yeah.
Speaking of deception, and that goes a long way.
Oh yeah.
We don't even know like how deceived we still are.
Oh no, yeah. We don't know anything. I mean, I always have this discussion with people here. It's like I don't know what's the farthest back you can go in history and be sure that like everything they told you is true, or
Dude,
like let's say
I
99% of what they told you is true.
the only like okay, so I've looked into my local history, right? And I'm 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 literally only trusting anything back to like 1912 because
Yeah,
that's as far back as the newspapers go. And
that's like yeah,
I've been to the library and they got them all on like microfilm and stuff. And I've just been like looking at them and like looking at the articles and man, some weird stuff used to go on around here. It's
I
it's
mean,
it's weird.
yeah. Newspaper articles used to be like have some
They
weird
used to
shit
be
in them.
good, honestly. They used to have
Yeah,
some good stuff. The newspapers were huge.
yeah. Now it just seems like sterile and like
Yeah,
kind of like
I got a LA Times newspaper in really good condition from like 1978,
oh
and
wow,
it's got some like crazy floods and stuff that were happening over there, and just like a
weird.
lot of natural disasters, and but it's like 20 pages long, dude. This newspaper, and it's got news from like all over the world. It's not just LA stuff. And
Yeah, I
I've
feel like
got no, you can go ahead.
no, I feel like it's just like the newspaper articles now. They just seem like they're written by robots or like AI or something. I mean, it's like it just
I got
feels
this
dead.
I got this old map too. It's the map of the United States. It was copyrighted in 1878.
18 or 1978.
18.
Damn.
Yeah. My dad found it with that newspaper years ago in an old abandoned building. And there's an old map of Minnesota too, and that map it's definitely a lot newer than the map of the U.S. The map of the U.S. like um, the whole middle part, like the desert and stuff. That's like unmapped still.
Yeah, I just don't get this whole narrative of the Wild West. It's like it was basically just uninhabited, like desolate
Oh,
wasteland.
dude, no, there was Native Americans everywhere, and they got
Yeah.
slaughtered. They got slaughtered. Like
Oh
they
yeah, they
put
got
those numbers off so bad. They were okay. So there was this regiment or whatever in the military. They were called the dragoons. They're basically like light infantry. They're cavalry. Like they're scouts. So they would go ahead on their horses and like survey lands and stuff and like look at the areas. And I've just found some like just like a lot of the stuff you read about them is like, oh yeah, they're pretty good, like they were pretty peaceful with the natives and stuff. But I found some really messed up stuff, like stories about them too, but they're not like as verified. Like the sources aren't cited, but like there's a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of cover up with them. And one thing that I thought was odd, it's like I look for like the symbolism and stuff, and they used to have orange uniforms, right? And if you
orange.
know
The
anything,
Masonic
yeah. And then when they changed their uniforms. Guess what colors? Two colors.
black, white.
No, 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 no.
Uh,
You don't
No.
know? It's blue and gold.
Blue and gold?
Yep. Those are the colors of Freemasonry.
I mean, there's a lot of colors of Freemasonry. I mean, there's
Yeah,
orange.
there's a lot, but the compass. If you look at the free, here I'll post a picture in the thing so for the viewers. But the compass, actually, I think I have it in my phone.
But yeah,
Alright.
dragoons. That's like some more stuff. Like they like these serpents and like whatever is.
Yeah, there's symbolism with the. It's weird. It's
But blue
definitely
and gold, I
weird.
never heard that. That's weird.
Oh, you'll know what I'm talking about when you.
Oh, let's see. But no, I was more talking about how they claim that the Wild West just sort of, you know, it's the whole area just developed in like basically a 20-year period. It just became modern, which I sort of think a lot of history in the 19th century was like totally like rearranged or compactified or just altered because of this. I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with these like mud floods theories.
Um. Oh yeah, dude. Mud flood. So I was at the history museum, and there's this picture hanging up, and it's like right outside this building. And they're like, "Oh yeah, this is right after they built these. This I don't remember what kind of. It was like a meat plant, a meat like a butcher or something. Huge brick building, right? And then you can see bare like that just the tops of windows, just the top just buried, and then they had there was fresh poured concrete stairs up to the doors. They were like very primitive doors on the building. It looked like they just added the doors and the
Yeah,
stairs. Yeah, and then I
yeah,
can't find that picture anywhere on the internet.
yeah. They
But
scrub. No, dude, like
I just got a
they.
membership to the museum, and they have a bunch of pictures there, and they have a huge library. Like I think my local history here, it hasn't been as
Altered.
like covered up.
Mhm.
They don't display a lot of the stuff, but they have a lot of like a big library, and you can get access to it and actually have an appointment to go there at
Oh,
in
nice.
like 8 hours.
Oh,
But yeah,
you.
there's a picture.
Oh, you just mean okay. You just mean the compass and the straight edge, the ruler. But I didn't realize that specifically gold and blue. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's
see. I see what you're saying.
if you put it into that little calculator that Russian Bids likes to use, it comes up as 33, just like
Oh,
orange. If you put, I think it's blue, gold, or it might be blue, yellow.
wait. What are the values assigned to the colors? Are there? Or is it like gematria or what?
It's
Or just
Chaldean
ah?
numerology.
Okay. There's different. So it's a form of gematria.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one that he always uses, and he was asked about it before. Why do you always use Chaldean? And he's like, that's just
It's
the
the
one they
first.
use. That's just the one they use.
That's
Like,
the
I don't
oldest one.
know. Is it?
I mean, like Abraham was from Chaldea, so I mean, I don't really know the specifics, but I assume it's one of the oldest ones.
What do you think about Freemasonry and stuff and symbolism, Klaus? You like that kind of stuff? Oh, John Levy's content? Yeah,
Uh,
we def I'm sure I don't want to say we, but I'm assuming you know who that is. You know
who
who that
me?
is?
No, I
Yeah.
don't know what that is.
You should check his.
Let me
It's
look.
just John Levi, no S.
John.
That's his
John.
that's his channel.
He's on YouTube, or is he on? Oh,
He's on
is he?
YouTube, yeah. Great stuff, dude. Really great stuff on resets and stuff like that.
Let's see. Well, the
He
last
talks
name is very
slow.
interesting, but oh wait, this guy. Wait, this looks
He
very
talks.
similar to like
He
these other.
talks like this. Like he talks super slow.
I feel like the other people I watch like quoted him. Let's see. Like,
Oh yeah, he's very well known in the mud flood, Great Reset type.
yeah, like
You know, all those like sub communities or whatever.
conspiracy
He's
are
got a
us.
big channel.
Yeah,
Yep,
like
yeah, I've seen some of his stuff, and then he's talked about Levy before. I'm pretty sure it's Levy, but or I've always said Levy, but I heard him just say his last name, and he said Levi, so
yeah, it's
I've been
Levi.
saying it wrong. I've
It's
been
one of the
saying it wrong.
tribes, one of the tribes of Israel.
Yeah, I know. I was looking into that. I was trying to figure out where they all ended up, and there's just a lot of conflicting speculation. It seems like it's not even people. Like no one knows. No one knows.
Yeah, it's totally lost. I mean, yeah, I mean it's impossible
That's
without
why
at
they
least
call them the lost tribes. You know, you're not gonna figure it out.
yeah. I mean, one theory that I kind of like was this tribe of Dan became the Greeks because those are the Danans. They call themselves in ancient Greek like Dan Aan, so
Well,
Danans. But
honestly, there's a lot of people that have really broken it down, and there was this one guy, and he made the most sense. He was talking. He compared each tribe to a different country
oh,
and
I
or
think I saw
area,
this.
not necessarily country, but culture. Um, and he made he you know he had South America. He had every continent. Is like they're everywhere. They ended up everywhere.
Yeah,
So
just
and I
today.
think that's where races came from. How we have all the like there's like the main races. That's
Yeah,
where you have like black, white, Asian, whatever. But then there's all the sub races or whatever in between. Areas. Different areas have different characteristics. So I think that's like the 10 tribes.
yeah, it
They
makes
were
sense.
all different races, but also of each separate race had separate characteristics. And I don't even like to say the word race because there's only one race, and that's the human race. So
Yeah, but there's like sub. I don't know how to say it. I mean, ethnicities at least. I mean, there's definitely differentiation. I mean, but yeah, we
we
can.
don't we don't say that a golden retriever and a poodle are two separate races
We,
of
we call
dogs.
them breeds,
We do. We call them
but
breeds.
if we called humans breeds, it'd sound weird. So,
Well, but are they separate races? Are they separate like
no,
separate? They're the same. They're the same, right? It's
yeah,
like so to me, it's more like we're all human beings. Yeah, we look different, but that's just like different dogs look different. I look different from other people in my family. Like I have a darker complexion. Like I'm white. But
right.
I'm like tanner. My skin has like a olive color to it sometimes. Like kind of more like I don't
Swarthy.
know, like yeah, it's hard to explain, but then almost all my sisters are pale, like pale, and like blonde hair and stuff, and I came out then like very fair, like complexion, and I came out with like big bushy eyebrows, dark hair, like it's just
Yeah,
I look a lot different from my family members. It's like, well, how did that happen? You know?
some some of the traits go on the sex chromosome. So yeah, I know families where like the women will look way different from the men. It's like yeah, I don't know.
That's
It's just
true too. That is true. Yep.
But speaking of this, different cultures being like these different tribes, have you? How about this channel deciphering the devil's details? Have you given that a look?
No. No.
Anyway, I just watched an interesting video today where they said the Acadians, the like Acadia in Canada, and they became the Cajuns. So that name is very similar to Acadia, like this other tribe in the Bible. And this guy was arguing that a lot of biblical locations are actually in North America. And then he said, like, actually, the Tower of Babel, the remains are actually in this weird mountain, which is actually called Mount Babel in Quebec. So it was a trip. So I don't know if you're
Oh,
interested
I've
in that.
seen that. I've seen
I
that.
think you've seen it. Yeah, it's 2 years
Yep.
old. So.
I'm super into northern Canada because it's like come on, man. They tell you it's like, oh yeah, there nobody lives there. There's no roads. Don't go there. It's cold. It's like Antarctica, but like, it's like
But
what's really like you can't say that's all just barren land. There's gotta and then there's a lot I found a lot of videos, there's unexplained like huge like buried pillars and stuff in some areas in Canada. So it's like what other things do they have on that wilderness?
yeah, no, there has to be stuff going on. I mean, it's also maybe the fact it's frozen. It's like, at some point, some higher power wanted to hide
Yeah,
some of the stuff.
I did a video on this. It was northern Canada in
Oh,
the
you did?
the northern territory, Nunavut. The very most northern point of that is called Alert, right?
Huh.
It's a weather monitoring station, and they also like are looking up at the sky with like some sort of telescope or something. Um, but I was like, okay, so let's see pictures of the northern lights from there, and then there's one picture, like an article, and it's like says that this is a once in a lifetime photo of the northern lights from this area, alert, based on how far north it is. You can't see the northern lights at this point, but then you go to like other places that are kind of on the same um, like longitude, right? This like east and
Hmm.
west. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, so if you look at other places, like there's a place like a island off the coast of Norway called Svalbard. And
Right.
the pictures of the northern lights from there are insane, like insane. But then they say at this place in Canada that they're just not there at all. And it's just like Antarctica, kind of like there's only people there 6 months out of the year, and it's only like six people at a time. Like this is like really like kept on the down low. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's so much shady stuff going on. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
And also that place Svalbard. They say, oh yeah, there's people live there. Like 300 people live there, and that's on one side, and all the way across on the other side of then like the people all live on the south side, and then there's a bunch of mountains, and then on the north side there's a military or like a research facility or something.
yeah, I
Just
don't know.
like
I
in
guess
Iceland has one, it's like they set up little research facilities all around there. I'm sure Russia has stuff.
I'm sure there's like a pentagram or some shit. Like, if you like, they have
Right.
like, how much do you want to bet? Like, they have some weird ass like some like some Mason compass or an owl or something, right? It's like,
Yeah, I'm doing like a really long video. It would be more like a documentary on the Masons, the local Masons where
can
I'm
you post
from.
the video or one of your
I'll
videos?
probably have it posted when it's done. It's gonna be
Oh,
a
okay.
long one. But they got like ties to a lot of weird stuff that's happened. Like, I was looking through the newspaper articles, and I found so much weird stuff, and I've even gotten like invited because I messaged the lodge, and I've gotten invited to do like meetings with them on Wednesdays. I'm not like becoming a Mason, but like I can go there and talk to them and stuff. I'm
Yeah,
trying to figure out if they have any like information because I can't find anything on like when the lodge came to the area. I'm like trying to figure that out because I'm building like a whole timeline of the local history. It's
that's
a long
cool.
story. It's a super long story, but it's all because, well, it's not all because, but like I started looking into this with like stuff with the Masons, and then it led me out to this like state park area. Then I ended up finding some like native artifacts, and it's just like it's a long story, but it's gonna be a good video, like especially to the people that like are from around here.
Yeah, do that.
I'm in a Facebook group with like 10,000 people in it. So if I do it good enough, like it should it should spread around like decent.
Do you have a channel on YouTube yet? I mean, I'll subscribe if you have it. So that
Yeah,
I can
it's my. You can
just Conrad.
FE for life.
FE4 Live.
Yeah, you see my picture.
Oh,
My
I see it. Yes, the same one. Okay, I subscribed. You have 31 subscribers now, so you just need 2 more than the Masons will invite you to join.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh dude, it's weird, man. There's like um we have our local like government and stuff and city council, and then but there's also this thing like I don't want to say too much right now
Yeah,
because like, I
yeah,
don't have it all like laid out. I don't have it all laid out, but it's like it's a star lodge. Like it's named after a star, and
uh huh.
there's five districts in this area, and then there's one district commissioner, and it's like these are the guys pulling the strings, not the city council. It's
Oh
weird.
yeah. No, do you like the? Yeah, they'll control the local politics. I mean, that's interesting if you sort of have a more grassroots kind of investigation of what, how they operate. Because like usually these like Mason expose videos, they'll be like sort of on a national scale. So it'll be interesting to see what's on a local scale.
And there's like they got Ukrainian nationalist ties, which
Uh
is so
huh.
weird. It's so weird, dude. It's
Dude,
weird.
this whole like Ukraine thing, I don't want to say too much because I don't know if that's like a no topic. It probably is,
Yeah,
but
they don't want to talk about it much, but like you can, like not
there's
as
a
long
lot
as if
going on there.
yeah.
I mean, just look at the crest. I mean, I'll just say that. Just look at what
There's too
that
much
crest
being
is.
said about it right now, and they kind of I think they like it, you know. By that, I
Yeah,
mean the
it
people in
feeds them.
power like to hear. Yeah, we're feeding the negative energy,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
they're talking about it.
But that symbol on the flag that was not there before. I mean, they Mandela that like into existence, and that is a very specific symbol. Like what I'm talking about, like the crest, like the coat of arms.
Um, uh, the coat of arms, yes,
Yeah,
the Azov thing.
yeah. Well, is it Azov? I mean, I thought it was just part of the national coat of arms. I don't know if it's the Azov thing. It's like,
One sec. I haven't looked that much into this. I have a friend, this guy that's helping me look into the Masons, and he's the one that's like pointing all this out to me, and it's definitely weird. And like the Masons brought this Ukrainian nationalist guy in, and he had this tie on, and it had that symbol on it, and this buddy of
this
mine
symbol.
went to one of their coffee meetings and was like, hey, like, this guy's got ties to Ukrainian nationalists, and like he's like Ukrainian nationalists are Nazis, and he's like, why you guys like he's like confronted them like straight up. He's like, why you guys supporting Nazis? And I guess they said that like, oh yeah, we know that he's like the guy told him, the Mason told him, oh, we know that uh they have Nazi ties. He told us that, like
No,
so they're just like supporting it, like whatever. There's Nazis.
no, dude, they play all sides. I mean, that's their game, right? They control all sides, and then they can't
I
lose
don't
that
know if
way.
I should have been saying that N word, but
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's like gravitate away from this specific, let's say, tangent.
hey
But
Klaus,
yeah,
what's your best flat Earth proof? Are you still there?
where is he? Did he go? Oh, he's still here. Klaus,
Klaus, best
Klaus, you're
best
you're in the
best proof of
spotlight.
flat Earth.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, what's your best proof of flat Earth?
My
What
best proof.
what really showed you what was like your big eye opener back in 2015?
It was the water level. As soon as
Uh,
he brought up the argument, I watched the 200 proofs, and as soon as he brought up the argument about the flat horizon and the level water, so it immediately struck me that I've been seeing it my whole life. So it
Yeah, I've been
wasn't
a
really
flat earther since 2017, and the whole water level thing that never really resonated with me until I started hanging around here. Because
yeah.
that's like the main whole like discussion we have is water finding level, and it measures flat. So
Yeah.
yeah. You wanna know what my eye opener was? Just in that time in 2017.
What was it?
I think the first thing I watched this like 30-minute long interview, and the first thing was the flight paths, and then how planes don't have to like tip their nose down, and like they would just fly off into space, and then the gyroscope thing. But that was back in the day. Then I just started looking into it more and more, and I was a flat earther by the end of by the end of that interview, but like I couldn't stop. I was like, I needed to know more. Like how does this work? How does that work? And I tried to figure it out, but then I couldn't. Just it's hard to find information when you realize everything you ever thought you knew was a lie. So then everything you look at from that point, you're gonna be way more critical of it. So it's definitely hard, but then you get very good skills of discernment. So really not over analyzing, but like analyzing things. Not just like jumping to a conclusion. To actually sit back and look at things, not just from because like I said, I was instantly a flat earther, right? But I still kept going back to like, oh well, maybe I just tricked myself, and then so I would watch some more videos and I'd be like, nope, it's still flat. Um, yeah, I couldn't stay away from it either because it's such a big deal, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I don't know. I've heard a lot of stories. Some people have a harder, I don't know, seeing it than others. But
Do you ever try to tell your family or anything like that?
yeah, the first thing I did was to tell my grandmother, and she was like, "Okay." She didn't really react, but she's not a flat earther. She's still a glober. And I have a lot of siblings, so I've talked to everyone, tried to flat smack them. But I had my brother in here too. I think it was, yeah, I think Miggy talked to him. But he did the strangest thing. He played along and was like, "Oh yeah, I see." Pointed out the evidence. And then a couple of days later, when I questioned him about it, it turns out he was just lying. He was just acting, playing along. So
So your brother came in here acting.
he asked a couple of questions and then acted like he got it, got the answers, but I could tell he didn't get them. And then when I
Oh,
questioned him further about it,
so
I,
so let's see here. 7 years. 7 years went by, and then your brother started getting it, or he's been playing along with you for 7 years.
no, 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 no. This was like 2 years ago, 1.5 year, maybe. I'm not sure. But I've been, uh, I, I'm 35, so, and my brother is like 15 years younger than me. I haven't lived at home, grown up with him, so we don't have that kind of relationship. So, you get what I mean? But yeah, it was just so easy for me to understand. I mean, all my senses tell me the Earth is flat. I just never had anyone pointing out the stuff, and as soon as I watched the documentary, it was so clear.
Which
Everything,
documentary?
the 200 proofs.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
said that.
yeah. So, and of course, it opened up. Yeah, a non-hardcore. I don't know if it's the family relation that makes it harder for.
Do you know about the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, gas pressure. Yeah, I know all the points in my head, so I've flat smacked a few of my friends, and
Yeah, I love to do this flat smacking, man. People like try and poke at me, and I used to just be like, yeah, just let it off. But you know, after spending some time in here, if they even say anything now, I start flat punching them. It's like you asked for it, you know. It's a you know, because they know how you know passionate I am about it. So
so what about your family? Are they flat?
oh, you know, they just some of them, you know. At first, I was just blown off, but a couple have come around.
Hmm.
Just in the past year, it took a long time. Took a long time. Brought it up, I think, first. Winter 2017 is when I first like brought it up to my family. Wasn't until 2021 that couple of them finally told me, yeah, you know what, you're right. I figured it out, and it was cool. It was definitely a good feeling, but there's still some that like, you know, I just completely lost the relationship with them. So there's downsides, but my relationship with those family members was never that great in the beginning anyway. So
Yeah, I feel you, man. I pretty much lost all my friends since because in the beginning I was at first I was like I wanted to tell everyone, and I did, and it was so new back then. People just looked at you like you were fucking idiot, and the in the beginning, I mean, now you have all these. I mean, the community has collected a lot of knowledge. So back then there wasn't that much.
right, yeah, there's been a lot of yeah investigation into
Yeah,
this on both sides, and the funny thing is, you know, we just keep getting more evidence while the people that are trying to defend the globe, they can't give us any sort of proof. You know, we keep asking for their proof, and they can't give us proof. I don't know. It's weird.
mostly strawmans.
Yeah.
Make
Yeah.
up an argument and then debunk it. And it's been like that for the entire time. It took a couple of years for me to realize, first of all, who had the burden of proof, because I didn't realize that in the beginning. I think I didn't realize that until I joined the server. I mean, I learned so much on this server and from the people here that during these 2 years, I think I learned more. How long it's been? 7 years, and then the other 5 years together. So. And there's a lot of information here. And I mean, the people here are so fucking smart. QE and Miggy. And a lot of other guys. But yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely, very intelligent. Especially, like Miggy, I heard some people talking to him, or I don't know, they maybe talking about him, but I learned that he went to school for like human behavior or something like that, and it makes a lot of sense when you listen to him talk. He's very good at kind of analyzing somebody's personality. So
Yeah, he reaches a lot of people.
you've been here for 2 years?
Yeah, more than 2 years, I think. I joined in February 2020, I think. Or yeah, something like that. And there was another. This is the second server. I wasn't on the first server. I just joined when this server. I was on. I don't know if you heard of MK Ultra server. It was pretty popular
No, I
before.
never. This is the only Discord server I usually even go to. I don't know much about Discord, but
Yeah.
this was recommended to me by actually a couple different people, and I got in here and pretty cool. I don't really see a reason to go to any other server. I've tried to go into other ones, but they're not active like this one. This server
Yeah.
is very active.
I think the only active politics server I found. There's a lot of people on that one, but uh, the subjects people are talking about is just weird stuff.
Right. I tried one like that. Yeah, it was. I just went in there and I was like, yeah, I do not want to sit and listen to this. It's
No.
dumb.
Yeah, I'm only on this server too. Mostly, I had my own server, but it's a lot of people talking there. It was just like friends for most part, and I invited some Globers from Twitter, and 2 days later, everyone got banned.
Oh man, there's this guy and he's trolling so hard. Um, he's just like pretending to be a flat earther, right? Um, I know he's pretending. I know he's pretending. Called him out. A few other people have too. Yeah, Joe. He's in the learning curve right now with like
Was it Curb?
seven other guys. No, yeah, I went in there and I like kind of blew up on him a little bit because they're watching this video and there's this building in the video and he's like, "Oh, you know what we should all do? We should all of us right now, we should look up the coordinates to this building." And I'm just like, dude, I'm like that's completely unnecessary. I'm like go look them up yourself if you think it's important and then tell us. That's we don't all need to do that. It's just like they kind of got upset with me. And they're like, hey, you got, we're having a respectful conversation. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, but this guy
Yeah.
is dishonest. I caught him in a lie last night. Like,
Which one is this? Like, who's the guy?
Bastard Chris.
Oh, I didn't see him last night. I saw the other guy. What's his name? The Hawkeye.
Oh yeah, you must have been gone. Yep, you were probably gone by then. There's a lot
Yeah.
of, and Cyber Blitz is in there, and I told him like through PM, and he's like, he just messaged me like he's like, oh, we don't know, like he might not be trolling or something, but he just
Yeah.
messaged me, and he's like, you got good troll radar. I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
dude.
this dude was he just they all have been letting themselves be known so easily just by the way they respond lately to like it's like they're saying the right stuff, but it's like they're reading off a script.
I
It's
mean,
not like
you
it's
have,
coming from their own mouths.
like they prepare, but they can't prepare everything like 100%. So you have to
Oh,
look
look at
for
this.
fluctuations in their like knowledge. So like last
Look at
night
the
that
chat.
Hawkeye.
Does
Huh?
that not look like a does it not look like a script?
Yeah, that's dude. That's like it's like
Like
complete
he's got stuff in
sentences. What the
quotes and
fuck?
then like it's like,
You
dude, you
just
copy and
copied and
pasted
pasted.
that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Exactly. And I try to say that too. And he's like, what do you mean? And then he's trying so hard to get me on his side. Like he's been private messaging me like, "Oh, thanks. I listened to the video replay from last night. You put a lot of effort into getting me verified. Just wanted to say thanks. I'm here to
Oh
share and
man.
learn." And then I
Yeah,
called
dude.
him out in the learning curve, and then he messaged me after I left. He said, my intent is to raise questions that I harbor myself. I merely anticipate astute individuals such as yourself can/may discern my intentions correctly. I don't know everything.
The
I'm here to
fuck?
learn, and I'm still very thankful for your time last night and tonight. Last night, I called him out for being a troll.
He said intent and discern.
Dude, he's an idiot. That's what I'm saying.
No, but
He
dude,
thinks
those are
we're
like,
stupid. He thinks we're stupid. It's
dude,
I
those are
know I
satanic.
shouldn't let these people like upset me, but I'm not upset. But it's just like he's the idiot.
No, he's an idiot. But like, I mean, I was gonna say those are weird terms. Like, usually people don't use like intent and discern. Like, usually, like those are very specific meanings in sort of satanic circles. But I'm not saying he's satanic. But like, I think some of these people come here like they're weirdos. Let's say. But yeah, it's weird to use the word intention twice. You
Yeah.
know about that, right?
No,
Okay, yeah. I mean,
not
it's just
necessarily.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, depends how much into like the occult stuff you want to go into, but like with these Satanists, they're like really obsessed with this notion of intent. Like they need to sort of
Oh yeah, your
what.
intention. You can bring your intentions into reality by.
Yeah, but you need to make it known. So he messaged you. It's like he's making it known to you, and then basically you sort of consent. If you don't like do anything, if you don't protest, but I guess you did protest, then you're sort of like implicitly consenting or tolerating his intent, and therefore he's sort of absolved
Right,
of.
but okay, I'm not tolerating it though
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah. So you did the right thing.
he is in there though. That's the thing. I went and sat and listened to them for a while, and what you're saying makes sense because they were watching a video that Jason was playing. He's still playing it, and he's asking questions and like trying to get them to question things on the
Yeah, he's a
video.
fucker. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
dude. No,
he's a
I agree.
weirdo.
I don't know where these like. I think there's like some base. There's like Troll HQ
Oh yeah,
somewhere.
I'm trying to find it, dude. I'm trying to find it. Where is
It's
it?
like
Please tell
it's
me.
like a nest. It's like a nest of trolls. You just gotta like clean it out. Like
No, you just
I
gotta
don't
go in
know.
there and you gotta do the same thing they're doing to us. That's what I'm saying. It's gotta be like I go find them and be like, try to
Yeah,
be a
yeah.
troll, but just troll the trolls while I'm acting like I'm trying to troll.
Someone here suggested we have like a anti flat earther unit, like an elite unit. I don't know. Like Chewie would not be in it because he's like way too obvious. Like he would just like immediately blow his load. But like like some more covert people would sort of do the same thing they do us to them. But Yeah, I mean, it's also a question if it's actually
Find them
worth
first.
doing.
If we can find them, I know people. I know people that would do it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah,
Someone who isn't me.
they can be found. Let's just say, but it's a question of if it's worth it. But yeah, I also know some people. So yeah, I mean, they move so often because they keep getting doxxed, like these types. I mean, at least if they're the same types I'm thinking of, and most likely they are. I mean, there are like sort of some blanket show organizations, and they just kind of cover all the bases, and then they hire different types of people for like specific movements to subvert. So it looks like now they're kind of trying a new tactic with us, where they're like pretending to be flat earthers or like whatever, and then like basically waste our time, and then like basically get us so frustrated, like to wear us down, and then they'll like try to plant some seeds of doubt, and then I guess they need to raise the pay grade of these guys because they're too fucking stupid to do it, but they haven't realized it yet, but they will. So we'll see what they have next in store. That guy's still in there. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a weird message he sent to you. I mean, like, oh, comment. Oh, here. Yeah, it's a weird message. I don't know. I don't know anyone who talks like that in real life, so I'm just saying there could be more to that message than meets the eye.
I'm saying I was just talking while I was on mute. Um, Austin Whitsitt, he uses those types of terms a lot, so maybe he's trying to like sound like one of us or something. You know what I mean?
Witsit? The
Yeah, he
guy who,
uses discern a lot when he talks, discernment
I
and
mean,
intent. If you watch his videos, I don't know if you watch his videos.
I have not. I just know of his like court case, which is also like weird, but I don't know. But I mean,
Oh,
if
his
you
court case
research,
is definitely interesting.
yeah, that's a weird situation. Like, I don't want to comment on it because I mean that's his thing, but like it's just like what the hell? Like,
Well, I
what
don't know
is
if you
this?
were you here earlier when he was talking about it.
I was, yeah. I was here.
Yeah, so I mean, like, what he said is pretty spot on. I'm not like clout chasing or anything, but I drove
Yeah.
out to his one in, where was it? The South Dakota one. Not Sioux Falls, but God, it's by Mount Rushmore. Rapid City. Yeah, I
Oh,
drove
yeah.
out there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I sat through it, but like, I'm not just gonna sit here and say, oh yeah, I went out there, but I just honestly I wanted to meet him because I like his fucking videos so much. He makes good stuff.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why he's getting so into this because like I mean, he's a valuable like person in our community, and I think they're kind of just doing this to distract him and like just sort of wear him down. Like, I mean, like I mean, if it were me, I probably would have just paid like the fine, just gotten over with. I mean, it's sort of just like something you just it's par for the course, like this kind of bullshit, but they sort of pulled him into this kind of like constitutional thing where he has to like make a stand, and I don't know. I mean, he knows what's best for himself. It's just, I guess I
Yeah,
would
man.
vote
He's
for him.
just like he's following
He's a
what
preacher.
he thinks is right.
Yeah.
He and I think he has he's got really good discernment. Honestly, like just from I've watched pretty much every single video he's put out. Like, I don't want to say I'm a fanboy, but like he's helped me so much with just like personal issues, and then just like a lot, dude. Like, he's you can tell he's sincere, like super
Yeah.
sincere when he makes his live streams and stuff.
No,
So
I'm not saying if you use the words like discernment or intent, you're just automatically Satanist or Mason or whatever. I mean, it could be he like did research into that. So it's like, I mean, if you do research into it, you become aware of these concepts and you'll use them. I mean, but yeah, I'm just saying, like, normal people don't use those words. I mean, I think most you'll agree. If you go like sort of through everyday life, you won't hear those words very often. And if someone uses those words a lot, it means they're definitely aware of like their sort of subtext, the subtext behind them. So, but I don't know, these shills are like, you can just tell when they're like brainwashed or like MK Ultra, whatever people, or just whatever weird like shill culture.
All right, this is like how I know this dude was a troll. He brought up the Antarctica thing in his VC check-in, and then he came in here and he was talking to Miggy, and he started saying, "Oh, we need to do this. We need to do this to go to Antarctica." And I'm like, all right, dude, no,
You could
you're
do that.
done. I'm like, stop. And then Miggy even said, like, yeah, your agenda. It seems like you have this agenda, or he didn't even specifically say that he did. He just said that it's a trend and stuff. Miggy, he was pretty articulate with how he laid it out to him. And the guy's like, no, that wasn't my agenda. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, you're lying. I was there
You
for
can
your
tell.
VC check-in, and like. And he's still here. He's still here. But it's all
they're
right.
persistent.
All right.
I mean,
He looks really like the stuff he says. He sounds really dumb to me.
yeah, these people
It's
who
not.
shill, I mean, they're the bottom of the barrel. You have to understand the types of people they're hiring. It's like I mean, very persistent, they're like flies, right? You need like people who are like flies. They'll just keep coming back. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh man, it's just like it's just weird because I spent a lot of time in here, like all hours of the day and stuff, and it's just like this usually isn't the time that I've seen them come in here.
I don't know.
Like,
They're in a different time zone, dude. Like I'm trying to figure out
they're
which country they're in.
well, no, they're. It seems like they've been coming in a pattern lately.
Yeah, but they come in like now, which means they're like, I don't know, like I have guesses for which countries they're coming from, but like, I mean, I think they're like they're seriously like a troll HQ, and it might be even like a physical place, and that's why they're all coming at like this hour. Like right now, they're just testing. It's like the testing ground. I think they think there's less people on right now, so it's sort of easier to, do experiments. Right? They can control the samples, the sample sizes. So they got us divided up into like the two chats, right? The learning curve chat and this chat, and they're like monitoring us, and they're like seeing our responses, they're seeing what works, what doesn't work. Yeah, dude, it's definitely a coordinated effort. So I'm
Right.
curious to see what their like end game is.
Who's the?
But yeah, these
I haven't
fuckers are
heard much
monitoring
from
us like
Flat Earth or Katsura. Spend a lot of time in here. Kind of just stays quiet.
who is it?
Katsura.
Katsura. Oh wait, do I remember that name? Yeah, he's around here all the time. You're right. What
Hey,
is his?
ex Jesus God, are you there?
Yeah, also that guy. What's up with it? What's Katsura's? You got Drizzle, the world tree. Okay. All right,
Yeah,
nothing
man, I
weird.
got a pendant like that. You want to see it?
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, post it.
Where is it?
You
Well,
got
I was
Drizzle.
losing
Sephiroth. Yeah, dude, these shills. Like ever since the YouTube chat shut down, I think they came here because originally they were just using the YouTube chat as their like probe, but
it. So, like, how does somebody get VC verified and then come in here and then not
no,
say
dude.
anything? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
What
just
the heck?
like it's like shady as fuck. I don't know. So like, yeah, who VC verified them? So they were like normal people, and then suddenly they just like,
Katsura's playing real safe right now for somebody that's got the flat earther role. I don't know.
whatever, dude. Like, I don't know. Like,
You wanna
if
at least
if they're
chat?
like,
Like he spends a lot of time in here. Like we're not really talking flat Earth. Do you have any questions about flat Earth, Katsura?
No. Hi. How are you?
up,
No, there was. Did you want to speak to me, guys?
Oh no,
no,
you're
we
good.
just seen you around.
We're just saying what's up. You know, we've seen you in here a lot.
Okay.
So,
No, just listening, doing some cooking and listening.
what about you, ex Jesus God? You got anything to say? Oh, can you shut your mic off, Katsura? You got some background.
Speaking of which, I gotta live up to my name. It's a bit late here, so I'll catch you later. Catch you later, Conrad.
All right, here, check the chat. I got that pendant. My mom made it for me. It's a wire wrap.
Oh, damn, that was cool, dude.
Yeah,
Your
it
mom
is
made
dope. Yeah, she makes wire wraps and stuff.
that? Okay. How does everyone have these moms that make cool shit for them? My mom, well, she knits sweaters for me, I guess, but no, like, dude, that's cool. All right, yeah, I'm basically out of batteries. I mean, like physically, not my phone. But.
You're good, man. You're good.
All right, I'll catch
Have
you
a
later.
good night. Good
Yeah.
talking to you. I didn't even know you ever. Maybe I've talked to you before, but
I yeah, I'm a little like more sporadic. I mean, I'm on. I like to do like support from the chat. Let's say like when people are talking, because usually
right.
if there's a flow of the conversation, I kind of just like to supplement it with like with comments. But because if like too many people talk over each other here, like people get angry. They're like, "Dude, shut up." So it's like,
That's why I hang out late at night
yeah,
because then you can talk more freely, and you don't get yelled at for going off topic too. So.
dude, there's people here who they'll dominate the entire
Dude, so
conversation.
many people are just popping in right after we start talking about it. It's so weird.
What the fuck? Wait, yeah, dude, what the
Look at all the
hell?
people that are in here right now that just showed up after we started talking about it. Scrat is flat.
And speak
Fears
of the devil.
on. Have corners.
Okay, I guess I don't know. We know
I'm
how to
gonna
get.
have some fun, huh?
We know how to summon a lot of people now, right? We just
Right?
just the
Just
magic words. But yeah, I'll try to talk more. I mean,
no, you're
but
good. You're good, man.
all right, I'll see you around, man.
Yeah, take it easy. Have a good night.
Good night.
What's up, Scrat is flat.
Just driving.
Right.
Thought maybe I'd try to find a good conversation.
Have you been around here before? Oh.
Yeah, usually I don't think I've ever been on this late.
Okay. What about spears on the cross have corners? How are you doing tonight? Oh, he's not VC verified. This guy needs to get verified. Spheres on the cross have corners.
How come there's so many people in here but nobody talking?
Well, the one guy just left. You know, sometimes people just like to listen. It's a lot of newer people too. But like exegesis God, that's a newer person. I haven't heard them speak or say anything. Katsura, he's new. It sounded like he was just trying to listen. Klaus Schwab, he's new. Doesn't really talk much.
Klaus Schwab?
Well, he says he's been here before, but
That's Klaus Schwab. That's the head of the World Economic Forum. Freaking globalist.
well, that's
I will take the freedom.
What's that?
I said I
Actually
will
him as
take
well.
the freedom. You will earn nothing. And you will be happy.
Okay.
oh man. Scrat, how long have you been flat earther?
Probably. Oh, geez. Probably going on 6 to 7 years. I can't remember.
6 to 7 years. What's
What's
your
that?
biggest what's your biggest proof of the like what really got you to question the ball?
The total lack of evidence for the globe. I see zero evidence for a globe. Everything we experience is flat, stationary.
Oh,
And
so
the nonsense that they use as evidence is so easily destroyed. It's just mind-boggling that anybody would actually believe that nonsense if they actually looked into it.
So before you were a flat earther, did you like what do you think about like other things, like other theories? I say theories because that's what you would have called them at the time, right?
I don't know.
You know,
I
like
never really was a big conspiracy theorist or anything.
huh. So you just weren't a conspiracy theorist, and then you just looked into flat Earth, and then you were. Or have you looked into any other stuff since flat Earth? Like since you've been into flat Earth for 6 or 7 years, that would have caused you to look into some other stuff, right?
Yeah, I've looked into things, but
Like what?
well, the whole 9/11 nonsense.
Or what else? Anything else?
Well, I guess no, not really. The only thing I've ever really been concerned about is the flat Earth since I realized or woke up to the truth.
Yeah, man, the truth is a long road. How old are you?
49.
49. Does it upset you that you went so long, being lied to?
No, not really. Now that I know the truth, I mean, I kind of consider myself kind of a little upset with myself that I actually believed that nonsense for so long. But I mean, when it's all you're taught from the time you can understand anything, it's understandable that people can fall for it. But once you actually start using common sense and logic, uh, it's easily, you know, destroyed. What I am mad about is the fact that they waste so much of our taxpayer money on this nonsense. How long have you been a flat earther?
My whole life.
Your whole life. Okay. You never believed the lie.
I mean, are you asking me how long have I been on a flat Earth, or how long have I known that I
Okay.
was?
How long have you known the truth?
I don't know the exact date, but sometime around 2017.
What convinced you?
There's so many things that I can't even begin to list them all, honestly, because it doesn't just. Sorry, I was just laughing at a message I got. But yeah, well, yeah, there's just so many things for me, but a lot of it's like stuff that we're not really supposed to talk about in here because we only talk about the stuff we can prove and our, physical evidence. Um, a lot of my belief about where we're at aligns with my faith, so. Where'd you go? You didn't have anything to say to that, or
What's that?
you didn't have anything to say to that? You asked me a question, I responded, and just,
I, you answered my question. I don't know what else to say.
yeah, I guess.
How many people in your family know the truth?
Yeah, I don't know. I talk about this a lot, so I prefer not just keep talking about it. But a few have figured it out. Let's put it that way.
My wife gets pissed every time I talk about it.
Well, I mean, maybe she'll come around one day. Took the people in my family like 4 years after I told them, so
Well,
takes time with some people.
well, when it comes to her, she just doesn't care. I mean, she doesn't give a rat's ass whether it's a ball or flat or whatever. She just hates it when I talk about it.
Yeah, well, it's hard to find people that like to talk about it, but that's why I come in here.
I gotta go, man. Thank you for talking to me, Conrad.
Oh yeah, have a good night.
You too, bro.
Are there anybody in here who don't believe or who believes you live on a spinning ball? Is there anybody?
Hey, Scrat,
Yeah.
did you realize the Apollo fraud before or after you realized the flat Earth?
Um, I realized the truth about the Earth before the space nonsense sham.
And what did you realize about the Apollo?
It's all fake.
Well, obviously, but
Never-
what about it did you first notice was fake?
Well, when I looked at the lem close, when I looked really close at the lem, it's like no, this did not go up into space.
And
And
you never examined it prior to flat Earth?
no, I could care less about the moon landing.
Okay. But you acknowledged, you just took it for granted that it was all legit.
Oh yeah, I figured
You just
why
never looked.
in the
You
world
just
would they
never
lie
looked
about
at
it?
it.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
you just never looked at a thing. Okay.
Now that I have looked into it, I don't know how anybody can look into it and still believe it happened.
Yeah, it's a
Crazy.
difficult thing. It's a difficult thing to come in here with, still believing that story and trying to even begin to enter into this. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, something kind of crazy. My dad, he's always questioned that whole, thing that, with the moon landing, whatever. And he just cannot get the flat Earth for some reason. He's like, I don't think we went to the moon, but he still thinks we're going up there. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, I had that experience. I had looked at the moon landing decades ago. I mean, almost always. I mean, not always, but and I realized it was all fraud. I realized the ISS was all green screen tricks, and still I believed some sort of, I believed the narrative. I believed, oh my God, a black hole. They get your hooks in you, and that's the way they do it.
Yeah, I'm the same. Boss. I knew the first moon landings were bullshit. You can see the ISS like fakery, but there was something else. You just kind of the whole paradigm of space not existing just doesn't like.
No, it doesn't add up.
Nah.
But what's funny now is you just look at the stars, and it's hard to believe that I even believe the narrative. So
yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, man, I cut you off then.
No, there's really nothing much more to say. I was, I'm glad. Yeah, but I mean, it can happen where you can realize things are fake, and then still believe the story. I don't know how. That's a weird thing, but I mean, it's just the human condition, I guess. It's just kind of hard to believe that that we aren't in some sort of universe when that's all you have your whole life. Even when you see the lie, it's kind of like The Village, the M. Night Shyamalan movie. I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but
It's exactly like that. Yeah, I know what you mean.
have you seen The Village, Conrad?
What Village? A movie?
The M. Night Shyamalan movie.
It's a good movie, Red Pill movie.
The Village. I'll look it up right now. I might watch it.
Yeah, don't read about it before you watch it.
Well, I'm gonna just look at where I can watch
I know.
it at.
It's the M. Night Shyamalan. Always has that big spoiler in it.
That's right. You
But
can't spoil it.
it kind of has to do though with this whole situation of the universe and the outer space narrative. Not really, but it doesn't have to do with that, but it does pertain to the same situation that humanity is in.
Things are not what they appear to be.
Dang, you gotta pay for it to watch it anywhere.
It'll show up for free sometime.
Yeah, that's true. Have you guys seen the movie The Signal? Not the newer one, the older one, where like signal gets put out on the TV, and then people start going crazy. They have to really watch it and lose their minds, start killing each other.
Sounds like They Live.
It's pretty crazy movie. Honestly, it's so weird. It's actually pretty cool too. It was written by 3 different directors, or filmed by 3 different directors. So like there's 3 um separate like it's broken down into 3 parts, and each director did their own part, so it's from like a different perspective but with the same actors. Pretty cool.
Like
It was low
anthology.
budget movie too, so they did really good for how much, and like how much they spent on it. Like really low budget movie. And you can watch that one for free on like some of those free streaming apps.
So why are you guys up so late? Are you at work or what?
It's 10 a.m. here on the other
Huh?
side
I didn't understand anything you
of
just
the
said.
pond.
Did my question come through?
No, I don't think so. What'd you say?
I said, so why are you guys up so late? Are you at work or what?
Why are you up so late?
I'm at work.
I work late. I mean, but I'm not necessarily at work right now, but I get to be up whenever I want to. I mean, we're all adults here. So there's some people here from other countries. There's, it's flat Earth 24/7. There's got to be people here 24/7. You know what I'm saying? It's a flat Earth server. That's what we do.
I was just wondering.
So you're at work?
Yeah, I'm a truck driver.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense. Trying to stay awake, not fall asleep or whatever.
Well, my night just started.
Oh. What kind of truck do you drive?
Right now I'm in a Freightliner, but I pull doubles, two
So what
trailers,
what what do you haul?
anything and everything.
Anything and everything, what? For what company
This
then?
this, L, this LTL is less than truckload, so you can have 500 different kinds of stuff on a trailer, or you can just have one one product on a trailer. It is basically for small businesses who need to ship stuff.
Right on. So is that over the road, or do you get to go home after your shift?
Oh, I'm home every day. Yeah, I drive down to Springfield, Colorado, and go right back to Denver.
Oh, right on.
Well, I swap trailers with a guy coming from Dallas.
So did you go to that flat Earth thing when I was in Denver?
No,
Why not?
I didn't know anything about it. Yeah, I didn't know about it until after it was over.
Really, that was a highly publicized event. Actually, it's weird that you wouldn't have known if you're from that area.
Well, I wasn't really. When did that happen?
What do you mean? You just said you didn't know about it until after.
Well, I know, but I didn't know about it but I don't remember when it
How long have you
happened.
been a flat earther?
I've been flat earthing for almost over at least 6 years, probably closer to 7 now. But I've only been on Discord for not even a year, so the only the only information I got was from YouTube.
What kind of videos do you watch?
What's that?
What kind of videos?
I don't watch any anymore, but I used to watch Jeranism and what was Oakley, Nathan Oakley.
Oh, yep.
I used to watch Ranty's round table until he lost his mind.
Never heard of that guy. So, I have a question. Do you know what the lunar wave is?
You have to what?
Do you know what the lunar wave is? You ever seen that?
Yeah, I seen. I think it was, what is it, Crow 77 or 777 or whatever it is. I've seen a couple videos of that. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, my buddy has a Nikon P900, and I've seen it like through the camera, like myself. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, you actually seen it yourself through a camera, not just a video of it.
Yeah, my buddy has a Nikon P900, so we can zoom way in on the moon with it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've been wanting to see that myself.
yeah, man. I mean, those cameras, they're kind of spendy, but they're cool. Or you can just watch the videos, like you said you already did that, so but it is cool to see it in person.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see it in person because videos can be faked.
Right.
I want to be able to see it myself to know that,
Yep.
yeah, that wasn't faked.
Yeah. Yeah. So he first showed me Flat Earth back in like 2017, and then he brought his camera because I ended up getting a job with him. Didn't know the guy at first. That's where I met him, and he brought his camera to work like the day after I told him that, I was like, man, yeah, it's flat, and then he brought his camera and he showed me a video that he took of it, and he's like, you see that? I'm like, what is that? He's like, it's called the lunar wave, and then he like, I was like, nah, there's no way. I'm like, I checked it out, did it, and then he showed me some star videos on it too, and I was like, man, this is crazy.
I've been wanting to get me a P900 in 1000 for a long time, but my wife just doesn't think it's a real good investment.
Hey man, maybe it'll help her, or maybe it can help her. If she doesn't care or something. Maybe you could show her some of your shots. Get some shots with it.
Well, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get one eventually because I got a new job and I'm getting a $10,000 sign-on bonus. So I'm going to use that to get a camera.
Yeah, and then you can take it to a large body of water. You can do some observations there. You can show us what you get. If you get a peanut hunter, I'm about to use my buddies to um yeah, use my buddies over a lake around my area. Do a little observation myself. Hey, Scrat, there's a guy pretending to be a flat earther in this other room down in the, it's called the Learning Curve, VC.
Saying stupid stuff. What do you mean he's pretending?
Yeah, I don't know. He's just like, he's trolling. You know what that is, right? He's like just like pretending to be a flat earther and then just talking about extremely stupid stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can probably go down there and listen to him.
Oh, learning curve, you said?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Who knows? He might be genuine. I've been wrong before, but people show some signs that makes you think. It makes you suspect, a bit about people, but it could be just a misinterpretation. He could just be kind of new to it and has just gone off on his own sort of tangent of it. Like I noticed he's really interested in debunking the moon landing, even though it's quite easily debunked. With entropy, just bringing up the whole second law of thermodynamics. But you know what I mean? He might be looking at it from still like I remember when I was looking into this, and I jumped the fence, but I still had this kind of like this. I was letting go of that mindset that globers have a leg to stand on. You know what I mean? It was I found I had to like really do some some mental like freaking hey, like get it into your head. It's done, it's over. They don't have a leg to stand on. Like that sort of lagged a bit for me. Maybe that's where he's at the moment too. I don't know, because that's where he seems to be coming from with the whole moon landing thing. Is like from a globalist perspective, debunking it from a globalist perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just like little bit personal there. Seemed a little personal. What are you guys doing up so late? Are you working or something? It's like 24/7 flat Earth, man. And then he didn't know about the flat Earth conference. I mean, come on, that was pretty big. It was on the news.
Right? Yeah. I'd even heard about it before I bothered looking into it, because I was in the Mandela effect community, and some of those guys are, like Mandela Effect and flat earthers, sort of
Yeah,
content makers in YouTube.
I had people that thought I was crazy coming up to me. Hey, you gonna go to this Flat Earth International? Like, come on, if it's got international on it made there was a lot of people there. Like, that was a big thing, man. I don't know. But yeah, he seemed like he definitely knew the flat side for sure.
Yeah, it's easy for us to be on our guard, like, because this particular plate, there's just been so many like alt and sock accounts coming in, and probably people that joined on a sock account, that's and then got kicked and then come back on their main account or made new accounts, whatever. Like, it's just been a lot of it lately, but I think it's just a handful of the same people. It's almost
Yeah,
like we're getting
they're
an
reading.
attack.
Dude, it seems like they're reading off a script, man. Like, it really does. Whenever you like it seems like they answer everything the same way. Like there's a couple different personalities, but they'll still still like talk the same way, and they're really careful too about like what they say. I don't know. Like they know to be cautious, which is weird because if you're new to the server, you know, you don't really know like, what you're going to get called out for or whatever. And I know when I first came in here, I had a lot of like, you know, kind of off topic things I wanted to talk about and just questions and stuff, and nobody really wanted to entertain those ideas. And it's just odd to me because I see that pattern with the newer people that are like genuine. They want to talk about stuff that's not on this topic. So, you know, it's just kind of odd to see somebody come in here and be like, "Oh yeah," you know, just completely on. You know, they know exactly how or you know how we're gonna talk or something. You know, it's like they've been paying a lot of attention. You know.
Yeah, it's not impossible that, you know, someone could not have heard of this
Right.
Discord server or have ever joined Discord at all ever, and but they looked into Flat Earth and then finally come across this server and joined, you know, and know a lot about the topic, and you know, and know the arguments and know what Globe is saying and all that. So, you know, that is possible.
Yeah, and I'm definitely like really um on guard right now since like I've encountered 3 people in the past 2 days, 3 separate people that I know for sure were not. They were faking. They're pretenders, um, pretender clowns or whatever.
Let's go to the ice wall.
Yeah, we
Join
gotta
me.
start giving them the Antarctic Voyager role. Come on, we gotta be able to make something like that.
I think Gospel did Antarctic AIDS
Yeah, the
as a
minute,
role.
like, as soon as somebody brings it up, just Antarctica roll. There you go. Then
Some
they can,
people
they
I've
can,
noticed in the community. Sorry, go.
no, yeah, no, they can all, we can keep a list of them and then, give them their names, the names of all the people that want to go, and then they can go do it like they want to so bad. There's so many of them. I don't know why they haven't teamed up yet.
Well, they should be getting a lot of help from the friend finder, right? But no, I've noticed a lot of
Right.
people in the community. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of people in the community lately are frustrated at they see a lack of progress. Like they want they want to do more. They want this to go further than where it seems to be sort of sitting at the moment. They kind of see it as being stagnant and you know, oppressed and, you know, censored, and they want to do more. They got this you know, this righteous zeal. They want to get out there and preach flat Earth, and you know, they've been on Oakley's, you know, and Oakley's like said, "What do you think we're bloody doing?" You know, like, and what do you think we're doing here too? You know, like, but they want to do more. They want to go to the ice wall. They, you know, they want to go to the North Pole, whatever. You know, like, but what more can we do? Like, I mean, once we get once there is a lot, like, I mean, there is a lot. There's millions of flat earthers, right? But I think it'll get to a point where it will eventually, there'll be that many flat earthers, and those sort of projects will be underway, and they will do that. They will do those sort of projects, or at least start planning them and funding them, and then possibly find out that they're going to get shut down by authorities or whatever. But you know, like, I don't know. I see that happening eventually.
Yeah, yeah. There's definitely some people out there that have already tried. They've probably had the same ideas. It's like, yeah, well, let's just do it. What's the worst that can happen? But they've definitely failed. So yeah, like you said, eventually, yeah, people will. will get together and try and figure it out, but I don't know if we'll ever see that day. I feel like we're kind of, more not just flat earthers, but just people that aren't conforming, have kind of been weeded out the past couple of years. So we're definitely going to be more under more scrutiny the next years to come.
Like some people have an eagerness to find out everything and they've got to know it all. But I think you got to be like make a peace with yourself and then think that you won't know it all. So you got to be happy that you won't know everything. But there's some people who can't give that up, you know. Like they got to find the reason for the lies. They got to find the ice wall. They got to, you know what I mean?
Well, people's curiosity, it's like, it's our nature,
Hey
isn't it?
man,
Like, I want to know. I want to know.
Curiosity killed the cat for sure, man. I definitely know that there's been, you can see there's been people in the past, they've been asking too many questions and, they end up in a state where they are not in the ability to even talk anymore, if you know what I mean. So, there's certain things that you're better off just, understanding that it's not a good idea to pursue. So, yeah, I kind of want to see what this bastard Chris is going on about, honestly. Um, he's still in there with these guys, man. It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out.
I guess everybody's got to find their own place in their flat Earth journey, right?
Yeah, totally, man. I think some people come in here, there's a little bit of ego where they feel like they're late to the party. So they'll say they've been into it a long time. But you can kind of pick up that they're quite new. I got nothing against that. That's just human nature, I think.
Oh man, I'm so late to the party. Very late. And
Yeah.
my mum always used to say, "This is my son. I taught him everything I know, and he still knows next to nothing." Yeah, but I've noticed this attack on the server at the moment. It really does seem like this orchestrated attack by a group. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems that way. Every day we're having to deal with these just obvious, blatant, outright sock account trolls, and it's almost like their intent is to make the server, like, because they know that there's we're having a quiet phase, and it's like they want to make it seem ridiculous, so people we were watching on YouTube and see us dealing with them and go, well, this is just stupid, no serious conversation going on here. I thought this was going to be interesting. I don't know, maybe that's their tactic, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that seems the general theme. It's really funny too. I mean, it's strange because it's not even like you have to, that is what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's not even like it's you have to put a tinfoil hat on. It's a theme of these people. Oh yeah, I know there's that, but big deal. Yeah, I got big things to take care of, and everyone does, and it's whatever. I don't. So it's a theme.
Right, yeah, like, and I just keep questioning them, like, what is the obsession? Why is this so important to try and troll? Like, I don't get it.
Well, I think some of these videos that are starting to come out where the professors are being questioned after class, I think perhaps shockwaves have been sent through the academic world, especially in these physics departments and sciences in general. And even though people have been putting these people on the spot for years over things like evolution and things like that, it's a lot easier for the professor to get into the weeds and sort of, of course we're pond scum, evolved 500 trillion years. What are you, a fool? But with with these questions that are being asked to these professors where they have to bail, I think it's just that it's a threat to the whole academic system.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, surely those little clips, or those YouTube videos are reaching somebody somewhere, that it's going to affect like that. Like, we got Matthew Learns here, huge YouTube following, teacher at a university. So, I don't know if he's sharing stuff too. No, maybe he shares with colleagues some stuff that he comes across here, and then they in turn share it with colleagues elsewhere. So these things are probably getting around, and I don't know, maybe. I would love to see some of the looks on their faces when they watch that stuff.
Flat Earth's a huge thing on TikTok as well at the moment, isn't it? So I imagine there's like both sides of the argument, kind of. So that might create a bit of traction over here. But I think, the recent bunch, I think, what old Hoss said about those like Flat Earth boxer, is that what he's called, and that lecturer getting questioned, put on the spot, that could definitely cause some ripples and get people like thinking about stuff.
Absolutely. Like, it has come to the point where we're not trying to, like, it's getting across to people. We're not trying to prove flat Earth. It's done. Like, it's flat. It's stationary. and you can't have gas pressure without a container. Like, it's not a debate, and I think that's hitting home. And people are either like running from it, and just or they're coming here to personally attack it because it is emotional. It's a personal. They feel personally attacked by it. But so they feel they got to do attack back in weird ways.
I find that like really interesting, the people's reactions to it, and like the anti-flat earthers and just people attacking, like you said, rather than just kind of thinking, okay, these people have got a different kind of view of the world. Let them be the nutters. It's like, no, I've got to defend my paradigm to the death. It's weird to me, man, but it's really interesting.
Right, and it's got to the point where they realize they have no defense. It's over, so they have to. They've taken it that personally that they've got to come in here and be the most strangest, weirdest people that I've ever come across. And maybe some part of them, it's like that bully that wants to be accepted, but can't break free of their character.
Yeah, man, that's a good one. Yeah, that kind of fits to it, doesn't it? Like they can feel their power being taken away, but they can't. Like they're just throwing everything they've got now before they finally give up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they always go to, oh, what does it matter anyway? It's not going to change anything. Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It doesn't change anything. Doesn't affect me. Doesn't affect me. But I'll fight you over it.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, me.
Doing good.
What's up, dude?
Must have fallen asleep. I was listening to a debate yesterday. You guys were in there, and I jumped in, and I was like, "This sounds pretty good." And I laid down, and I was like, "I'm out." I was out. I must have stayed in the room. I shouldn't disconnect.
I could see your name in here.
Yeah, that happened to me a couple of weekends ago. I woke up the next morning to Arwen screaming about something. It was great. It was hilarious. I was like, I was like, hey, what is Arwen doing in here? And I was like, come on, Arwen, just pipe down a little bit. I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, he doesn't usually come in here, to be honest.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He stayed for like most of a day. It's a couple 3 Saturdays ago, I think. He's a funny dude.
Recordings of QE on the bot wake me up. I often fall asleep with my headphones in. And then in the middle of the night, someone will put a QE kind of old debate on. And him shouting will just like totally wake me up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, did Bastard Chris come back
Triangle.
in again?
What was that?
Did Bastard Chris come back in again? The guy was in here yesterday and day before.
He's down in Learning Curve.
Oh, someone let him out of Cogdis, he never was in Cogdis. I muted his stock account, Kermit. Strange.
Yeah, we found another couple of accounts that we're pretty sure is Kermit. Jester and LePew.
Oh my goodness. He thinks because he's coming in with different accounts, so we're not going to be like, oh, yeah. You have the same argument and you sound like the same guy. Okay. You're a different guy.
I was just talking about. I just fascinated by their obsession. It's very strange.
It's very peculiar. It is. I think they think it's like some type of uh, mental disorder or something to say that the Earth isn't what we naturally observe it to be. So they feel like they have to come in here and test everything about it, like test to see if we're gonna, you know, go with them if they propose some crazy idea or something. That's why these, and I would say they're just anti-flat earthers. I'm not even gonna call them flat earthers, because if we say they're flat earthers and then go along with that, just like Chris and bastard Chris revealed yesterday, he's a glober through and through. When he came with his Kermit account, he was saying that the Earth does have curvature. And he knows it. So he admittedly said that. Whereas to before, when he came in through the check-in, the VC check-in, he was just like, "No, I'm a flat earther, but I want to know what's at Antarctica." So he does know that he's a full-on believer. He's just pretending. I really do hope it's going through academia and somebody out there's talking about it, and then they're sending in their level 99 trolls to see if we can't deal with those guys. Level 99 cave trolls.
Yeah, this new round of trolls, they definitely seem to be information gathering too in some strange kind of way, kind of quizzing and poking around.
Yeah, they are. Uh, the non-claimers. I'm not claiming that the Earth is a globe or anything. I'm just curious. Just
I'm
asking a
just talking
question.
about I'm talking about satellites for 45 minutes. What are you talking about, globe?
Yeah, yeah. I love it.
And they want to know a lot about us instead of Earth. It's really strange.
I'm telling you, fellas, they're putting us under the microscope, thinking there's something wrong with us. So you said the Earth is flat. Now, how does that make you feel? Like, dude, what the hell, man? They've uh, they've been well at the beginning. They thought they had an argument. They weren't coming at it with that perspective. But there was some that would say that every now and again. Now it seems to be like that's all you hear. I just want to hear what you have to say. That's all. Just here. Not in here for the debate. I'm just here to see what you got to say.
Right. That likes to cobbling.
It's like the new form of sports journalism. I guess it's been around for over a decade, but tell me about the game.
Yeah. I like to provoke them. That's who I am. I think the globe is a big pile of garbage, big old dumpster fire. That's what I think. What do you think? I
Yeah,
like to
that's
skip them
their
over.
that's their questions now, or and they preface it with, "Listen, I'm going to be about as vague as humanly possible. I'm not even sure I'm a human." Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
that's what they
Yeah, my
say.
favorite. Yeah, when they're when they admit that that it's possible that they're a brain in a jar on a shelf, and then they say, "Okay, now listen to me," and everyone's like, "Well, no." If you don't know if you're a brain in a jar on a shelf, next, that's my favorite.
And like, yeah, I like that. Well, I'm 99.9% sure the Earth is a globe, dude. I, sometimes somebody or some people in here be like, "You don't say." So, what else do you know about the globe, dude? He just admitted he didn't know jack. Like, you want to hear him go through some kind of lecture about like, what his beliefs are? I don't care. I do not care. This man does not know anything, or woman. Seldom though. I don't hear. Yeah, that's weird. I seldom don't hear women actually saying that. I think the guys are usually the ones that say, "I'm 99.9% sure." We can't be 100% sure because nothing's 100%. Shut up, dude. It's strange, but for the most part, these tactics, some some people actually give it a thought, like simulation theory and well, we could be all in the computer. I'm like, man, just don't, man, because this we know what a computer is. Are you in one of those? Nope. Okay, there you go. It's these abstract thoughts that can make people question things, and if they get you to do that, they've done their mission. They've came mission successful. Got them to think that everything's relative.
Yeah, I won't mention names, but there was a guy who was in here pretty often a while back, and every other time he was in here, he would get into a 45-minute discussion about whether he would be experiencing pain if someone had his hand in a vice, and it was kind
Oh
of funny to listen
my
to, but
goodness!
and sometimes I'd be listening to it, like an hour and a half behind or something like that, trying to catch up, and I'd be like, oh my lord, he's really got him going.
I should have been in here. Yeah,
I'm
it took us
sure. I'm
about.
sure another one will show up. Another not sure whether or not they're experiencing pain if their hand is in a vice. Earther.
Jeez, what did I miss being gone? Oh my goodness!
That's on one of Indio's podcast recordings. I'll try and dig that out for you, Miggy, and see if I can find it. Because it's a funny one.
Yeah, I don't. I would bring logic and reason to the table every single
Well,
time.
that guy is so weird. That Chris dude, he's in there repeating stuff that I said about him in the live stream in the learning curve.
Yeah, and he's always the guy. He's always at least a few sheets to the wind, isn't he? He's coming in here probably already. He sounds like he's drunk, man.
Oh yeah, he's definitely been leveling up throughout the night on whatever the fuck he's on.
That angers me, dude. Because if you think you're gonna come in here being drunk and be able to have a coherent discussion, I'll skewer those types of people for sure. It's bad enough I do it to the ones who aren't, who are sober. But if you're coming in that way, oh man, I'm gonna let you have it. I value people in here, guys. Like all of you guys who do the work to stand up for what's right. I value that. And if somebody it is to me, it's like it's a war for the mind, and it's a sacred ground that they're standing on. because truth isn't something to be coming in here and, you come correctly, you
Yeah,
don't come at all.
this is like, honestly, it's so like laughable to me at this point. Like I'm actually laughing about thinking about like this guy's logic. Like I don't get it.
He's a buffoon, man.
And there's been a few tonight that have just been like, yeah, they come in here and then they like, it's like they're trying to get some sort of like credibility, and then if they don't, they'll listen for a little bit and then they'll leave, and then it's like
And
somebody else comes in and tries. And this Chris dude has gotten the most validation out of any of them, and that's why he's still here.
yeah, you know what it is. And some people in here think that they're not a lost cause, and I for the most part, I don't care about them being a lost cause or not. They're either going to come here in here correct or not at all. So it's like you're in somebody else's house. Be respectful. If you come at the argument in a different way, then you'll get treated in a different way. Every single case, everybody's different. But uh, if you're coming in here like that, there's no room in here for that. We got critical thinking people in here that are going to ask logically consistent questions. And if there's nothing that you got to bring to the table, then just put yourself on mute, lurk, and listen. There's no reason why you need to engage unless you can have a coherent discussion. That's important. In this particular arena, it's very important. And be truthful, while you're doing it. Like the concave Earther that said he was in here for the lulz. Boy, I let him have it. I did. In here for the lulz. Are you kidding me? Must be funny for him to think that people are trapped within this deception.
Man, listen to this message that Chris sent me earlier. Oh, he's typing me a message right now. What a weirdo. My intent is to raise questions that I harbor myself. I merely anticipate astute individuals such as yourself can/may discern my intentions correctly. I don't know everything. I'm here to learn, and I'm still very thankful for your time last night and tonight. And he's
Yeah,
typing a whole other book right now.
I'll tell you what. This guy, he's educated. He's just drunk. He's educated, drunk, and he wants to come in here provoking a response from people who haven't been in the game such for a long time. So they don't know these crafty people and what their ways are all about. And if you don't know that, you can white knight him. Somebody might take his position and white knight him and be like, "Oh, just give the guy a break. He's really trying his best. Why can't we just?" And I'm like, "No, no, we're not going to accept this as there's a standard in which we are all here for, and we're in here for honest discussion. We're in here for coherent discussion. And if that can't be had, then they need to put themselves on mute, go away, come back again, try again." Because we're not going to indulge somebody. Well, I can't say that we aren't going to indulge them, but some people might.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I don't I don't know how to be more sincere. I won't strive to convince you of my sincerity beyond myself, but please feel welcome to challenge me and, in quotes, my character as you have at any time. Like, he literally just told me he's acting, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. I know you're listening, Chris. I know you're listening to the stream.
I hope
You're an
he's listening.
idiot, dude. You're an idiot. I don't understand. I don't understand your logic. But if it helps you sleep better at night, go ahead and keep up this charade. But I'm still gonna call you out every time because, like you just told me, it's your character. Show us who you really are. You fucking weirdo.
He's an agent, man. He's a provocateur, an agent. There's provocateurs that come in here. I want people to think what's at the edge. Can we just all think about that? Like, no.
You know what
Nobody
he tried
wants
to
to,
do
man.
earlier? He was trying to get everybody in the learning curve room to look up the coordinates to a building.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
like, all right, that's a waste of time. Like, I called him out, and then like they defended him, and I'm like, all
Yep.
right, I gotta get out of here.
Yep. 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 That's what you get. It's it's whatever. People want to be in the weeds with the guy. That's whatever. He's only, and then at the end of, in the middle of that, what he does, he asserts his dominance over your intellect. No, I don't understand what you're saying. But here's what I gotta say.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm sure he was doing that, right?
Yep. Yep.
No, no, I can't. No, I don't understand what you're saying. But look. Here's how it is. And then what he does essentially, because it's a tactic, he discards your information as non useful, and his is in complete coherent usefulness. What makes you look, even though like you had a logically consistent argument, it's gonna make it look like you don't even know what you're talking about. It's a tactic. And so what happens is you start to doubt yourself. I'm telling you guys, if I've been saying it over and over, this is a war for the mind. Like it's not, this isn't easy to navigate because of the fact that we have morals, right? And because of which we'll let somebody talk. No, go ahead. Like, or we'll suggest certain things. These guys are crafty. They invent new ways of how to weasel their dominance over the flat earth.
Dude, they probably got like little profiles written up about everything they got on us too, like each person. Like, it just seems so scripted to me. It's
It
just
is.
weird.
It is, and it's almost like these characters are very intentionally saying and doing things they are. And for the most part, it's almost sounds like a provocateur sent in here to rabble rouse. They get in here, they're just like, "Come on, you guys! Why aren't you guys being more proactive? We got to storm the castle." And everybody's like, and some people get swept up. That's a great idea, man. Go ahead, man. You want to let's petition. Let's get some. No, man. Nope. Ain't gonna work. It's not
So
going to
that's
work.
why I say we just tell them to go talk about it with amongst themselves. There's so many of them. Go be radical with
Yeah,
your ideas in a different room.
yeah. The point is, Conrad, is to thwart the movement, and in order to do that, if you can't beat them, join them. It's a tactic. It's like when you see on the news, kind of the normie news, where they rally the people, you know, for a noble cause. Hey, you guys, we're gonna stand up for the rights, and people are marching. Yeah, what? Hell no, we won't go. And then here comes a provocateur and amidst them, gets a brick, throws it through a window of a local shop, and then another provocateur does the very same thing, and then soon enough you get mob mentality. Everybody starts thinking that's okay to do, and then everybody who's there for a noble cause joins in, and then they start running into the store, stealing shoes or whatever, and it becomes that the noble person that was there for the good cause turns into mob mentality and starts greed gets the better of them. It's psychological, man. It all is. Because even if you were there to do a good deed, so to speak, your mind can be swayed because you can see a potential like a cash grab or whatever. So these guys try to do the same in a sense. They try to come in here. They try to pretend to be flat earthers and be on our side. And then for a noble cause, try to say, like, why aren't we considering Antarctica as a place to go? Go against a treaty that's been signed by all the signatories of countries, and then watch us as we all march down there in a boat or whatever, going against the stated laws so that they can look at us and laugh. This is a tactic, guys. This isn't something that's old or something new. It's old.
Do you think that there's that there's a possibility that some of these fakers are have more heavily infiltrated, have roles here or anything? Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, I do. I do, because some of them act like they're flat earthers, man, and they could be sleeper cells. This way, and the reason why it's not paranoia, it's reality. Like I have examples of people that do this, and that's why I always tell them, if you're in here for that reason, I will find you. I will know who you are. You'll probably get your flat Earth tags removed and banned for good. And if I hear speech that sounds like your voice and the same argument coming in here, I will make sure that I oust them. I was very good at that. Um, when it was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, somebody that would come in with a sock account, immediately I could recognize their speech pattern, their argument, and then click on them and say, "Nope, I know who you are." Ban. Like I would just get rid of them. Yeah, their best option is to stay in here lurking and not saying a thing. Because
That's
once
what
I hear
they
their
there
voice,
was
it's
a
game.
there was a few, and I tried talking to them, and I talked to them a little bit, and then they left. I mean, I guess it's late too, but there was some people that wouldn't respond. They just they left after I tried to talk to them.
The absolute worst thing I think somebody can do in this server is white knight for those guys. Once they're
Um,
like, "No, man, let the guy talk. Why is it like he can't say?" You know what I mean? And then you got
I mean,
other
that's Jason. Jason is still in there with
Mhm.
Chris. He's been in there for a long time with them. And I've been in there a couple different times, and they're just a lot of times it's Chris is just bringing it back to nonsense.
Mhm. That's what it is. Exactly what it is.
Didn't the last big flat Earth server, didn't that get taken down by somebody getting?
Yeah, he was an agent. He was an agent.
That's crazy.
But see, there was alarm bells for him going all the way to the position he was. Some people were already like, including myself, like, "Nah, this guy should not get a mod role." And he got a mod role, and then because of the fact that he befriended a lot of people, he was good at it. He was one of the top notch. You know, I could say narcissist. I think he was very good at persuading, and he had a mental disorder. This guy. Um,
I mean, you
but
kind of
when
have to go that far.
yeah, yeah, agreed. Once he did get his position, what his intent was, because he knew that there wasn't the owner of the server previous was absent for the length of time that it takes for you to acquire Discord. So if you're a server owner and you're not around on Discord, whoever is a mod can make a ticket, and you could lay claim to the server, and then they can pass you the server. if you're a mod. And he knew this information, so his intent was to gain control of the server and then have everybody as his subjects. He literally wanted people to talk to him like he was the most flat. In other words, biblically, God is called the Most High, so he wanted to be called the Most Flat, kind of assimilating himself as a authoritative position, like over dominance over the server.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, he was, dude. This guy was something. He was next level crazy.
Has he tried to come in here?
I don't know if he's tried, but because I haven't heard of him. He referred to his name. He referred to himself as Sheeple, and yeah, he was something else. And he had his own band of hooligans that he initiated as soon as he became server owner. He brought him in, and none of us agreed with what he was doing. It's like a hostile takeover, basically. If you can ever know what that is
Right.
in a company
No,
term.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know who told me. Someone told me a little bit about it before, but like they were kind of upset and didn't really want to talk about it.
I was the first one, dude. I stood up in the, like, it was a mod meeting, and he gathered all the mods and stuff, and he was like, "This is what's gonna happen. These are the new changes." I was like, "Dude, you're a fool." I was like, "You don't own 24/7 flat Earth. We are 24/7 flat Earth. All people you see in here in this mod chat, we are the 24/7 flat Earth." I said, "So hand the keys over to Indio, and we're good. That's all you got to do. You can't take this server by force. You'll never will." I said, every single time somebody tries to do that and tries to, you think that taking the server is 24/7 flat Earth? No, you are not 24. I kept reminding him, dude, over and over. You are not 24/7 flat Earth. The 24/7 flat Earth server that exists, it exists in the hearts and minds of these guys right here. And I was Indio and Mimas and myself. I made it a very bold and clear because at that time I had a flat Earth show, and he even wanted dominance over that. He's like, "No, you can have your show, and you can." I was like, "Excuse me, you're giving me permission to have a show?" I was like, "You don't own my show." I was like, "My show belongs, like I said, to the 24/7 flat Earth community." I was like, "How did this guy, the audacity, that he had?" Um, but it's like it's a mental disorder. They want to dominate this group for some reason. They want to come in here, act like we don't know what we're talking about, hand wave dismiss everything we're saying, and assert their dominance because in some shape and form that gives them credibility when they do that. And so when we were discussing that, I'll go back to the takeover. So I was in the mod chat and I was talking to these guys. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and let this pretender clown act like he's a counterfeit king. He's not. We didn't give him the keys. I said Indio is the rightful owner. He is proven to be the person that we're going to elect to be the guy who is the owner of this server. And Indio is, dude. He's righteous. This guy is fighting the good fight every single day. He's very intellectual. He's one of the guys I would say is one of the most wisest guys that I've ever known. But I said he's gained my respect, and that has a lot that it entails. It's the values and all the morals that come along with it, and people follow other people because of that. Their nobility, they're virtuous. You know, and he's an upstanding guy. He's a really cool dude, man. He's down to earth. You can talk to him. But you, sir, I was like, you're the opposite of that, and you don't deserve this position. So if you don't hand this server over to him, everybody will rebel against what you're doing. So I said, and I'm making the first stand. I'm not going to have my show here I'm going to remove everything that I have away from this server. And of course, everybody had to make up their own mind. So I was like, I'm not gonna say that I'm making everybody's mind up here in this council, but I will say that I am not. I'm going to remove myself from this server, and start my own or whatever. But I'm just not going to be here with him being the owner. So I did that, and I deleted my account. I removed myself, and the thing that ensued after that was a giant, crazy shitstorm. And it was like they were upset too. My friends who are in here, who are the admins of the server, Indio and Mimas and everybody, they were laying it to him, like as to why he can't be the server owner. He didn't listen. He did not listen. And so what we did was we had another server created. We burned down we deleted as many accounts as we could on our way out. We destroyed all the channels and everything, so nothing was left there that he had from our old archives and everything. And we migrated over to this one. And we started this one, which is 2.0.
Is that server? His server's gone now, or if he changes the name, you can't
I
find
think it
it,
might
or?
be. I think it still might be operational. I don't know to what capacity. I haven't checked on it though. If it is, yeah, he was not 24/7, dude. Like the essence of 24/7 has always been the people who made it, who's been here, uh who's archived those arguments. And Indio, he's for as far as I can see, is going to be the server owner of this particular place, and we support him. So
Well, shit, I support that too because sounds like some bullshit. He was the original owner in the first place, right?
he was supposed to be. He's
Right.
he was supposed to be the guy who takes the keys, because the guy who had it previous, he was absent. And so because of that, we were all like, no, who should be the owner of this? And we were actually talking about it, and everybody just came to agreement. It should be Indio. He's the one. And he's like, and he was very like, he would say, yeah, give me the keys. He wasn't proud at all. He's like, nah, guys, like, I don't know, like, and he was, nah, dude, you deserve it, man. You've been in here, you're, you know, very wise. And so, yeah, that's how he became the server owner of this server. And I came back to this one, and I was like, dude, yeah, this is what's up. Like, now we're on it. And for that point forward, man, it's like there's been a bit of dust ups that we've had in here for sure. Like the servers went through a couple of uh, uh, people inside, like having turmoil with each other. But for the most part, it was because we didn't agree on how we operate, or the way we operate. And so these provocateurs took advantage of that. They have at some point tried to throw their wrench in the works, so to speak, so they can try to get some of the flat earthers in here off kilter. And that's why I always stand up for it, because it's happened in the past that with people who have known each other for a while, they would seem to come at each other. Like, I'll give you an instance. The character who was in here, I think his name was Life, who was talking about Antarctica and sounded like he was making a logically consistent argument by talking about Antarctica. Elijah, for some reason, was defending his point to let the man speak, about what, just to think about it. And since I
Yep.
knew far ahead of what this guy Life was all about, I knew what his intentions were. So I stopped him short. I didn't want to hear about it because it was illogical.
I remember that.
You remember that?
Yeah, I'm
So
pretty sure.
he aroused something in Elijah that this is what happens, right? These guys are very good at what they do, and if we're not vigilant, we can get swept up in their nonsense. So it's like I can do so much, but I can't if my brethren are you know see it in that perspective. So that's why I hope that we can all understand that it's a war for the mind. It isn't. Sometimes these guys that come in here and you analyze the discussion, right? You have to be somebody who has great discernment when you're in here. In order for you not to step in white knight, you have to be vigilant and listen to the conversation, listen to how they respond. If it was if it was just a question like that he was curious about, they wouldn't go about it the same way. It's like this weird pattern that starts to happen. Like the next person will come in here, hey, I'm just wondering, what's that in Antarctica? You guys ever thought about that? No, not since we started Flat Earth. We've never talked about Antarctica. Come on, dude. Like that's always been something. What do you think the AE maps, like all the ones that you see, they have an ice ring? And even though like I would tell people, I was even like at the very beginning of Flat Earth, I was even saying that. Ain't gonna lie, that's what I was saying. I was like, no, the Earth's got an ice ring wall around it. And there was a guy in here who told me, he's like, dude, how do you know? Like this is like an argument that you're carrying. Make it sound like you know what you're talking about. I'm like, well, isn't that what it's supposed to look like? Like if it's flat, we got an ice wall, right? Why wouldn't we say we have an ice wall? But that wasn't the point. The point is that I was arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. I don't know. So at the very beginning of my journey, there was a lot of things that I was asserting as if like that's the way it is. Which, you grow, you learn, you adapt, you change because you have to, right? It's like now you know what the old way was, and I accepted correction. I was like, yep, I was wrong, like I can't be saying those things. But it takes a lot of humility to actually understand that you can't say something that you can't verify. Which that's understandable for these globers to feel that way. But at some point, they have to think about the discussion when they're by themselves and like, I was wrong when I said that. So in retrospect, when they come in here, they're like, yeah, I was wrong. I was against you guys, but now I'm not. So, and there's been a lot of those cases where people say that. So, and it's like it's not useful for the discussion. Talking about an ice ring, that's not helpful. To say how the waters aren't leaving and that, you know what I mean? Though it sounds like it could contribute, it has no bearing on the understanding of the geometric shape that we're discussing. Whether it is or it's not that way, it's not relevant, if you know what I mean. Because yeah, at some point you can say there's an ice wall. Okay, that's fantastic. Now what? Like it's not gonna change the fact that the Earth is claimed to be a globe, flying through space, spinning around, and so on. I put everybody to sleep. Oh, it must be late for you guys. Some guys in here, huh? What time frame are you on, Conrad?
5 a.m.
Oh, you're in Central Time then. Same time as me.
Yeah.
I'm in the
No,
Midwest.
aren't you? Yeah, I knew that.
Yep, Midwest, Iowa.
Iowa. Oh, we're pretty close then. Iowa's like 10 minutes away from me.
You're in Nebraska, Omaha?
No, I'm in Minnesota. So I'm
Oh,
like,
Minnesota. You're right
yeah.
above.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Now Chris is gonna figure out where I live and get even weirder.
They just they're conversationally weird. Why they would show up at your house would be who would even understand that?
I'm not worried about anybody showing up at my house. I'm just like, it'd just be weird if he went through all the effort to like be like, oh, try to pinpoint my location because he's already listened to this conversation in here, and when I went in that other room, he's like saying some of the things that I've said, like almost word for word, like
Right.
just being weird, just being like playing those mind games and shit. I'm just like, all right, you're being weird. I'm going back. I'll just go talk about you since you'll be listening anyway.
Yep. Don't worry about it. You'll get a recycled troll to come in here and take his place. There'll be another
I
one.
mean, he can find out where I live, show up. I mean, we got plenty of forms of protection, security cameras, like all over my house. Been dealing with vandals and other bullshit around here past few weeks, so
No doubt, no doubt.
this dude, he keyed my car. I don't know exactly why, but he did it right on camera. He did it multiple times, like on separate occasions. So they're getting him with like multiple charges of vandalism, or actually it's criminal damage to property. So like felony charges.
No rhyme or reason, huh? That's weird.
Well, I mean, his reasoning makes absolutely no sense, but yeah, it's just like, you know, it's a long story, but basically, dude owes us money. We rent out part of our house to him and hasn't been paying, so he's mad at us that he's getting kicked out. So I don't understand.
Yeah. Mental disorder for sure.
Yep. Yeah, he does drugs, so I mean that'll do it.
We have Bongs on it that just joined the chat. What's up, Bongs on it?
What's going on, man? I
Nothing
don't know
much,
if you
man.
can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm on my phone, so I've never done this on
Yeah,
my phone before.
no, we can hear you, man. So, what's good,
Cool.
man? What brings you to the server? You've been here a while.
It's been a while since I've been in the server actually, but I was just in the hospital and I was hanging out with y'all. I was on my laptop there, and I just got out of the hospital yesterday. And I'm out doing my exercises this morning, and I'm posting the pictures over there in the live stream chat, man. And this shit's happening like right in front of me, man. Like I don't even get it. I don't even understand what the fuck is going on right now.
What is that? It looks
Dude,
like
that is something up in the friggin' sky, and it was, and these parts of it are lit up so bright, like they're a cloud, but it's no cloud, man, because there's clouds underneath that you can't see in the pictures and stuff. And I know what clouds look like and shit. This stuff is just doing this craziness all up in here, man, and it's different, lit up differently. Like at one side to the left and to the bottom, it's bright, and then the rest of it's just kind of hazy and whatever else.
Do you
And
live on the West Coast?
yeah, man, I'm over here in Florida.
Oh, you're in Florida.
Florida. This happened over in Florida.
And I would say that this is towards the east because the sun's rising. So
The sun is starting to rise, yeah, and this has been going on for like, I don't know, probably 2 hours, man, long before the sun even started coming up. And you could see the shit bright as hell. At first, it looked like something came up. It came up first and had a big old fat trail on it, and then it just kind of like started going off at all these weird directions, and now there's nothing forming this at all. It just keeps forming on its own at this point. Freaking
Yeah,
crazy.
there's some weird stuff that my mom sent me that she saw up in the sky. It's kind of like opposite of what you saw, because you got something that's lit
And
up.
I
This is
seen some
like,
stuff one time. It was a while ago. It was back when I was working and stuff, several years ago. I haven't worked since 2019, and we were on our way to work, probably about the same time, because we're having to go pretty far to work. So And I seen like one of those things like how they tried to explain something about how like it was bouncing off the firmament thing, that one rocket or whatever it was doing that shit. And I saw
Oh,
that
in
exact stuff.
California.
I
I
saw
remember they
that
were talking
exact
about that.
stuff right here, man. I saw that exact stuff right here.
Whether it was or was not doing that, bouncing out the firmament, as some
Right,
would
right, right.
some
I
would
don't know
say.
whether it was or was not. I'm just saying I saw the exact thing that what they were trying to explain it was or wasn't, It was some
Yeah.
rocket that was doing this or it was malfunctioning or whatever it was. So
Well, yeah. Allegedly, the claim was that it
yeah.
was a rocket.
Right, right. Exactly, exactly.
Um, that was very strange, though. There's video. There's still video on it on the internet somewhere. You can look it
Sure,
up.
sure, sure. Sure, sure. That thing just keeps pushing out there, and it just keeps pushing out, pushing out. Here, I'll get you another quick pic real quick. Give me a minute. Dude, he's the big shore, man.
Check it out. What I'll post it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a good one. Going to be a good one, man.
It's weird because I know that I heard my name being called last night right before I went to sleep. I think it was Julius J that was on, and that guy lives close to where I live, so I haven't said hi to him in a long time. Julius, if you're there, what's up, brother?
Bong's on it.
Yep.
Bonzo.
Bong's on it. Yeah, that's it.
You're a hollow earther.
Yeah, and?
Do you have
It's
any
like, yeah,
proof?
Yeah, what?
Do you have any proof of a hollow earth, or
You have any proof of a globe earth? You have any proof of a flat earth?
yeah, we do
yeah,
actually. But
we
You
do.
got
We
it.
have
You
lots
got
of.
it. All right, well, see, then, I've got some stuff. I don't know if you read a couple books, and I heard a recording, saw the recording of Admiral Byrd when they asked him about what was beyond, and he told us there's a
That's
place
not
as big
proof.
as the United States that is completely untouched and full of natural resources. And hey, man, I'm looking in different directions. I'm on the search too.
That's not proof of a hollow earth.
it's a belief that he carries, so it wouldn't be anything we could say that
Yeah.
is certain. Flat Earth,
Well, I
however,
just
is.
asked him for proof. He said I got some stuff, but that's I'm not gonna accept that as proof. So that's all I'm saying is
Is this
that's not
Sasha?
proof.
I think
But
I
if you
remember the
believe that,
voice.
yeah,
Sasha.
sorry, yeah,
Is this
go ahead.
Sasha's voice? This is Sasha's voice, if I remember correctly. Pretty good with voices.
Sasha's voice? Who's Sasha?
Sasha's voice, yeah. The dude talking to me, I think it's Sasha.
No,
He's
it's
a,
not
he's
him.
a different
He's,
name now. He's a different name. He's a different person. He's a different.
Sasha's called Sasha 2.0. He's on a different server. Conrad is a different guy. I speak to them both quite often. He's a different guy, man.
They sound a lot alike. Then is that what you're telling me?
No, Bong's
It's
it. I don't
different
know.
guys.
Listen, Bong's it. I don't know if you were listening to my conversation about people coming in here and using mind games, but it sounds like you want.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully you're not
I didn't
trying to
hear it. I didn't
thwart.
hear it, but
Right. Hopefully you're not trying to thwart anything that I've been saying because I would
no,
take
no, no.
great offense to that. I am the one who can understand it. Like I've been here before, so I can vouch for Conrad. But like, if you start to say that he's somebody he's not, then you have me to deal with, and that you don't want that.
Yeah, I don't even
I'm
see.
very
My
fair when it
phone
comes to
doesn't
like
work like
people
that.
being here.
My chat doesn't work like that. If I wasn't on my phone, I could see who I was talking to, And you know, as far as I could try to like see different things, but I can't do that right now with my phone. So
Fair enough.
I'll take your word for it, man. I'll take your word for it.
Here's the deal, though. We do, when people do lay a claim to anything, whether it be hollow Earth, concave Earth, globe Earth, or any such of the like, we would
Hey man,
ask them.
they gave me the tag, man. I didn't put the tag on there. I can't put no tags on nowhere.
Okay.
I believe in the hollow earth. Is that all right? Is
Bangzit,
that okay with you?
Bangzit. Will you allow me to finish speaking without
Go ahead,
interrupting
man.
me,
Go
please?
ahead, man. Go ahead.
All right. So when people come with a claim, what we do ask them is to provide evidence or demonstrate that the claim that they're standing by has any credibility, that is empirical evidence, which is can be verified, falsified, and we are able to test that in a way that's repeatable. If it's not able to do this, pass this test, then we are not able to lay a claim to it or say that it is what we say it is. In other words, if it's something that you read and it sounds conceptively great, like it's a great thing to think about. So I
Uh-huh.
think that it's this, then we would call that a belief.
Okay.
However, if it's something that I can demonstrate to you and I can give you information so that you can falsify, then it doesn't become something that is a belief. It becomes something objectively true. It is just true because you can go and vouch for yourself to see if it's possible that you can do it and say, "Hey, I can do this," or you know what, like I've done it in Germany, I've done it in California. It doesn't matter where I go and do this. The end result is the same. Therefore, if the conclusion remains that what we test is of the same nature, then we can all agree that it can be falsified. So it becomes an
I get it,
objective
man.
truth.
I get it. I get it. I'm not done.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I was
Get
just
to a
about
point. Get to a point.
I was just about done. I was just about done. So when we get to that point, then we can then assert that it's not a belief. So if you come in here and say, well, you know, you guys have a belief or whatever, and lay that on us, then we have to correct you and say, no, sir, it's not just a belief. It is in fact something we can test and verify. So it's not a belief that we have that the earth is flat.
I didn't say you
But
did what.
it is, however, a belief that everything else
Never
that
said any such thing.
is a belief. That's it.
I
So
didn't even mention it. I didn't even bring it up. I was showing you some pictures out here, some strange phenomena going outside of my place, and then someone who sounded like a guy that sounds like someone named Sasha from a while ago when I was back on the server about a year and a half ago, and that's all I said. And then everybody gets defensive and starts questioning what I have posted on these little things that they have posted next to my name that I have no control over. Dig what I'm saying?
So somebody put a tag on your
Somebody
profile.
put a tag on my thing that says Hollow Earther.
Are you a Hollow Earther?
I have read a lot. I have checked out quite a bit of information on the Hollow Earth. It is something that I would, if I could, would go after and try to figure it out.
I
See if
know,
what
but
Admiral Byrd had to say was true. See if some of the stuff that I've read about and that they have out there, some of the information that's out there, if I could collect it myself, prove it myself, be great.
okay. Is it something
It
that
works
you?
either way, and for me, it works either way. It works whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It doesn't matter to
No,
me.
no, no. But see, that's where
Sure,
you.
sure,
That's where
sure. Absolutely, absolutely.
Bangzit. I have to correct you. It doesn't work the same way. No, sir. It doesn't work the same way. Now, it doesn't work the same way because, like I told you, it can't. The globe Earth cannot be falsified. I can't go out somewhere and test curvature. However, when it's not curving anywhere, I understand it to be flat. So it can be tested over and over again that the Earth doesn't measure any curvature. So it's not the same. It is absolutely
Hey,
not the
man,
same.
you're stuck on something completely different. I didn't even say anything like that. I
Yes.
said that a hollow Earth, if one such thing does exist, can work in either model, either whether it is provable or isn't provable, can work on a flat Earth, and or it can't work on a globe Earth. That's all I'm
Right, but
saying.
what I'm saying is there any reason to stand that the claim of a hollow Earth can be verified or falsified? That's what I'm asking you.
And
Hello?
on top of that, we know the globe model doesn't work at all. So
Yeah,
the hollow
yeah,
Earth
but
doesn't work on a globe Earth because the globe Earth doesn't work.
he's saying that it doesn't matter if it's flat or globe, it'll still be hollow underneath. But what I'm saying is, okay, fine. If that's what you perceive, that could be a possibility. And I'm not even talking about could be. I'm talking about is. Is
Okay.
there anything that we can go and verify that the claim that the hollow Earth is? Just that's all I'm asking. It's not. It's something
It
that you
can't.
can actually say. Okay, I can.
I mean,
I can
again,
view
I
this
can't.
from the standpoint.
It's like you run into those same problems when you try to say like verify. What's beyond Antarctica. You got the treaty and everything else. I can't go there to find out. You know what I'm saying? In those
You
aspects
can't
of
go
how
where.
things happen.
Bongsit, you can't
You
go
can't
where.
go to where they say the places are that you could enter into the hollow Earth.
Where
Of
is
those
this place? Wait, hold 1 second.
There are
Where is this place?
there's one in Antarctica and also Antarctica. So there would be places.
Oh,
There
oh,
are
I
certain
see.
cave systems. There are certain cave systems that they say, but again, you can only go so far in these cave systems that could possibly lead to them. It's here
Well, there
near
you
there.
have it.
Anyway.
Yeah,
I
there you
mean,
have
Good.
it. I guess that's the
it's a
answer.
matter of being able to do it, and right now I'm not capable of doing so. So. I
So
can
right.
only go by what other people have done, other writings of people that have done. So that's all I can go on for right now.
All right. So I will say
So I
then.
guess that's why they gave me the tag.
Right, but I'm saying though it still remains as a belief. It does not something that you can verify. It remains a belief.
I can't. No, I cannot.
Right. So
Never said I
listen
could.
to what I listen to Bongsit. It is a belief. Can you state that it's a belief right now?
Um, I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. If that's what you
Okay.
want me to do.
That's it, sir. That's the only thing. So long as you can be honest with yourself and honest with and in here and say, hey, it's just a belief I have that I think the earth is hollow. That's it.
Right.
Nobody has any qualms with that. It's a
So,
problem when somebody states that hollow earth is, however, something that's true. Because then I would say no, it's not. And then I would rival you to say, bring something that we can look at so we can test it out for ourselves, verify it. But if it's something you believe, then go on believing it. I don't
all
have
right.
problem with people saying they believe that the Earth is
Appreciate
a
that.
globe. I don't care. They can continue to believe that the Earth is a globe forever.
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
problem, however, when they state that it's true. Then I have to question them. So that's fine. It's fine.
I'm with you. Same thing. I'm same way. Same way. I even go so far with God as far as that's concerned.
Well, I mean,
That's a whole
that's not.
different subject now, right? That's
Yeah,
a whole
that's a
nother
whole different.
subject now. Yep, exactly. And I walk with him every day, every single day.
Just like to say good morning to Elijah. Who else is in here? That's it. Elijah, you're the first one to get up from us, the ones who are in the almost the same time zone. Conrad, you don't sleep at all, do you?
No, I get done with work at 1 a.m. and then wake up around, I go to sleep for like 6 hours. Probably not the healthiest, but, yeah, I sleep though.
6 hours ain't too bad.
I stay in here while I sleep.
Yeah, 6 hours ain't too bad, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse,
Now, if you're
but it
saying
all
like
depends.
3 hours, I would be like, yeah.
My job's easy. My job's super easy. Yeah, I'm not really on my feet much. I'm just, chilling.
Chilling, huh?
Yeah.
Elijah, are you there? I know you're probably doing your morning route.
Lost Realm.
You're in a lost realm.
I have Bluetooth,
Oh
and
man.
they come with a mouthpiece. And because I lost the mouthpiece, I can't really speak. I'm on speaker now, but I'm obviously not going to be doing this all day while I'm working.
Yeah, for sure. No, I was just gonna tell you, be aware that there's a guy in here named Bastard Chris, and he does have sock accounts. So you might see him as Bastard Chris, you might see him as Kermit. He might come in with another sock account, but just be aware that he's gonna probably come in here and spin wheels. So it might provoke you to use your speakers. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, just enjoying freedom, man. That's all I'm trying to do right now. 6 weeks in a hospital, IV antibiotics. It was not fun, not even a little bit.
Oh, that was you, man. How you feeling now? You better?
Ah, man, I'm 100%, dude. I'm out here walking on green grass, breathing in fresh air. I'm all about it this morning. Fixing to go up and get me some eggs and some bacon and some sausage.
You'll get that sweet payout one day as well soon, hopefully.
Dude, man, I hope they drive a dump truck full of money right up in front of my house. Then I might go do some investigating. It's amazing, though. I can go over here, and I have as my neighbor. I had that Jose JG. I know a lot of y'all heard of him or whatnot. He was my neighbor for a while. I talked to him for a bit, and he won't go over to to Tampa Bay with me. And let's prove this one thing for once and for all. Although there's like all kinds of proofs from around here in Florida from of no curvature whatsoever, man. It's like it's so stupid. But he won't go with me. He's got all the gear. Well, the strange phenomena has disappeared in the twilight, so I'm gonna go get myself ready to go get some breakfast. Peace out.
Take care, man.
Howdy, y'all.
Hey, Quet.
How are we doing on this beautiful day?
Good, man. Good, good.
Enjoying the sun?
We got a bit of rain here.
The UK special weather for you.
Yeah. Although it's been sunny for a few weeks, so can't complain too much.
It's good for change. Any interesting discussions with the Glober perhaps? Or anything at all?
Yeah, we maybe not Globers, but there was what am I trying to say? We were talking about the ice wall guys that have come in recently. There's been a few of those kind of crusaders who want to round everyone up and take them to the ice wall. Take everyone to the ice wall.
I've heard that one before. Yeah.
Yeah, we're speculating how that phenomenon started. And we just had, what was his name? Bong something. Not Bong from older Bong, but Bong's on it, I think his name. He was there was a little bit of Hollowworth conversation, but I think it's because someone's given him a role for Hollowworth. But
okay.
Yeah,
So he's a Hollower.
He knows there's no proof of it, nothing he can provide. So, but he still believes it.
Well, whatever rock his boats,
Yeah. So Miggy was just putting him straight. That's all.
What's funny is that he didn't want to admit that it's a belief. Did you see how he was resisting? He was resisting calling it a belief.
Yeah. He crumbled though.
Interesting how that bongs on it guy leaves, and then Bastard Chris is in the chat. Kind of weird, if you ask me. He was gone. Bongs on it shows up. Bongs on it
They
leaves.
got different voices
Bastard
though, but
Chris is back.
yeah, maybe
Interesting.
voice changes exist, don't they?
Yeah, well, you can hear that bongs on it. That there's like a little bit of a wave, like it goes up and down. You can kind of hear it in the background. There's like a little bit of the I don't know how to describe it. Like the
Like it's the
pitch
same.
goes up.
Yeah. And what's funny is that he actually was projecting that on you, which kind of gave me an alarm. I was thinking about it, but I was like,
Right away, yeah, and I don't know who Sasha is, but maybe I do sound like him. I don't know.
Which one, Sasha 2.0 or Sasha?
2.0. Yeah, 2.0. It's
Oh.
both Conrad and Sash 2.0. Both sound young because they are like young guys. So that's the only connection I can see. They don't sound a lot. They just both sound quite young.
Hmm.
Dude, it's okay. It's okay that what you're doing isn't working here, you know, but like you could at least do better next time to like seem genuine maybe if you really want to like fake being a flat earther. You know, like you suck at it. You really do. You're terrible. I've been around here like 5 months, and I know you're full of shit. You know, everything you say, you're full of shit. Every account you come in here on is just full of shit, dude. It's just like different versions of the same shit.
Wait, he's not in the live stream, but he's listening in, or what?
He's in the live stream voice text. He's probably watching the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because he had to watch it on, you know, he had to watch it on something and then come in here on a different account and fucking then leave on that account, then come back in here on this account and talk. Yeah. This dude's trying really hard. He's coming at me because I'm the first one to call him out. Miggy too. Miggy called him out, I think, before I did.
Oh, with Larry.
And it's funny that he's calling me out right now when he tried so hard to get me to like take his side in my DMs. So like you just look stupid, you know. Now you're like calling out my character and stuff when you're in my DMs telling me that you appreciate talking to me. Like, dude, you don't make sense. Cause fucking get out of here. Or at least like, you know, be who you really are. But I mean, at this point, no one's gonna believe you. You're gonna come in, you're gonna be spotted from this point. You know, very clear. Your MO is very clear.
Yeah, he's pretty much skating on thin ice at this point. He's really lucky he's still hanging around here for as long as he has. But if he keeps pushing the issue, then he's going to be server banned, and every sock account, Kermit and otherwise, will be banned as well. Then he won't have access to this server. Not so long as I'm in. So he has a choice right now. He can continue and pursue this fruitless effort that he's trying to do, or just sit in here and lurk, listen, learn.
Well, no, that's what he says. That's what he constantly says. Oh, I'm here to listen and learn, and then continues to bring nonsense to the table. Get it though. I'm about to pass out though. You guys have a good rest of your morning. Chris, I hope you get some sleep too, because you gotta sober up maybe and think about how stupid you made yourself look tonight. And maybe try again when you wake up without the alcohol.
See ya, Conrad. Be right back, gents.
Thanks, Vladdy. I guess I will talk. It's not because I like to. I have been misunderstood, or people are conflating things that I'd like to have a chance to defend myself against. Yeah, call me weird, call me everything you want to call me. I'm a bastard. That's a. It's just true for me. I just try to accept the word, just like we try to accept the truth of our reality. I'm not here in any disingenuity, and I'm disappointed that I've been received that way. I know I could probably show up here and try to, make some spit about it, but no, you guys were well off without me. I came here to share. I came here to learn, and I guess maybe that's what I have to learn is that like this server isn't about that, and I want to not think. I want to hold my conclusions that people in this server are here to learn, and I don't have the answers. Don't conflate what I'm saying. I'm here to learn. And I guess I'll keep the air open here because I can imagine you guys deal with a lot of people on a lot of days every day, but it ends up being like a stereotype, and I'm not trying to say anything about that. I am here for me. I'm not disingenuous. That's the only thing I can say. That's the only thing I can say. I want to know the truth. I'm striving to know the truth. That's why I'm here. And I guess I'm slightly disappointed to see that somehow it's very dismissive around here. Quickly dismissive, without merit. I'm not, yeah, and I'm not here to change it. I'm not here to correct you or proselytize. But no, I'm a provocateur. This was on the live stream. I just listened to it. Yeah, I'm weird. I don't have a lot of interaction with people sometimes, and this is great to hear some people. Well, the interactions I have with people they don't correlate. So here, I thought I could. I thought I could have a correlation, and it's happened 3 or 4 times where it just doesn't happen. This time, I came here completely incredulous, like without inhibition, and I still got called out for the same things. I know I still have the same flaws. I still can't prevent myself from speaking up when I have something to share. But I'm here to learn. No, and I guess I'll just shut up now. I'll shut up. Please, for whatever it's worth, thank you for accepting my VC check-in, and I'm here to learn, and I'm here to listen. There's a whole lot of fascinating concepts that I certainly haven't heard, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas, no barcode, no party, no ID, no beers, your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears, no SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll front the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone, we want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's cola light, here's thin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone, we want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul,
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. 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 Your house, your phone. 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 We want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust. These animals, they operate on jealousy and lust. I'm taking back what was lost, and I will not be denied. I'm crawling my way to the surface.
Well, I'm not sure who killed the tunes, but I'm still here to speak. If anybody, I'm not here for the live stream, but I'm here to speak. I'm here to learn. I'm here to listen.
Hey, good morning, Uncle Bear.
Hey, what's up?
I lost my mouthpiece, but I found it. Hooray. Because I can't use these headphones without it.
Gotcha.
Quiet morning, it seems.
Yeah, I hopped in because the Chris guy that someone thinks might be Fax Man, I've got my ear and eye on.
Um,
Somebody's always got to be doing something sneaky.
well, I'm around. I'm just at work, and it's a rainy day, so I'm here.
Hello.
It's looking like it's going to be the first mow of the season today.
Oh wow. Not here.
Yeah,
You got about a month.
Yeah, I
Grass
think.
is growing.
Yeah, it's green. It's growing. It's pretty lush and thick. So
Nice. I gotta put a new battery in my mower.
there's something to be said about a freshly cut lawn that's manicured right. And it's just after you're done, you done all the trimming and you stare at it. It's like I don't know. It's like relaxation afterwards. I can't explain it. It's strange.
Yeah, I don't think it's limited to lawn care. I think it has something to do with any type of maintenance where you've taken something that's disorderly, gross, broken, dirty, and you make it right again. It resonates with everyone, I think.
I know people don't like to hear this, but it's biblical. Even back in the garden, that's what it was. That's what the Adam was supposed to do: is tend to the garden.
Mhm.
I'm just waiting for the dew to evaporate as soon as the sun comes up.
Ah, yes, that is helpful.
Otherwise, I'm going to be trying to clear out the mulch that's stuck to the bottom of the mower, and that's
What do you mean by when the sun comes up?
the sun passes overhead. How about that?
Well, no, I mean you've had sunrise already, right?
Yeah, but it's still kind of the what do you call it? Humidity is still there. So
Gotcha.
the
Yeah,
front
yeah.
the front the front lawn is still dewy wet, which you need at least some type of evaporation on that to happen, so you don't have to be unclogging your mower. That usually happens, I would say, about midday or so, because the front of my lawn doesn't look like it's getting any sun at the moment. So dewy wet.
Yeah. Wow. I think I must recall this stupid conversation with this guy.
Good morning, flat earthers.
Howdy, howdy.
Come on. Where's the cheerfulness? Just joking. How you doing? What are you up to?
I had posted a video that I was listening to this morning. I'm still about halfway through that.
Which one?
Just working. The Space, the Virtual Frontier, Aronofsky, VR, and Flat Earth.
Oh.
The same guy that wrote or did a bunch of movies on Kabbalistic and esoteric things also made a video that got incorporated into these VR space helmet experience things called this strange rock. And isn't it kind of interesting that this esoteric Kabbalistic movie producer did a space film?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah. Truth is stranger than
Not
fiction is
familiar with it though, but
always
sounds interesting. Yeah.
He's always pointing out these sorts of things.
Do you sense there's going to be a power shift in the near future?
In what way?
Well, I mean, like what's going on in the current events, basically. Because you see what they're trying to do now, censoring free speech and so forth.
Did you see what I found yesterday that greatly disappointed me?
Which? No, I don't know which one you mean.
It is Alexa, not the talking voice box thing.
Oh, that they are discontinuing her, yeah? Or something like that.
But not the talking voice thing, but the web results, the web ranking system that existed for 20 years. Well,
so what does it mean? Like it was a database, so now they just gonna cut it off from us?
Well, they already did on May 1st, 2022, and
okay. Weird timings.
It literally said content research, competitive analysis, keyword research, and so much more. Yeah, that is what it did. It did a lot of really, really useful things, especially in the area of SEO. But not just in the area of SEO. You could perform certain types of analysis with the data that it provided, trends and stuff like that. Now, trends.google still exists. I'm going there now just to double check. If it all got shut down at the same time, that'd be really, really interesting. But so trends.google is another one that provides data. But as they seek to shut these things down, the answer to your question becomes more and more apparent. Anybody that's done manual search engine optimization would have been familiar with this Alexa tool that I'm talking about. It was the de facto authority on determining what your website's popularity was. I don't even know what the tool. I don't even know if anything exists anymore that will tell you what your ranking is. It was the ranking system. I'm a little baffled. You used to be able to be like, my website is ranked 1,117,135. And out of all the websites that exist, that's where mine is. Or this website is ranked 17 out of all the websites that exist, or this is the fourth most. That was the website that you would go to get that information. And now I don't know what has replaced it. I guess I could try it. What is the or Alexa web rankings? So I find this troubling.
So
It
you
was
think that's going to replace that, or
yeah. It wasn't always owned by Amazon, by the way.
I think it was Google. No, who owned it initially?
No. Alexa.com was just Alexa.com. So it got bought apparently in '99. Company stopped offering new subscriptions. Existing customers will have access until May 1 next year. When was this article written? Yeah. So everyone. So apparently there are a handful of other ones. SEMrush is one. Ahrefs. These are like weird non-American companies from what I can see. SimilarWeb, SpyFu, MozPro, SerpStat, Serp. Interesting, like Serpent. Ubersuggest. So all these other companies are not that they have to be American. I just find it odd. See, the process of acquiring the information to know definitively which website is more popular than the next, to my understanding, requires direct access to data from all the internet service providers. Now, how these other companies are accomplishing anything similar to that, because I doubt that that's what they're accomplishing. I don't know, though. Maybe there's another means that I'm just not aware of. I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying. It feels like some kind of power shift is undergoing. When that's going to happen, I don't know, but seems to be soon enough. Soon.
I said something on this topic yesterday. I said, I can't imagine a world that isn't distracted by mainstream news, romanced by psychological operations, entranced by controlled opposition campaigns, and invigorated by propaganda, as if it is the supreme sustenance, as if manna from heaven. And then I went on to say that I can imagine a small community of people. And then I said some other things in regards to what I could imagine about a small community of people. ruffle feathers if I said it here, but I'll filter it. I'll filter it for the sake of the conversation, and I'll just say that in as much as those things that I first mentioned are destructive to one's mind and livelihood, I can imagine a group of people aware of those things, assisting one another and providing mutual benefit to one another. And that's what it really requires. It requires being aware of deceptions and also not getting entranced by them. There's a lot. You see it over and over again where people are just sucking down the goop of the propaganda. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? And meanwhile, do they have anyone in their life? Like, let's say you have, hypothetically, a basement full of potatoes. I don't know. Just name a thing. And you know somebody. You actually know somebody that needs potatoes. Or you know a bunch of people, but you don't have a clue what they need because you never asked. You don't know anybody well enough to even know what they need. But you have people in your life that, like hypothetically in this example, need potatoes. And they have something that you need, and they don't even know that you need it either. So what I'm pointing to is the lack of community. Now, there are places and people and groups that pursue healthy community on a small scale, and that's fantastic. But there seems to be a lot of divisiveness and avoidance and coldness where people are not aware. Instead, they're distracted.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at the news right now. Like Johnny Depp and the court case, whatever. That's just a distraction.
Vicarious living, yes. It's what.
Who cares about that? I don't care. How does that affect my life? Seeing Johnny Depp and his relationship with that woman going somewhere or not? I don't know. It doesn't. But this is the things something is going on. That's what I'm saying. Like they distracting people with this kind of stuff. Like publicly, this quote unquote garbage, I would say. But yeah, yeah, definitely something is up. They're just trying to divert the attention to that instead, or somewhere else.
They keep. I mean, it'd be another thing, right? It'll be some Hollywood actor that wore a Sesame Street costume walking down the street, and they made out with some other Hollywood actor that was wearing some Comic-Con outfit, and this is a weird, like, and then they'll make news about that. Obviously, I just made that up on the spot, but that's how it is. It's like the next absurd, ridiculous, completely unimportant, trifling thing that everybody can be distracted by. Meanwhile, what's in your garden? Who is in your life that needs help? Who is in your life that could help you? Well, who says I need help from anybody or that I should help anybody else? Well, maybe you shouldn't, but do you think you can do it all alone? You really think that is the best way? Do it all alone? Like, so what I mean when I ask that, do you really think that you can do it all alone? I'm pointing to the fact that you probably buy apples, right? And those apples come from far, far, far away. But what if, in your instance, you could actually just drive 5 miles down the road and there's actually somebody that's growing apples that you could meet, get to know, and you could get their apples, just as an example. It's an analogy and a metaphor for all the other things, and that's the value of community, in that we are dependent on things and systems that might not be around forever. But if you have a small, quote unquote, tight knit community that is able to provide the different varieties of needs in a cooperative, co-op kind of way, then I think that that's the better way than being dependent on the larger system that could be rug pulled when they do whatever they do to all the shipping containers, or do whatever they do to all of the truckers, or do whatever they want to do to all the whatever, the system.
Yep, yep.
I've actually heard of Ahrefs or Ahref. That's an old HTML thing, I think, is why I recognize that. Ahrefs. That word really rings a bell. I started doing HTML back in like 98, I guess. And, that word. Ah, there it is. It is HTML. Lesser than sign, the letter A, space, href equals. It's how you do a link. That's why that rings a bell. I wonder what the H stands for. Obviously, ref stands for reference, but H. Hyperlink reference. Gotcha. That's what that H stands for. Oof. Hmm. Shift of power, you asked. There was an article written 2 days ago of a certain person in alleged power handing over U.S. sovereignty to the World Health Organization. That checks out. Oh, I see. There was an amendment written to provide the World Health Organization the ability to unilaterally intervene for the nation in any suspected health emergency. That's good. Makes sense. The amendments are scheduled to be enacted on May 22nd up until May 28th. Yeah. Okay. Well, some would say just another distraction.
Almost want to say hello, Gordon. God rocking.
Because of how the name looks.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy text. You can feel free to play a thing, Firefly. We'll just cut it off if any new person comes in the room so we can have a real conversation.
You telling me or sorry?
No, Firefly said
Oh yeah, go ahead if you want to play. I'm a little busy right now, that's why I can't talk much. I'm doing some other stuff.
As am I always.
Yep.
Everybody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
It's smoke bed with facts in that command and speech. I'm tired of whack motherfuckers rapping flaccidly. They say the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. I see the zealots calling flat earth blasphemy, saying it's an anti-science catastrophe, repeating talking points oh so casually. Then their eyes glaze over in apathy, believing in consensus haphazardly. They are caught up in a ball earth fallacy, and they don't care how the world works actually. Independent thought becomes another casualty. When you like, give me them pre-packaged answers, please. No matter how they censor us massively, still killing their mainstream fantasies with ODD and Matty Moses on a masterpiece. And we will never ever stop while the masses sleep. Peace.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
The curtain drops, you realize we're all props, just disposable drones once the show stops. Crisis actors keep acting, I don't understand how. I guess that's the state of our society now. Y'all think Alice went deep? Well, you need to keep digging. Take a break from the mainstream and do your own thinking. All that Kool-Aid you drinking, don't know about Red 40? Stuff's a carcinogen, oh, but I guess that's boring. Life's more fun when it's sprinkled with some facts to ignore. Turn a blind eye until death's knocking down your door. Oh, you trust the government? Well, good for you. Must make it easy to deny all the dirty things they do. It makes me laugh when people think there's no hidden hand, like the higher-ups are winging it without a plan. I'm talking Soros, Rothschilds, and Rockefellers. Love to bring them behind the barn and give them the old yeller.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
This world is ran by wicked, parasitic psychopaths, and the system that we live in was designed to crash. The lawn is full of snakes slithering inside the grass. I'm gonna mow it so it's easier to find their ass. We need to talk about how the whole world has been enslaved. We need to talk about what happens when you misbehave. We need to talk about 9/11 and Sandy Hook. You won't find our true history written in any book. I can't stand to look at what's happening, it's overwhelming. I wanna see people take a stand, but there's no rebelling. Sheeple getting bamboozled, but yet they barely notice. That's why I'm riding with my soldiers, smoking Matty Moses. We're shedding light everywhere until all the roaches scatter. And we ain't stopping until we get who we're going after. Take back our power and then dig ourselves out of this hole. Create a better future for us.
Yeah, that is the goal. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show.
movement is taking on the world here. You are not living on a pear-shaped oblate sphere. Water finds its level, horizon stays flat, rises to your eyes, no matter where they're at. The pole star hasn't moved an inch in millennia, while the other constellations all around it turn perennial. Group rotations in perfect formation, never moving an inch from their relative locations. You're not moving, the earth is static, gravity is magic, the truth is tragic. You fell for some sad shit, time to redact it. Earth is flat, that's that, can you grasp it? That last mass pick was faker than a spastic. Ass crack guy that claimed to take his last hit. Your blue balls fit firmly in the cockpit of all your dog shit bought by the public. But not me, bitch, I'm running through your gauntlet. The page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement, but not me, see, I'm running through your gauntlet. The page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement, like Paul Bale sitting jealous in his bathrobe, or Stephen Christ looking sly in his dim light. Orphan Red on her bed flashing gang signs, or Mark Sargent from a game design standpoint, like Rain Griffin's interpretive dance. Past years, fake smiles and furtive glances, Powerlands, weird songs, and rambling rants are like John LeBon, always changing his stance. The shill M.O., it's always the same. Take the flat earth P-word and make it so lame that it stays taboo and avoided like the plague. So it seems like you're trolling and just playing a game. Mix some misinformation and you're ready to play. Put flat earth in the title and your shills get paid. It's as easy as that, just Google Hangouts all day. Keep it kosher and bash on Eric Dubay. But not me, bitch, I'm running through your gauntlet. The page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement, but not me, see, I'm running through your gauntlet. The page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement, but you failed, underestimated my drive. I'ma keep fighting for the rest of my life, exposing the truth and destroying your lies, dethroning kings one at a time, like my man Gerard Hickson, Thomas Winship, Samuel Robotham, and Charles K. Johnson, or my gals Lady Blunt and Gabrielle Henriette. Irrefutable proof is all you're gonna get, like David Wardlaw Scott and A.E. Scallon, William Carpenter, Westfield, Ashini, and Shenton. Your globe world disorder is what we are ending. Veils are being lifted, that's what you are sensing. Your control's getting old, humanity's moving on. We're beyond playing chess and we're done being pawns. So prepare for the final checkmate, it's on. Once the tipping point's hit, you motherfuckers are gone. But not me, bitch, I'm running through your gauntlet. The page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement, but not me, see, I'm running through your gauntlet. The page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement.
T-minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
The sky is a deep black, and we cannot see stars.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
The sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars.
Pretty much all the time you can see the stars. We were never able to see stars.
It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Never a straight answer. So many things have changed, but I never thought I'd live in an age to see the day. Outer space is seen as fate. We have all been played, fallen prey to a Freemasonic cage. Surely all is gonna break away the more we all awake.
Houston, we now have a problem. They found our space isn't at all what we told us.
NASA ought sorted all the stories for the astronauts before they all reported what they saw in Austin orbit. Asta saw the planet Aldrin saw no more than black. You all are talking bullshit. Got us where you ought to all be walking as your master plan is thwarted. You're all caught red-handed. I imagine your imaginary band's a Van Allen. Of course they all know has it.
The moon landing was staged. A Stanley Kubrick play. The USA had to make a movie to win
the race to space. NASA, what's the truthful answer you want doing lunar trips? Why? It isn't lucrative, the tax you take is ludicrous. It's you start the excuse, you lose the taste and can't locate the data. Saying nowadays it's far too hard to make it all after you threw away the blueprints for the lunar craft. Now half a century has passed, you had a blast. You're talking at your ass. The elephants in the room, they never went to the moon. Prove everything taught to you about space or big fan of true. Nothing is left the earth and return as that's sipping from years of selling the heliocentric universe soon all begun. And you never will, it's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. There's never a straight answer. And you never will, it's all a lie.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
Space Odyssey, I found an oddity. It seems like sodomy is your main commodity. Astronauts assuming astronomy, NASA, asteroid, astral authority, Virgin Galactic, master prophylactic, practice SpaceX, safe sex, you bastards. Waxed up black holes ready for you assholes. Blast your capsules back to the glass bowl. Time dilated Uranus is waiting, pulsing like the pulsar's pulsating. Blast your phallus and call it a rocket. Seamen dressed in white in the cockpit. That's some gay shit, Masons. You're racist against all straight white males and Asians. I'll prove it too. Praku Mang Ben Luke Crew. Falang T rap die. Let wrong playing Luke too. Yeah, I'm rapping in Thai, that's what I do. Ben Kon Thai by Leo Lo Yak Ben Poo. D T me Saxy, Prapu Drong Thai. My Koi Go Ho Cry, Lo My Not Jai.
Don't finger the moon. The moon. The moon. Don't finger the moon. The moon. The moon.
Never a straight answer. There are elephants in the room, they never went to the moon. Prove everything taught to you about space, so big fan of true. And you never will, cause it's a lie. Nothing is left the earth and return as that's sipping from years of selling the heliocentric universe soon all begun. And you never will, it's all a lie. There are elephants in the room, they never went to the moon. Prove everything taught to you about space, so big fan of true. NASA, never a straight answer. There's never a straight answer. You never did it, and you never will, it's all a lie. No one would have believed that in the last years of the 20th century, two humans, Instinct and Dubé, were to bring down the whole New World Order.
What's up, rookie?
Morning.
Check, anyone here?
Yep.
Yo.
Yep.
So, check this
Hello.
out. Hello.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm listening.
I just watched. So I'm gonna make some shorts of Professor Dave that are pretty funny. But so here's the funniest one. So at the beginning of the video, Dave Weiss says, "Yeah, I've seen you. Dave's never talked to a flat earther before, and we can't really respond to his videos. But his videos just like gaslight us and use straw man." And Dave sarcastically says, "They say they're flat earthers. What a straw man!" He actually strawmanned his claim that Dave used strawman arguments. It's almost unbelievable. He literally he said, "You use strawmans," and he actually strawmanned that argument on what the claim was for using strawmans. I can't because he uses he shows the flat Earth disc and all that crap, right?
Yeah. So he's really just a well of opportunity for content creation.
Yeah. I literally got literally the very first interaction, 12 seconds of the video.
Yeah.
He already did something just ridiculously dumb.
Throw in like closed captions, just make sure it's incredibly clear.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, what people say. Okay, so he's got a video called 10 Things All Flat Earthers Say, which are 10 things no flat earthers say, that vacuums suck and things like that.
Sure,
so that's what everybody says is the straw man he uses. But he says the straw man we're claiming he uses is saying we're flat earthers, which is a straw man. He proves it. He literally proved it, that he uses straw mans by straw manning the argument that he uses straw man. It's almost like I don't even know how to describe it. It's so batshit crazy. My brain is having trouble wrapping itself around it.
I hear you. I'm still trying to catch up too. I don't even know.
Here, I'll play the clip because hold on a second.
Great.
Give me like 3 minutes. I'll actually just play the audio.
Cool.
That guy. He's one of the. Can't even watch him. He makes me want to swear big time.
That guy.
He really does.
Damn that guy.
Honestly, the last one of him I watched, I just thought, I don't know how they can let people like him put stuff on YouTube and stuff, and just all of it was just based on a lie, from beginning to end. Mofo.
So I was laughing about something completely else. There's a Freudian slip video. This is pretty funny though. I'll send it to you.
Sigmund Freud, dude.
Oh my gosh. It's so great.
What's so great? What did I miss?
I DM'd it to you.
That just dodges each other, I reckon. That's just my personal opinion on it.
Here you go.
And just I'm gonna I'll just mute myself.
Well, damn it, you better share it with me. I want to see how funny.
I sent it to you. It's in DMs.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry.
I could watch that on repeat for maybe not hours, but oh man, that word.
That is classic. That is brilliant. That's like that's up there with the best of them. That is.
It really is.
Yeah, that's cool. I remember.
Oh shit! Talk about a fucking trip
Bush had quite a good one. There's a couple of good Bushisms. They used to call them Bushisms, but Bush came out with one of the once, and it was he said something like every day around the world, terrorists are trying to kill innocent Americans, and so are we.
Oh yeah.
But that wasn't verbatim, but it was it was something like that.
Sure, yeah.
But that was a proper one there. I'm going to actually get that for God Rocking, actually.
Yeah, that was I wonder if that person got fired or at least reamed for that one. Like, what were you thinking?
Well, put it this way, Rookie, you know how I feel about the whole thing. So, I don't think that anything that gets said on television is said by accident. Even what you think are just off-the-cuff remarks or mistakes or bloopers. I don't think there's any such thing, mate. It's all part of the actual kind of, the whole. They use it as a tool, don't they? Let's face it, and that's part of it.
Right.
Right down to it's like double bluffing, isn't it? It's like I've always said that about that footage with Admiral Byrd about the South Pole.
Yeah.
I've always thought there's something iffy about that because it was on the TV, and even in those days, things didn't get put on TV if they didn't want them on TV. And even live, it just didn't happen. And like very few things are actually live anyway. Most of them are pre-edited, aren't they? By admission, let alone the ones that they pretend aren't. I mean, I've got to say, one of the best things I ever did was get rid of my TV and stop watching it. Honestly, well, I know I'm preaching to the perverted with you lot, but I see my neighbours like daily. A couple of them are really scared about what's going down around them at the minute, on the TV, not around them locally. And it's like I don't like seeing it because they're elderly people, they're on their own, and they are genuinely worried about things. I do my best to try and put their minds at rest, but it's like I think they think I'm either lying to them to make them feel better. That was when I tried telling them the truth, and now I just I try and get them to laugh it off now. But I mean, my one neighbour, she's an old age pensioner, right? And at one point, she was worried about North Korea nuking us, and she called the North Korean leader. I can't remember what she called him now. But it was a really derogatory term, and with my little old neighbour to come out with these words about it. I said, you do know North Korea is not really a problem. And she's like, yeah, but they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And I said, nothing I said helped. In the end, I said, well, we haven't really got nuclear weapons either. That didn't help.
Yeah.
It's but now I started trying. I still say it. I know it's like repeating myself, but I feel like it's my duty to in a way, just to But now I kind of just do it a bit light-heartedly. Like I say, you know what I'm going to say now, don't you, Pat? And she'll go, yes. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna play that. Hold your hats.
Okay.
Clown Dave.
Hey, this is the first time I think a real flat earther, I'll call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much strawman us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because
No, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials.
I have, but your flat Earth stuff is is gaslighting us essentially.
Is devastating and destroys flat Earth easily.
Absolutely. So
I started big straw man. Oh, he says that they think the Earth is flat. What a straw man!
Did you hear that? What a fucking clown, dude. What a fucking clown.
He says that they think that the Earth is flat. What a straw man.
Yeah. He's saying that us saying he uses straw man, that's our argument. Dave says we think the Earth is flat. That's a straw man argument. How fucked up is that? As I said, it's hard to even wrap your head around it. It's so batshit crazy. He literally strawmanned the accusation of him using strawmans. It's almost unbelievable. Because that is a thing, like, it triggers him. If you go in the comments of his videos, there's a lot of flat earthers in there like, dude, no one thinks that. Strawman this, and he's even addressed it. He's even used a logical fallacy in his video to support being accused of using a logical fallacy in another video.
No, that's not too surprising.
It's so messed up, it can't be accidental. It has to be like some sort of like neuro-linguistic programming nonsense. Yeah. What was it? I have to remember. It was another instance of this. I think it was 10 things every flat earther say. Goldbuster said he did something, right? Used some logical fallacy. And then, like, at the beginning of the video to, like, rebut Goldbusters, he used a very logical fallacy to defeat their claim of him using that particular logical fallacy. I'd have to look it up, but it's the exact same thing. It's not that he used a straw man; it was something else. It was a different logical fallacy. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head.
Well, his favorite is ad hominem, firstly, then straw man, and then maybe red herrings. But I think that the biggest one of all would be how much he just uses insults.
Yeah, that's not an ad hom. They're just insults. They're really just a form of deflection. And in case you
it's not an ad hom unless you insult and say you're wrong because insult.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just an insult. An ad hom is when you say you're wrong because
because you're ugly.
Yeah, exactly.
Or something. Yeah. Okay.
You're wrong because you're stupid. That would be an ad hom.
Yeah.
You're stupid is just an insult. You could call it poisoning the well fallacy. You could actually call it that. He does a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then how do you deal with some dummy? Wow.
All right, I'm looking for the other one. The other thing he did didn't take long. The dude is a liar. Like I just watched his looking for this the thing where he used a logical fallacy to defend a logical fallacy. The 10 challenges for flat earthers. So his previous video to that was 10 things all flat earthers say. And he said the things he said we say verbatim. Apparently he doesn't know what the word verbatim means. Verbatim would be an exact quote. Right? So think about what he's saying. He says all flat earthers say the exact same thing. And when verbatim means verbatim, like the exact same words in the same order, not meaning the same thing. It's the exact same words in the exact same order. That is an outlandish claim. You couldn't get. Have you ever done that thing in school where the teacher tells the first student something like some phrase, and then they tell it to somebody behind them and they pass it around the class, and by the time it comes out completely different. Like they'll tell the first student, Mary had a little lamb, and then they tell the student behind them, and then that student tells the student behind them, then they pass it on, it goes to everybody in the class, and by the time it comes out, it's not Mary had a little lamb anymore, it's something else.
The telephone game.
Yes. So even when you intentionally try to get everybody to say the same thing verbatim, it's difficult. Okay. It is such an outlandish claim.
Yeah, you'll start with I eat strawberry cheesecake, and it'll end with the pig wears silly makeup, and it's like, what? How did I eat strawberry cheesecake turn into the pig wears silly makeup?
Maybe because there was a pig sitting in the front of the class wearing makeup.
No, that's not why it happens. That's not how. Have you not played the telephone game before, rookie?
Yes, but I was thinking of Bush in that classroom with those kids saying the words. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no. The telephone game that happens because kids are mouth breathing in each other's ears and like trying to do their best form of a whisper, but it's usually like just completely. Kids aren't very good at whispering and stuff, and I think that's the biggest reason why. Because if the game was like you took turns, like you had this circle of like 20 people or 30 people, and you took turns going into a quiet room, and you literally just said it one time out loud, like normal speech, and then the next person would go into the room with the next person, and then they said it, and then they came back, and then the next person would go, and they came back, and so if that's how that game worked, I don't think it would be nearly as distorted. Then, of course, you always have the quote unquote bad actor, somebody that purposely changes because they want to have their 15 minutes of fame on making people say the most ridiculous thing that it didn't start out with. So you always have that as a factor too.
Wow, I've never really watched his videos before. He makes a lot of mistakes. Like,
which one?
So I just looked at the Globebusters one. You know how you got the seasons model? The seasons where he said if they go on the tropics, if they take the inner path in the tropics, right, and versus the outer path, he said, well, the sun would have to go faster, and that doesn't comport to observation. But that's idiotic because we don't see the sun's absolute speed. Its absolute speed would be faster, but its angular speed would be the same.
No,
that's a big fucking mistake, dude.
That's interesting. I like that you pointed that out. I had thought about that before. I didn't know how to distinguish the two.
Yeah, like it's absolute speed, right? It's speed, like how many miles per hour it is to go around the whole circle. That would be different, but the angular speed would be the exact identical.
Mm-hmm.
This is simple shit, dude. This is like, ugh, whatever. I'm just looking for that other thing. I'll end up down a fucking rabbit hole with this guy. Dude's a moron. But the short I'm going to make is because I'm really mad that he was screaming at Dave. You never did fucking math in your life. When he himself got the math wrong, that really irritates me.
Yeah, I know. Well, condescension from ignorance, condescension from a place of ignorance is akin to gaslighting, and that's why I think it's so abhorrent. No rational person likes to see that sort of thing happening.
Like, how do you scream at somebody? Because Dave Weiss was making like a mea culpa. He's like, yes, I know it's a parabola. And the dude was like, when like minutes before, Dave said the inverse square law fell up exponentially. No, it's a parabola. It's a quadratic function. So he was wrong. And Dave Weiss could have, if he was paying attention or knew something, right, he could have called him out and exposed him right there. Right before, this is like right at the beginning of the video.
Mm-hmm.
He could have completely exposed him as a fucking idiot. Not as an idiot, right? But that whole line of math insulting that he kept doing throughout the rest of the video, it would have had no gas to it.
Sure, yeah.
Because
As a
he would have been
charlatan.
shown that that he didn't know any math. That he was actually as dumb about math as fucking, it's Dave versus Dave equally, math ignorant.
He's quite literally
underclown,
a charlatan.
Yeah.
One who pretends to knowledge or skill or importance. He is the epitome of a charlatan.
Yeah.
Rookie is probably more pointing towards to different setup of information of sources. As is used.
That's what I was trying to clarify. I said, what does that mean? That means that they've already collected the data they needed for that particular program, and then they're canceling it, or does it mean, like, I was trying to figure out exactly what do you mean by when he said, no, it means we can't know what they used to tell us. Does that mean that we can't know what they used to tell us with, or we can't know what they used to tell us? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm confused, like, what he meant by that.
Used to as in in the past.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
As in, they've discontinued the service that they used to provide. And what's the relevance of that? Maybe
Yeah,
it
that's
only
where I was going with it. Yeah.
Maybe it only matters to search engine optimization. Maybe it has greater implications. This is Amazon's doing, so I'm, have a higher level of suspicion about the decision to discontinue such a service, because it is yet another example of limiting of available information, data, statistics, all those sorts of things. As they continue to limit that that information, that I don't see that as a beneficial thing.
No, I don't either. I was just curious where you were going. It didn't make sense to me at first. Thanks.
You're not the only one. I shared it on another server, and they were like, "Why is this?"
Yeah.
I said, "This is really bad," and they're like, "Why is this really bad?" And I'm like,
well, yeah,
okay.
because it points towards why they put it up there in the first place, right? That's why I think it's profound. Is like they put out a program thing that was supposedly a service, and they were going to make a big thing about it, and then if they're canceling it now, even though they're still advertising for it, that doesn't seem like that. Just sounds like way out there.
No. Listen. Alexa is a web ranking software that existed since 1996. It was bought out by Amazon in 1999. It provided data that allowed you to apprehend or realize where your website's status was in comparison to all the other websites that exist. It also gave you other useful information in regards to implementing the most effective search engine optimization. That is how your website would appear if you sold ceramic pots and your website is named ceramicpots.com, and that's what you sell is ceramic pots, and all the content on your website is ceramic pots. And if somebody types in the word ceramic pots and your website shows up as result number 29, Alexa.com used to be a resource that you could use the data that they collected in order to finesse and figure out why your ceramicpots.com website isn't showing up as number one, especially when someone is looking for ceramic pots. It's a big problem. And as Google continues to distort and pervert their outrageously stupid algorithm that only shows you what they want you to see rather than what you're actually looking for, websites like Alexa.com used to be the tool to circumvent the nonsense and lunacy. Now they're removing Alexa.com as that useful tool. People used to pay subscription fees for special access to this data. All those people that were doing so and doing so to get an edge in the SEO market are now incapable of doing so. And I am pointing a flashlight at the fact that I went to go look something up yesterday and go to the website and see, oh my gosh, if I had done this 5 days ago, I could have done it. They just shut it down 4 days ago. What? So anyway. That's that. And now I have my eyes on trends.google.com. Now I have my eyes on archive.org, and any of these other data collection means. And as they continue to shut these down, if they do, that is a silent death. And what I mean by a silent death, nobody them shutting down Alexa.com, I don't think you're going to find any news story. You're not going to find it on the local news, Fox 7, Fox 3, whatever. You're not going to find it on the news. They're not going to talk about it. It's not going to be a Times magazine article. It's not really going to. I don't expect it to show up anywhere at all. It's a silent death. And I think that if trends.google.com did the same thing, they shut that down, it would be the same kind of thing. Nobody would really make a big stink about it. But its implications, some people would be like, it's not a big deal. Maybe, but you're talking about access to aggregate data being wiped away, pulled the plug on all of a sudden. Okay, so the other silent death was the thumbs down on YouTube. That's the other one. So remove the thumbs down on YouTube, remove Alexa.com and other aggregate data related to internet activity, remove the ability to witness trends like with Google Trends, and all these things starts forming a imposed claustrophobia, closing in on everyone in their inability to see aggregated data. And with the imposition and creation of ministries of truth all over the world, then when they say, let's say, nobody cares about the word petty, for instance, just as a random silly example, because I'm looking at a list of trending words and I just picked one. Well, you could take their word for it and say, oh, nobody cares about the word petty. That sounds good. Okay, so nobody cares about that word. But then when you lack the ability to validate that claim or invalidate that claim, well, actually, I'm looking at a list of trending words and petty shows up as number 5, telling me that out of the hundreds of thousands of people looking up words, that's actually a trending word. So your claim that nobody cares about that is not actually valid. Well, you can't do that anymore. At least one more way that you would have found that out in a metaphorical way, not with the word petty, but with websites and website data, is being stripped away. What can you do about it? Not much, but you can shine a light on it.
But Google will say they're a private company. They're not obligated to provide these data.
Yeah, they can say whatever they want. I'm not suggesting that anyone is obligated to. I was always like, oh, this is a really nifty tool. I'm glad they're doing this. I was like, yeah, they ought to do this. Well, who's that's a weird claim. I would never go that way. But the removal of it, right? So that's why I don't really make fun of websites that are like, listen, it costs us this much to operate, and we get this much. We need this much. We're like, here's our gap. If you'd like to if you like our service and you'd like to donate, then please do. Otherwise, we're gonna have to pull the plug. Like when websites do that, and I've been participating with different websites that do that sort of thing. Well, yeah, okay, I respect that. That's fine. I mean, they could be lying. They could just be milking more money out of people through a lie and guilting people into it. Sure, that happens too. Whatever. But to just all of a sudden discontinue a thing that tens of thousands of people have used over the last 20, how many years? 26 years? Yeah,
And
26 years.
yeah, and they only removed it after the congressional hearing of 2017, right?
It got removed 5 days ago.
Oh, okay.
Alexa.com, the service that was used to get aggregate data about all the websites in the world, web ranking and other
Yeah.
data related to websites and website traffic activity. So listen, it's not just about what you ranked as. It had other data that was actually really, really weird data to even like. You can't just go looking for this data. Let me give you an example. Let's say you own a website and you want to know how many websites in existence have a link on their website that redirects some way, somehow to your website, like through redirects or other means, direct links, redirects, these sorts of things. Alexa.com would allow you to see that kind of data, not just for your own website, but for any website. You could go to, you could look up Amazon.com and you could see, oh my gosh, there are 947 million redirects to, there's probably more than that. There's probably billions of redirects to Amazon.com through affiliate links and all that sort of thing. So it wasn't just how your website ranked amongst all the other websites. It was other intricate data related to websites. And well, why does it matter? It's just the internet, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't necessarily matter. It's the implications. You're just a conspiracy theorist. You just think there's something wrong when there isn't necessarily anything wrong. They could have stopped it for any number of reasons. And all I'm saying is that all of the number of possible reasons, I can't think of a good one. That's all I'm saying. I can't even think of a good reason because money couldn't have been the reason. It's all automatic. It's not taking up it's Amazon owns it. It wasn't taking up resources that were taxing the system. It couldn't have. It functions the same way that other web crawlers exist. Oh, okay. So it was using up 100 hard drives. It was using up a yottabyte of storage space. Big deal. There's probably a yottabyte of feet pics on Amazon servers. So who cares? There's no good excuse for why they removed it. And I'm just saying, pay attention. If they take down Google Trends, if they take down these other things that are aggregate data storehouses, places where you can see this type of data, I don't see it as benign or innocent.
Well, there must be a purpose for them to do it.
Sure. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that somebody, threw a dart at the list of things that they were. Hey, we put a chart out of all the things we run and operate and own. I'm just going to throw a dart, and whatever it hits, we're just going to shut that down. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I think that would be an absurd claim. I
Well,
think
you
that
never know.
there's a reason, and I don't know what that reason was. I just can't imagine a beneficial explanation for the reason.
there was a time, right, when people could pay to like prop up their website. For example, if you're a startup,
Yeah.
certain companies, and they'll promote your site. Is
Yep.
that still going on?
No, because the way the algorithms work with SEO, you have to, in a lot of ways, the way that the algorithms have been built with regards to search results and getting your website to the top of the results, it favors the big, obviously, but I don't know if I could say in a lot of ways. In some ways, I see what they've done as a good thing. They have made that virtually impossible to like game your way. You have to do it quote unquote organically. And the company I work for and our website position and everything, it has an extremely high. We show up very, very high with all sorts of searches, but it was done over time in an organic way by corroboration. So let's say you're selling frisbees, right? You are a frisbee salesman. You have this special frisbee, a special different kind of frisbee than most people have, and you want to sell. You have the website superfrisbees.com, right? You just started, yesterday, May 5th, 2022. You're not going to show up in any search at all, not for a couple of months at the very best. But what happens is, in addition to superfrisbees.com, you buy frisbeefun.com and you buy outdoorfun.com and havingfuninthesun.com, and you buy these other websites too, and you start writing articles and making videos and creating other quote unquote creating other content, and you redirect all of these other websites back to your superfrisbee.com website as you continue to write articles all about how great this frisbee is, a testimony, a story, maybe a fiction writing thing over here that incorporates super frisbees into their storytelling and all this stuff. And after 2 years, you type in frisbee in a search engine, and super frisbee is going to show up on the first page. Absolutely. This is a true technique that you can use, but it's not a get rich quick overnight kind of method. It's a method that requires a ton of input, a lot of energy and time and thoughtfulness, and unique information with keywords and redirects and stuff like that. It takes time, but it is a method that can be used. But technically, it's a more organic way of propelling your company and or website to the top of the list when people are doing keyword searches.
Yeah, I just want to change the subject to YouTube. Do you know this guy called Mr. Beast?
I know Mr. Beast, yeah.
Yeah, he's got millions of subs.
Yeah.
And he said what he did was he studied YouTube, and then he figured out the algorithm, and that's how he became popular. Do you think that's possible to study their algorithm?
I think he's lying.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Mr. Beast did game reviews. He just watched other gamers and then like did videos about other gamers doing live streams and videos and stuff. And he would like laugh at people and just make fun of people, and he did all these like stupid videos. And I think it was through experience, not through intellect, that he acquired the knowledge of what hit and what didn't. And he realized that certain titles, certain thumbnails, I think it was through trial and error and experience that he was like, ooh, I did this and that one took off like a bandit. I think that any claim that he may make that he analyzed and studied the inner workings or something like that, I think that that's one of those good old fashioned Texas sharpshooter fallacies.
Yeah. also, I think if you know your target audience, for example, if you can target teenagers, I think you'll do well. Because
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what PewDiePie did?
yeah.
Yeah.
Just make stupid videos and make them laugh, and you'll
Yeah.
take off.
Yeah, exactly.
Could always make videos about debunking the flat Earth.
Yeah.
That seems to be pretty popular. Just kidding.
No, yeah, it is. It's a whole segment.
They only try to debunk people, though. They're not trying to debunk evidence.
Mm-hmm.
No, right. I'm not. I'm just wrong. If you're observing trends, obviously one that's relevant to us, it kind of makes a point.
Hey guys, before you move on, can I just ask a quick question about what you were just talking about there?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
What you said about Mr. Beast, yeah.
Yeah.
What's his what would be his motivation then for telling everybody he got to the bottom of the algorithm and that's how he did it? Is it because it saves him explaining himself how he did it? Because he probably did it a dodgy way, or do you understand what I mean?
No, what was your question?
You said Mr. Beast.
He started off doing gamer reviews and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but he said that he studied the algorithm, didn't he?
So yeah, that was allegedly his claim.
But why did he say that then? Was that to cover up something else? The way he actually did it, or what?
No, I think he's just bragging without merit. That's what I'm suggesting. That he's just bragging about something that he learned through happenstance and experience, rather than his intellect.
Okay, yeah.
First time for everything.
Yeah. The reason I'm making that suggestion is based on the evidence of how his channel changed over time.
Wait a minute, which channel? I'm sorry, I'm always
Mr. Beast, he's just a YouTube personality. And now at this point, he uses his ad revenue and YouTube income to Ouroboros himself into popularity even greater. So he'll get a $10,000 check from YouTube or a $50,000 check from YouTube. He'll take $35,000 or $40,000 and say, I'm going to give $10,000 to 4 lucky people, at this ice cream shop. Come check it out. Or I gave a house to my pizza delivery boy, or whatever, right? He's just taking his revenue and reincorporating it back into making more videos. He's running a business. He's turned his whole thing into a huge operation. I'm not saying he's a moron. I'm not making fun of him really, but I do not agree with. I don't think that there's enough evidence to validate his claim that he learned the algorithms. I think that not directly. Indirectly, sure, it's partially true in an indirect way. I don't believe that he analyzed anything in a technical and or direct way, and that's what I'm suggesting. But anyway, we've got Sam Free.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wow. I actually, this is my first time here. Is this can I ask things about Flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. That's what the server's all about.
Okay, cool. It's actually my first time on a live stream ever. That's how much it matters to me. I need help talking to someone who, his whole thing is that he's been up to the top of one of the Alps and he can see the curve. And I think I know, I can't remember which video I saw it in, but That's because, I mean, and I said, wow, look at the houses down there, because he lives on an Alp. I was like, look at those houses down there. They're only half an inch tall. I can see it with my own eyes. That didn't work. But I think the reason it could look curved is just because of us standing as if we were in the middle of a circle and looking to the left and right. But do you have a good response for that?
Oh, Sam, I think I seen the video you're talking about. Is it where he's holding a selfie stick and he's really high up and it's looking down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a fisheye. You can see that it's a fisheye lens. You wouldn't like in the video. It's almost like you can see the whole entire curvature of the Earth. That's literally impossible if you're standing on Earth. Like it wouldn't. That doesn't make any sense. Like rewatch the video and analyze.
No, I mean, I can see that in the video, but he's a farmer. He's an honest man. His wife, they're both farmers, organic farmers, really cool people, and they both were like, we can see the curve. The top.
Yep. So check out the live stream voice text.
Voice text?
Mm-hmm. Live stream voice text.
I think she needs a roll to see that. No.
Oh yes. You're right. You're right. Thank you. All right, now you should be able to see it. Live stream voice text.
Does it have a little exclamation point in it?
Maybe, but it's right above live stream.
Oh, it's like a
tagged you
weird
in the,
circle with
live
two eyes or something.
No, in Discord. There's a what is this thing called? The sidebar where you see all the different rooms.
New mentions. I see that.
No, you're in live stream 1. Just above it says live stream dash voice text.
She might not have any roles. She's VC.
Sonny, I
sorry.
I took care of that.
Yeah, I'm in Brave. I don't know if that matters.
No, it doesn't. Oh, you're using a browser. Even still, there's a sidebar to the left that shows you all the rooms, and like when you clicked on this live stream to join the live stream, it's in that section that I'm telling you about. So just above where you clicked live stream is a voice text. It's called live stream voice text.
Okay.
You should see a little red circle with a number, maybe 2, because people are pinging you to try to direct your attention towards it.
Oh, cool. All right.
So you click that.
Yeah.
All right. Now you can see the text in there. Right. And this text is different visual and explanatory things that we put to go along with the conversation, so that we don't just have to verbally describe everything. We can also look at things at the same time. So just above where people put your name over and over again, you'll see this little image that says horizon, and then it's got purple, like this purple name, Caddy, and then the horizon cannot curve, so on and so on, after turning 360 degrees. So imagine a protractor on a sheet of paper. You spin it around in a circle. Any type of belief that it's curving is somewhat of an optical illusion. But to really drive the point home on why someone is not actually, people can imagine anything. I think we could all agree on that. But the reason that you know for a fact that they're not seeing curvature is by deduction, meaning at higher elevations than any mountains in the whole wide world. So like 120,000 feet, for instance, which we know there's no mountains. Okay, as far as we're aware, there's no mountains that are that tall, or even at 180,000 feet. Okay, the horizon observations are straight and flat. So if at 15,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 24,000 feet, I think Mount Everest is like 28,000 something or other. So at any of these super high elevations,
between 10 and 14,000.
What's that?
It's probably between 10 and 14,000 feet.
What, the Alps?
Where they're looking down from.
Yeah, exactly. So for instance, planes. People are all the time, oh, I was in a plane 60,000 feet or 45,000 feet or whatever. That's also higher than mountains. And also, oh, I saw the curve from the plane. Well, you didn't. You thought
That
you
I
did.
get. Yeah. But
you
that's
thought
just
you
the
did.
fisheye window, right?
Yeah, there's windows situations, but also it's perspective. So, and what you want to see in some cases. Sometimes you just see what you want to see. But because we can make higher elevation observations that demonstrate the flatness, that invalidates the claim that someone is seeing curvature. It's just not that way. And then there are also the claims, whether or not they can be validated is another question, but there are the claims from somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson that even on the ISS at 120 miles up, that they themselves do not see any curvature even from the ISS, although all of the footage from the ISS demonstrates curvature. So it begs a question as to why you can't see curvature. It doesn't beg a question because you can just do the geometry and recognize 120 miles up off of a 3,959 alleged ball. Geometrically on that ball, you wouldn't be able to see the curve from that height anyway. So you look at all these details and you go, okay, something else is going on here with why people think they're seeing curvature. And it's not because they're being dishonest. It's not because there's a conspiracy. It's other reasons, such as perspective, seeing what you want to see. There's other explanations for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. One question, because that was a lot of information. ISS, or no, rather, is there somewhere where you can hear and maybe see Neil deGrasse Tyson saying he saw the Earth was flat? Did I hear that right?
Well,
there's small correction.
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see Earth curvature from the height of the Red Bull jump. A different planetarium director said you can't see it from the height of the ISS.
Okay, thank you.
Now, to be clear, neither of these men have been that high. They base their assertion on the geometry of the angles of propagation from the object in question to your observation point. So in other words, from this observation point, there's not enough difference in your field of view to give you any curvature information, which is why, if you do a 360-degree loop around, the horizon is exactly where it started, right? You have to be a certain distance from a ball before you can see its discernible features. And all the distances that mankind has claimed to take photos from, right, besides being way, 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 way out in quote unquote space, all those distances are not high enough. That's just the math. So everyone who's claiming that they've seen it are not seeing geometric curvature of the Earth. They're seeing optical curvature in their field of view and confusing themselves.
Okay. So the way to explain optical curvature and that it's an optical illusion, besides that you're seeing it because you want to see it, could I show it to someone with a protractor and paper?
Sam, it's not possible from that height, from the top of the Alps.
Yeah, I think she gets that point, Multi-Tom.
Could direct him to actual observations, long distance observations. The black swan. Go with
high
the
altitude.
Go with the actual. Oh, are you only talking about high altitude?
Yeah, because this is in regards to imagine having a friend. If I'm taking this correctly, imagine having a friend that believes he's seeing something that he's not actually seeing, and how do you help him understand without being insulting, without whatever, because he's not lying or whatever. He's just He's just misperceiving something. And how do you help somebody understand what they're what it is that they're actually seeing?
Yeah, it goes into how the eye works. There's people in here that actually are very good on this topic and know all about like the eye and optics and how it works and the size of the aperture and all of these things that go into making our actual visual dome, our personal visual, like we see that way because the way our eye is shaped. So, like, I live in the coast. I used to do the same thing. I used to go to the coast, stand on a cliff, 200-foot tall cliff, and look out and think I saw curvature. And so the way to disprove that on the surface is a ship disappears over the alleged curvature. You can zoom back in and the entire ship, hull and all the way to the waterline, comes back into view. So,
Sam, can I ask? Do you know the circumference of the Earth, of the globe, rather?
You could ask that. Is that what you're saying?
No. Do you know the circumference?
Oh, no, I don't. Do you?
Well, they say it's 24,901 miles. So, and NASA says the highest you can go is low Earth orbit, which is about 250 miles. That's not enough. That's not high enough. It's the curvature.
That's a great argument.
yeah, think about this. Actually, there's a conversation from Neil deGrasse Tyson with a conversation with somebody. I think it's a night show host or something, where he says, "Do you realize that that's the distance between New York City and Washington, D.C.?" Think about that.
Right.
That's how high it is.
Okay.
That's not very far if you look at the entirety of even what we think we know about Earth itself.
Right,
So that's another point that can be brought up.
Yeah.
That's a tiny little distance compared to what we're standing.
Right. So how did all this come about? So there's a famous jump called the Red Bull jump, right? So this guy, Felix Baumgartner, went up in a balloon really, really high, and then he jumped out, right, with a parachute. And while he was up there, his machine was filming, right? And so when you looked at the film, when he was up there, the film showed a very curved Earth, right? And so people said to themselves, hey, look, it's the curve of the Earth. Now, the problem is that they just saw a curve in their vision, right? Or whatever they were looking at, and they assumed it was the curve of the object, not the curve of the optics, right? You understand the difference?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Perfect. So because a lot of people were making this claim that it's the curve of the Earth, some people looked at it and said, hey, is this really the curve of the Earth? Because technically he was over New Mexico. And when you look at the photo still shots, right, or the video, you see that it appears that New Mexico is the entire Earth. So it can't possibly be correct. And because a lot of people kept making this claim, people who were astute, people like, let's say, Neil deGrasse Tyson, in this instance, he recognized immediately that people were making false claims, going out there and saying, hey, I see the curve of the Earth in this video. So he said to them, hey, guys, you would be this high off of a beach ball if the beach ball wasn't Earth, if you were Felix Baumgartner. And you cannot see, mathematically, you can't see curve from that height. So when you're looking at this image that looks curved to you, and you say it's the curve of the Earth, you're wrong. It's obvious, Mr. deGrasse Tyson was saying, that it's not the curve of the Earth because you can't see it from that high. Now, funny enough, if you go back and you watch the video of the Felix Baumgartner jump, you will see two different cameras. One camera shows Planet New Mexico. That's what they've called it now, since it's New Mexico, blown up and looking round, right?
Yeah.
And then another camera will show a flat horizon. So how can you have one camera show a flat horizon and one camera show Planet New Mexico? Do you see the problem?
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, the great part about this is you can go watch the Felix Baumgartner jump yourself. You can go look up Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it yourself, and so can your friends. And then it'll be obvious to them that they're wrong.
Well, here's
And the best part about it.
Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
okay, I'll go.
The problem is when
basically the best part about it is that Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'll finish. Neil deGrasse Tyson is what's called a hostile witness, right? So he believes in the globe, and he's anti-flat earther, but he knows that you can't see the curve of the Earth from that high. So his quote unquote expertise supersedes your friends, right? So if they see that and they recognize that the points are valid, then they'll concede that they didn't see the curve of the Earth from that high.
Yeah, that would be nice. Here's the issue, like moving out wider lens issue is that what happened was, and this is an extremely open-minded person. He actually, you have to be open-minded to hear this, but he actually talks to the fairies. He sees them because he's just never left that farm. And didn't go to school and stuff. So I was pretty shocked when what happened was, like, he slammed down whatever he had in his hand, got up, left. He's like, I can't talk to you anymore if you're going to bring this up. It was like a religious zealot moment. So I'm thinking maybe you guys have encountered that more than I have, because my solution is just never mention it to anyone. But I want to get better at, at knowing what to say.
Think about it this way. Okay, let's just remove the topic of the flat Earth altogether. Okay, and just take it as propositional logic. If you believe a proposition, right, that because you think you've seen it with your own eyes, yet the actual evidence of what's possible to see with your own eyes contradicts it, right? And you're given that evidence, and then you say to yourself, "Oh, that evidence is wrong because I don't like it," right? That's talking about that person's personal character, not about the shape of the Earth. You see what I'm saying? So it's attacking them on a visceral level. Now, as a good friend, sometimes it's good to tell your friends, hey, guess what? You think you saw the curve of the Earth. It's not possible. Whether the Earth is a globe or not, it's irrelevant, right? To that height, you can't see it. So aren't you interested in why you think you saw it?
I do. Why does he?
Are you interested in being honest?
Why does
look,
he
you
think
you can't deny. Well, check this out. You can't deny people's personal experience. If he goes up and he appears to see a curve in his periphery, right, from left to right, that's what he saw. He saw a curve in his vision. But what he didn't see was the curve of the Earth.
That's a good answer. Okay.
So guys, what's up? What is going on? Everyone doing good today?
Yeah, we're talking to Sam at the moment.
Nice. How are you, Sam? Are you doing good?
Hi, I'm good. I have one more question. I was listening to Jordan Maxwell the other day, and he was talking about the Delunan object, where he's still alive. He's a Scottish, I think, lay astronomer, but maybe astronomer, and he sent a message up to a star, I think in Cassiopeia, and he got a message back, and it was about that if you dropped an anvil from the star. Oh wait, is there a rule that we can't talk about the sky?
No.
Falling from the stars? What?
No, it was just about measurement. If you dropped an anvil from that star, it would take 9 days to get here, and then you do the math, and that means it's
No, Sam, our position is that outer space is not possible.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking. So we just dismissed it out of hand. It was like a plausible distance with being in the firmament, I thought.
9 days to drop from wherever it is. I mean, I guess we'd have to drop it and see how long it actually takes, assuming that's even possible. But otherwise, it's, I guess, theoretical and just math. 9
Right.
days times some sort of rate of drop or whatever.
Right.
Also,
It's
people
like, well,
like
you can do a rate of drop on Earth and it's however fast, and it came out to, right now I'm spacing on it, but it came out to that it's like,
Right.
I don't know, 3,000, 3 million miles away, but is it, how, does anybody in flat Earth have any
Okay, check this out. Check this out, my friend.
idea
So-
of how far the stars are?
Based
Well, check
off of
this out, real
triangulation,
quick.
it's about 3 to 10,000 miles away based off of visual triangulation.
Okay.
Are
Same
there
as the
so-
sun.
Okay, that's
are there-
irrelevant.
Are there solid things
Listen.
that we can measure distance?
Can AI get a word in edgewise? That'd be fantastic. Go ahead.
All right, so even in the globe claim, gravity isn't consistent. Okay, it changes the further away you get from an object. So the idea that we can measure rate of fall here and then extrapolate it out thousands upon thousands upon thousands of miles, right, is just false.
Yeah.
Not going to have the same rate
I
throughout
thought
the.
because we didn't have gravity, it would have the same rate.
Well, if you're going by visual triangulation, yet again, it's 3 to 10,000 miles away. If you get a 45-degree angle up to the object, that gives you basically the distance from the subsolar, substellar, whatever point up to the object itself. And you get a 45-degree angle when you're about 3,000 miles away from the subsolar point, at least for the sun. So by visual triangulation, that puts it about 3 to 10,000 miles up for the sun, moon, and stars, roughly.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, but I got a question for you. Okay. Can an object be thousands of miles above a curved surface? The answer is yes. Can an object be thousands of miles above a flat surface? The answer is yes. So the distance to the lights in the sky is quite irrelevant to the proposition of what surface it is.
Yes. It's just another piece of the puzzle where they tell us it's like infinitely millions, billions light years away. And this supposed signal was like, no, it's like 9,000 miles away. So I was just wondering, I had until now no clue about how possibly far we could think the sun was.
Yeah,
not a billion.
We don't know if it's even physical. That means that we cannot know even if exists some distance to the sun.
Who's trying to get that word in? Gospel? Go ahead, man.
No, I'm not trying to. I just want to make sure nobody's making declarative statements about unknown things. Sasha, it almost sounded like you said, what? Just repeat what you said.
Yeah, because we don't know what sun is. That means if it's not physical, that means we don't have distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, yeah. Just as long as the word "if" is in there, that's fine.
Yeah. Because.
Yeah, so there's another glaring red flag going off here, which is an entity sent a signal back from this location. Think about it. That's a claim that this person's making, that they got a signal from an entity that's obviously an agent, that's sentient, that's capable of giving information.
Yeah.
And so think about this. You send a signal to a quote unquote star, and the guy that is the star is like, you know what, the best thing I could send to this guy to send
just started Robot and
how
Howard.
fast the anthem will drop from my
You're breaking
star.
up.
Yeah,
Can you repeat what you said?
It went haywire, AI.
Yeah, it's full of fallacies and presuppositions. I mean, there's hundreds of presuppositions to get to that place at the end statement.
Well, people like Jordan Maxwell, they say crazy shit, you know?
Yeah,
Just for
think
the
about it,
audience.
because you need the curvature of Earth verified first. That's going to be the very, very foundational beginning of all of this discussion. Is Earth curved? Well, when was it measured? How, where, and when? Do we see curvature anywhere? Can we go measure this repeatedly?
Exactly.
So the things that are in the sky are like talking about your floor, but instead of talking about the floor, you're discussing the ceiling light. It's I think that's what the other gentleman was trying to say.
Yeah, but that's not what she's saying. She's saying that whoever this is that makes this claim, right, is claiming that an agent that lives at the star or is at the star, whatever, right? Regardless, this is not a proposition about the shape of the Earth right now. This is a proposition about how far this thing is in the sky that we send a signal to. And so when the guy sent the signal, what signal did he send? Did he send, hey, how far away are you? Or did he send just a signal to see? I mean, what was the signal? That's what we need to know to begin.
Yeah, so the technical, how did they send the signal? How did they receive it? What?
That's a good question. I mean, I think he was basically, laughed out of his profession, and he spent the rest of his life working on making a Stonehenge type thing in Glasgow.
When was that happen? When did this happen with the signal thingy? What time of
Well,
age?
he's still alive. He's old.
Yeah, but no. One was when was the experiment made?
Well, I don't know. Sometime in the last 60 years, because he's alive still.
Okay. Yeah, and the other thing I would, suggest is, I mean, it could be literally real that he received some type of, message, whatever it is, what frequency, whatever, but still, how can he isolate his experiment from being, interrupted by all the thousands and thousands of frequencies that we are used to since the invention of radio waves and stuff like that, So I think it's very hard to actually do such a thing without having any interference,
Yeah, and how do we just assume? Oh no, it's going too far. Never mind.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
I mean, and by the way, he rescinded all of his statements in his old age, but I think it was under duress.
Oh, okay.
Duncan Lunin, that's his name.
Yeah, anyways, I think actually the best thing is to figure out where you live on is actually analyzing the ground where your feet most of the time standing on when you're not just in an airplane or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's been clear to me since I was a child, so that's just, I guess I'm just using my right brain for how the Earth isn't moving and it's flat.
Right, and the cool thing is we always, we can provide, proofs which you can do in your own capabilities as a human being. Even if you're a little child, you can do your own experiments, which for yourself you then can prove if the Earth is actually curving 360 degrees around you or actually stationary and flat, So that's the great thing actually about understanding where you live, because you have the capabilities of analyzing things and proving them for yourself. And we here, most of us, most of the time, we only assume things which we can actually prove. On the other hand, the model that you have been taught is full of inconsistencies, first of all, and second of all, they claim things that you will never be able to prove when looking at the capabilities that you have as whatever age you're in or within your family and so forth. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Let's make a point very clear. Not only can you not prove these things, neither can they.
Right. Sorry. Thank you.
They haven't been proved in the first instance in any way, shape, or form. They're not provable in principle because nothing about their claims are tangible and accessible. They're all speculation based on information that they have at hand. They didn't verify it out there. Now, they claim to have, and that's a cool claim. The problem is when it comes to brass tacks, they have nothing to supply.
Right. All right, one last question. When is the one that's all women? Because I want to send a friend.
It is
tonight.
5 hours and 40 minutes away, I believe.
Oh, is it every day?
No,
PM
Friday
Central.
nights.
Oh, cool. 5 hours away.
Yes,
Okay.
but you could make it every day if you want by coming in here and wowing everybody's socks that they have to give you a stage because you're just so good at the topic.
I have a bunch of legal stuff from not wearing a mask that I have to focus on.
Keep asking questions.
Me too.
These guys are experts.
Keep asking questions. What?
Yeah, keep asking questions here. These guys are all experts. They know what they're talking about.
I'm so grateful. I was like, wait, I can just ask a question right now?
Yep. I got you.
Let's talk about.
All right, I gotta go. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, don't
Hey,
forget, ladies' night,
Bye.
4
Have a
p.m.
nice
Central,
day.
5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, 5
5
p.m.
p.m.
Eastern.
Eastern. Yeah, ladies' night. We look forward to seeing you in there. All right.
All right, thanks. I'm just gonna mute while I check the text things. Bye.
All right.
All
All right, perfect. So while you're muted, I'll explain some philosophical implications of your questions. So let's say, for instance, that the Earth is flat, right? And the star is, let's just say 9,000 or 900,000 miles away, right? Okay, that's cool. But what's more interesting is that this person claimed to have received a message from a sentient agent, right? So now you have to believe that it's a sentient agent sending you this message, right? Now you're disillusioned with the globe, right? And then you get some counter evidence that doesn't jive with heliocentrism. You say, wow, this evidence is great. I'm going to run with this evidence because this guy claims that he got a message from a sentient agent, right? And we all know that sentient agents always tell the truth and they never lie. See where this is going?
But I don't see why you need to have a globe Earth to get a message.
You don't. That's the point. But the real point is, who is it that's telling him this message, if it's even a message at all? That's the point. Is it a human agent from Earth sending a bounce back to trick him? Is it a alien? Is it a spiritual entity? Is it a new life form that we've never heard of? You see all this speculation, and people will start saying, I believe one of those three things. I believe it was a human agent tricking you, or I believe it was an alien, or I believe it was a spiritual entity. And then you say, I'll stick a fork in it and stake my life on it that I'm right. And that's when you start getting into error. Rather than just being like, look, this signal hasn't been verified in any way, shape, or form, hasn't been reproduced. So why should I believe it at all? Now, that's not to say that this guy was lying. He might have experienced it. But what it is exactly, we just don't know. But some people, when they hear these types of things, they will believe it at face value and they will run with it and they will change their lifestyle, their choices, where they're going, what they're doing based on this information that hasn't been validated. Just because they prefer it.
I have a friend who moved to East SETI. That's how bad it is.
He works at SETI?
No, he moved to East SETI, I forget they're all about contacting UFOs.
Yep. Exactly. So truth be told, some of these people, right, because this has happened in the past where people have said that aliens seeded life here, they gave us all this technology, they created us, blah, blah, blah. They're going to be our saviors when they come back and they're going to give us all this technology, yada, yada, yada. And so whatever signal they get, if they believe this, whatever that signal says, they'll probably do it. Some of those people are that zealous for this idea that if an alien, quote unquote, sent them a secret message that said, hey, do this, do that, rob a bank, blow up this building, because this is what we need to be done for the future of humanity, blah, blah, blah. These people would probably do it, some of them.
Right. Do you think Admiral Byrd was lying about in his diary?
We have no idea the validity of his diary in the first place.
Except for some of the connections the man had were to be suspected, or were worthy of suspicion, I should say.
He was a well-known 33rd degree Mason, the youngest admiral ever in U.S. naval history. probably lined up to be the next great science fiction author. What about that tale about the North Pole that he flew into it earlier on?
Hey, I got a question. What is the underlying premise of the discussion? What is it about? Receiving messages, unverified sources, or
just various claims that people that believe in the globe have made, or that people that believe in not the globe have made that can't be substantiated.
Oh,
that cause them, that cause them to make decisions.
Right. Well, I mean, whether the Admiral Byrd thing diary was true or false, it did open my mind up to the map of the, I don't know, terrestrial plane being I don't know that it's a reflection, but being able to be seen in the moon. I guess that's just speculation too. It looks like a pretty decent map.
Do you think that's possible?
I don't know that it's possible that it's a reflection, but it could be like how kidney beans are good for your kidneys, like the doctrine of signatures. Something like the guy I forget his name, who spelled out the continents that and even the cities and stuff that you can see on the moon that are on Earth. Like the map of the Earth is up on the moon.
How could that be verified, though?
You can just like go, oh look, like Florida. See how it sticks out like that? It's just a comparison.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's actually quite verifiable if it's true. That's verifiable in principle. So, for example, if you know the shape of Florida, right, and you look up at the moon and you see a silhouette or an outline or a concavity or a depression that follows the same shape, then it would be accurate to say, no, not that it is Florida, but that it looks like Florida.
Right.
That's a fair assessment, if it's true.
I'm not a map maker, so I don't even know if I could verify the shape of Florida. Even if
I think it's a distraction. I think it's a distraction because we can't verify anything we don't know the source of any of the luminaries. We don't know how far they are, what the source of their light is. We know nothing about them. There's nothing we can verify anything about them. So it's like
that's false.
Well, okay. Not anything about them. I take that back. But
all right, fair.
There is a lot more we don't know about them than what we do.
Yeah, that's true of anything.
Look, the surface shape and properties of the moon are iconographic, right? They literally are established in the human psyche throughout antiquity because it's been the same thing ad infinitum into the past retroactively that we know of, where everyone draws it the same. It's like there really hasn't been much changes to it. Like people have tattoos of it, right? There's images of it. There's paintings. Like everybody pretty much knows what the moon looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone knows all of the things attached to it, like the ideas, like the idea that if women sleep under the moonlight, that their periods will in sync, or that, it has to do with obviously certain species of plants and animals breed during certain cycles of the moon. These are things we know.
Right.
That we have access to. Now, does that mean it's caused by the moon? No, we just know that when the moon does this other thing is also going on.
No.
Right. Correlation.
But there are things we can know for sure about the surface of Earth.
All right, this is just something I thought of yesterday. You know how there's spires on the top of churches?
Yeah. And other buildings.
There's a lot of them here. There's a lot of really old, quote unquote, churches.
Where you live.
I live in Lausanne, Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland. Grüße
Yeah.
Sie.
What was that?
Ich grüße Sie aus Deutschland.
Ja, ich lebe in die Part French.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. So anyway, we respiration, that's breathing, inspire, that's like to get an idea from spirit, breath. But we call those things sticking up from the churches and a lot of other buildings around here, spires. So
Yep. So the word spire means, it's from Old English spear, a sprout, a shoot, a spike, a blade, tapering stalk of grass. From Proto-Germanic, as in before modern Germanic language, spiraz or spira from Old Norse. From the Proto-Indo-European spy, which is where we get the word spike from.
And pike.
Spy simply just means sharp point. It is not related to the word spirit. I'll post the etymology for both.
Thanks for that, Gospel. Pike is also a weapon.
I was thinking
right?
how we could have gotten energy from I'm just thinking of the video about the neon lights and the daylight, dawn and sunset lights being actual, more like plasma than air.
Like an activation of the ether or something.
The tool itself, just not to be a poo-pooer or a Debbie Downer, right? So I'm not poo-pooing the idea, only the justification for the idea. Sounds of words are usually a really, really bad way of justifying the argument. You can simply just describe the function, the function of the object itself, like a spike. And what does a spike do? What are the different purposes for a spike?
Yeah,
you don't have to get into the sounds of words, which typically depart from the good science of etymology. And it sounds really good to people's ears. Like it's like, oh my gosh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it might sound really good, but it's actually terrible logic. It's not good. Yeah. Anyway, it departs from etymology.
Yeah, in fact,
it's not.
It's so bad logic, it's defined as a logical fallacy.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And I've looked into Tartarian things and stuff, and I think there are a lot of interesting things, but I personally would say, these the spire things on buildings could have also been used as just lightning protection back in the days, because they figured that especially roofs made of wood and stuff can easily burn when you get lightning strikes, so they just all had these things maybe as a lightning protection. Who knows? Even the big churches, they all had these huge wooden roofs and so forth, and you don't want to have them burned down, right? So it could also just have this basic functionality. I, for myself,
maybe, but they have tile roofs here.
Yeah, they, like I said, I looked into Tartaria, and I think there are many things that are very much to question about the history that we have been taught and so forth, and very many inconsistencies. But the spire thing is the thing where I personally have not enough proof to, justify the claim, for example, that they could have taken energy or electromagnetic, energy or plasma from the ether or whatever, what the claim is.
Yeah, well, there's I don't know how accurate it is, but there's a story about the building of, what's it called? The Empire State Building, right? Their pier that they have at the top was supposed to be some kind of energy thing and simultaneously a blimp parking lot. Because back in the day, they envisioned airships, right? Like an airship world where we traveled on all these airships. And so when they built that building, they kind of engineered that in. And then lo and behold, they found out that you can't have airships that high landing on a building because they're just going to blow around and smash everything and blow up. But before that, there was all this idea, and this was kind of like in the Tesla style type thing with wireless transmission of energy, which, by the way, Apple right now holds a patent on wireless energy transmission. Now, I don't mean the Apple Pad where you set your phone on the pad. Now, keep in mind that the Apple Pad transfers the electricity through your phone's case. So that's about, a centimeter or less of distance traveled, right? So you already have wireless transmission of energy with that. But I'm talking about, they have a patent for 3-foot wireless energy transmission. So you could literally be sitting in your car with your phone in your pocket or on the dash without plugging it in, and your, transmitter would be in the center, and you'd be getting power. So the idea of wireless energy transmission is, it's pretty legit. And you remember, if anybody, studied any of Tesla's ideas, especially Tesla coils and jumping Tesla coils.
Yep, that's
they had these concepts back then. Now, whether they could do them or not, they definitely thought about it, and there's no reason to say that they wouldn't have tried it.
Yep. I just personally can't either make the claim to say it is what it is, or either verify 100% just because there has been so much, destruction or rebuild and so forth. But I will always keep a neutral mind for new, maybe new information about it. Someone like I wish someone would have maybe some information about if they would be, some kind of antennas that can, get energy from the ether and so forth. There must be something else within the building, right? That, must have been connected to this and so forth. Like some kind of mechanism. I mean, that, also disputes the whole energy through the house, if that's the right word, dispute.
Dispute.
Yeah. So like
distribute.
Thank you. Distribute. Yeah.
Hold on though.
Like that,
I just want to draw attention to a logical fallacy again, just so we bury it home.
Yeah.
Think about it. Distribute power. Distribute. Don't give tribute. Right? That means rebel against. So power going through your house is actually rebellion. You see how ridiculous it is to just use the way words sound?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just didn't know any other word right now to use it.
I can add something else about that energy thing, what you were just talking about. There was a guy, he had a YouTube channel, I can't remember his name now, Aaron Dover his name was. He killed himself in the end, but he did quite a few interesting videos, and one of them was about, he lived in Thailand basically, and he said that Thailand had had this system for free energy up and running. And then he made a video about it and went and showed you what he was talking about and explained it all, and it kind of made sense really what he was showing, because it was exactly what you were just saying there, guys. But if you look at the infrastructure in Thailand, all of the wires for the electrics are all above the roads on poles. But when you look at it properly, there's absolutely loads of them, absolutely loads, far more than you really need if you look at it properly. And this guy was saying that it's basically these Tesla coils, but they're stretched out over long distances, but they're doing the same thing as the Tesla coils would be doing. And even when as far as showing like what we'd call substations, where the power gets turned up or down again. And he was saying that these aren't; they're just basically massive banks of capacitors which store the energy until it's needed. And unfortunately, his channel disappeared after he died. And you might be able to find it if you look for it. It's really fascinating what he said, honestly. I mean, if you think about it, the same could be being done with high power pylons and the and the power lines up in the sky in our countries. Maybe. I'm not saying
those could be just up there as distraction.
Yeah, well, that's the old story anyway, is that Tesla, quote unquote, figured out how to transmit energy wirelessly free that's harnessed from the atmosphere. So I guess the claim goes like this: something to do with the sun and the moon and the ambient charge in the atmosphere can be harnessed, and there's enough there to power everything. And you can wirelessly transmit it through Tesla technology. Now, the story goes that he presented this idea to the big, like JP Morgan and all those guys back in the day. And they told him this is a stupid idea. Because if it's wireless, how do we know who's using it and how do we charge them money? Right? And so they poo-pooed the idea, the way the story goes, and then they made this whole wired system that we have now. And of course, we have to pay for it. That's just the story. Now, the fact is that story is the story. Now, how true it is, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it has been demonstrated that if you make a long enough conductive material object tall enough up into the air, you can extract energy. Now, the issue is how much you're actually able to extract, and it's about enough to light a small light bulb from like 1,000-foot metal pole or something like that. So the practicality of generating enough electricity to do anything practical with these immensely tall structures is possibly why that never took off in that way.
Gospel, that's really easy to demonstrate and measure in your garden as well. If you've got a multimeter, you can kind of do it lengthwise instead of putting it up in the air. It doesn't work as well, but you can definitely read it on a multimeter. For every meter you go up in the air, there's a 100-volt increase between the potential difference between the ground and the where you are in the air. For every meter, oh no, it's 1,000 volts. Sorry, for every meter, it's a lot. It's really low ampage. Which is
1,000 volts per meter.
I think it is. Yeah.
No, it's 100.
I think that maybe per 100 meters or something. Yeah, it was
either 100 or 1,000 anyway.
Yeah, so it's not what when you work it out. It's not incredibly practical. As for the official or whatever explanation for the spires, it's my understanding that they were meant to divert lightning so that structures weren't catching on fire that were made to be very tall.
Well, that's what we're told.
I know. Doubt everything, right? Well, build a really tall building and see what happens.
Gospel, can I ask you one more time to say, well, I'm going to try and say what I remember back, but I have some holes about when I'm encountering a good person who's having a religious dogmatic moment and doesn't want to hear possible other evidence. The thing you said that seemed like a really good argument was, well, whether the earth is a globe or flat, don't you want to know if it's possible to see a curve from no matter where?
Yeah, somebody else might have said that, but sure. I mean, do you want to know what really is, or do you want to imagine what really is? Would be a good way to ask that question.
I think if I asked it that way, he'd be thinking, based on some of his other responses, that I think I know what really is.
Well, and that's why you can disarm that assumption with, hey, we can make observations about blank. We can use such and such tools. We can use logic and rationale and eliminate presuppositions and just look and see what really is. If you have a pile of 2x4s and you believe that all those 2x4s are 6 foot long, what we can actually do in physical reality is we can go and measure them to validate that claim. So you have real life analogies, and then you go, okay, so in this instance, we can look really far, we can see as far as we can see, but there's a claim that we can only see so far based on curvature blocking. That's the claim. Let's see if that claim is accurate.
What's that? There's a formula for that there, isn't there?
Yeah, but yeah.
So let's say, for sake of argument, there is a formula. Let's say, for sake of argument, you want to believe your friend that they saw a curve. Take them at face value and investigate further. So you, being an astute observer and researcher, decide to research it. Lo and behold, you find experts who represent heliocentrism in the media saying you cannot see curve from that height. So now you have a problem. You have your friend that said one thing, and you have an expert, right, in the field that says the opposite. So now your friend has a problem. Either your friend is misperceiving things, your friend's lying, or your friend would have to accuse that expert of lying. Now, how would you arbitrate it? Well, you'd have to look at the brass tacks and the math. So if you want to be shrewd and sneaky, one way you could tell your friend is, hey, I took your claim and I said, okay, how much curve would you see from that high? I went down the rabbit hole to research it, and I found an expert, right, Neil deGrasse Tyson, that says you can't see curve from that high. So I'm confused. I don't know who to believe, him or you. And then that person will have to be on the defense, right? Because they saw it with their own eyes, so they say. And that means to them, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Now, who's right? Them, who really know nothing about the topic, or him, who explains it with mathematical principle?
That's a great one. Okay.
And he's not the only one, by the way. Just before you go, he's not the only one. There's many more people that are on record in public live displays, like at colleges, whatever, saying you can't see the curve from that high. Can't be done.
He had another argument, but I don't know. I don't want to get into another. I'll ask it on another day. But thanks a lot. Nice to meet you guys.
5 hours, 13 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Bye.
All right, see you around.
I just skipped past time zones, guys. Everyone's like, this central, this eastern. Like, she's in Switzerland. That's not helpful.
You know what, though? There is a standard time zone that everybody bases their time zone off of, with a minus or plus.
Yeah.
We should just all use that and be done with it.
Space time.
Yes.
Wow. Way to take that to the next level.
To the next level.
Yeah, I live 10 miles away from Greenwich.
Greenwich Space Time.
Greenwich?
Nah, you need a name that starts with B, so we're going to have to move it to the Balkans. That way we can have BS time.
Balkan Space Time, bollocks.
You definitely 100 volts per meter, not 1,000. Sorry, I've just looked it up.
What was that?
Yeah, I think
it was 100 volts per meter, not 1,000.
You guys,
100 volts per meter, yeah?
Can barely hear.
Speaking of
Jason.
electricity in the sky, I've solved the Tartarian problem. You guys want to hear it?
Shoot.
Sure.
Okay, so everybody knows that if you're going 88 miles per hour and you get struck by a bolt of lightning, you go back in time. So these buildings, they have the lightning rods. And since the Earth is spinning at 88 miles per hour, whenever lightning hits them, they go back in time. And then you find them in the future and think they're ancient buildings. Problem solved.
What?
Checks out.
You lost me at the rotation of 88 miles an hour.
Dude,
it only does that at
buildings
one
are clearly back in time, right? And everybody knows if you go 88 miles per hour, you go back in time when you get struck by lightning. But that's only if you have a flux capacitor. So I guess my theory is busted.
Everybody go back in time. Sorry.
Hey,
so all we need to do, because remember, he saw the flux capacitor when he hit his head on the toilet and fell down.
It's called
so all
space
we
time.
have to do, we just have to verify the toilets in these buildings, and then we can be, a little more closer to the truth.
Some people have something called space-time Tourette's. They break into space-time songs relating to space-time conversations.
Yeah, there's somebody here with that role, Solenopsis.
What kind of name is that?
Probably a very clever name.
They probably ought to go to the VC check-in.
Well, I like to. Oh, what? Did somebody just move them? Oh, no, they might have moved. I'm just going to unmute them down here.
Oh, we can do visit chicken. He jumped up.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's what I did with that last person. The lady that was talking, I just unmuted her.
Actually, sometimes I do just like giving them a chance in here. Most of the time I do.
The only time I really would never do it is if we're in the middle of having a conversation. That's when it's definitely not a great idea. But like when it's been dead air for 3 hours, I think that's
true.
A good opportunity. I'll take the risk of a troll.
Exactly. It's actually worthwhile sometimes. It's very entertaining.
It's probably a scientific name, Solenopsis, something really clever.
Yeah.
So Sonny, if you want to know in my scenario what makes the world go round, it's the power of love.
The power of love. I think its epicenter is a merry-go-round. There's so much love in this merry-go-round.
I was just continuing.
It causes the earth to turn.
Yep. If anyone's unaware, we're doing illusions.
Yep. See how easy it is to imagine things that aren't true? It's really easy. We're really good at it, making up stories, imagining things that aren't true, and then telling a story about, sounds like school.
I even have a citation for it as well, from an official documentary of real life events that occurred.
I have a real life merry-go-round that's still here from very early on. I think it was one of the original from the 1915 World Exposition here.
Uh-oh.
Yep. And the whole area used to be, now it's just big parking lot for the zoo. That whole area where this giant parking lot is, it's about half mile long. Used to be a big amusement park, like an avenue with the rides, like the shouters and like those ring toss, all those games and stuff, like that kind of deal. Like, why did they get away? Why did they destroyed like the best things about life that like, why did they do that? I know that's a question that can't be answered. But anyway, that's it for me for now.
Listen, in the words of the immortal great Alfred, in one of his many iterations of the ever-permutating multiverse of reincarnation exo possibilities, some people just want to watch the world burn.
Is this the Batman Alfred you're talking about?
Yes.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
You're right.
Although in another universe, it's Batwoman. So.
Oh yeah.
Now, if Elon Musk actually does buy Facebook and delete it, that would be an epic Joker move. You'd go down. You know Achilles, right? From the Troy story. He just wanted glory. He wanted his name to be perpetuated throughout history for his battles. And I'm pretty sure, and at least in that movie, that he didn't even require payment. He just said, I'll show up and I'll kick everybody's butt and I'll be the most glorious warrior. So Elon Musk could do something like that if he deleted Facebook. That would be like a monument to his name for a long time.
Solanopsis has joined us.
Hey, what's up?
Nice to meet you.
Hey, AI.
Yes.
Okay. Is the young lady still here that you guys were speaking to a little while ago? Is about the spires with the buildings with the spikes on it?
Nope. She's gone.
Okay. Okay. It's too bad because Flat Earth Brothers, but they changed their name. They had a video up a long time ago, which I recorded, which somebody was visiting outside of the building, an ancient building with electricity beaming off of it from how can I say it? From the ether, and it's visible and you can hear it. They're right outside the building. And I'm shocked that none of you have ever seen that video. And you guys sat up here and said that you do not think that the buildings had any type of electric power to them or anything, but I'm here to tell you that they do. I have the proof, and I also looked it up again, and it was removed, and like 5 other people have reposted it. So you guys can do it too right now.
I've
So
seen the video. It's fake.
so
It's CGI.
so I'm
Video is.
Excuse
Sorry,
me?
that video is CGI'd, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to have to tell you that.
Which video are you speaking on? Because I'm seeing 5 different videos of the buildings like
one with the
looks
spire.
like it's ancient.
The one with the spire with the electric sparks coming out around it.
Is it a building like looking like as if it's in Asia
Yeah.
or China?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
And you're saying that it's what? It's CGI? What did you say?
I think so, yeah.
You think so? Well, how is that possible where the person is with the camera outside? Oh my gosh. Okay, so just Flat Earth Brothers then, I guess they're posting stuff that's not true. Is that what you're saying? Because it's
All right.
on the internet.
Listen, friends. There's no reason to put any personal connotations to any of this stuff. Just post a link and we'll check it out.
Okay, perfect. And but I know that you guys have seen it, and you guys are sitting up here saying that, oh no, that's just
Okay, stop talking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, making
Get
a
that
claim.
tone out your voice real quick.
Goodbye.
Okay, let's be clear.
Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
AI.
Goodbye. Get lost. Goodbye. Okay, let's be clear. I didn't say anything of that sort. I said, according to all the ideas about Tesla and things we can do, that wireless transmission is possible. So no, it's not that we all were doing this mockery of this concept for somebody to come in here and castigate us as if we were. So yeah, you can go goodbye. How about that? I told you don't take it personal. And then the very next thing you say is, okay, I'm going to make personal accusations against the people speaking in here. So you could take that and go, boop.
I really did not understand the accusation.
Hold on, brother. Check it out. I brought it back because I knew it was getting personal to give it a chance to just talk about the facts. Okay. So no, I'm not in the wrong here. If anybody thinks I was being rough. Okay. Somebody starts talking like that, I'm going to smack them around. It's that simple. Capiche?
Yeah, I get it. But what was the accusation against you?
It wasn't against just him. It was against everybody. And the funny part is when you make the claim, I know all of you have seen that video. What a funny claim.
What video? What was he like? I didn't get.
You've seen it. I know you've seen it. Just stop talking. I know you've seen it.
Yeah, what video is she or he or whatever talking?
We don't know.
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious on purpose because making claims like that are invalid.
Yeah, but I really didn't understand the claim. Like, what was?
That's the point I'm making.
Oh, okay.
When
The
somebody
claim was that
says,
there's evidence.
go
Okay,
ahead.
I asked her to post the evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm looking to see the evidence, and I don't see any post about the evidence. So if she's still listening, go ahead and post it. I said I'd check it out. What I didn't say is go ahead and tell me that I was making all these claims I didn't make.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's be clear. Okay, let's wrap this up. A lot of flat earthers get butthurt over the concept of light and the ether and the energy sphere, whatever you want to call it. Okay, there's no reason to make it personal. There's no reason to make connotations and jump to conclusions. Just present what you think is your good evidence, and other people will check it out.
Was
It doesn't have to be a personal issue.
Was it because of the spiral thing we talked about a few minutes ago?
Yeah. Moving on.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I don't understand why people take that personal. I guess, I mean, I have looked into it. I guess I have also a different view, but what is the problem, you know? At least we all know that the Earth is flat and stationary. The details are just, you know, up on the person, I would say. But yeah, never get personal about anything like that. Makes no sense.
Well, AI provided the reason why. You present your evidence and let the evidence speak for itself.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Was she banned or did she just leave?
Again, this is not moving on. Okay, when I say move on, that means drop that, move on, new. That's what I mean. When I say move on, that's what I mean.
Yeah, man. I just asked the question.
No, so don't rehash, don't ask, move on.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Understood.
That is what is best.
And in the interim, watch my channel.
Yeah, shameless plug time. Shameless plug time.
Please.
Well, I have to find something to make me chuckle or laugh, you know, like if no one else is doing it, I'll have to do it myself. Yeah. Anyway, it's another great day on the flat plain west of the Rockies. Here just below the 33rd parallel.
All right, so they put fireworks on a thing in China, and then everybody thinks that it's somehow.
Yeah, how would we verify this?
Hey, move on.
Oh, that's right. Wait a minute.
No, here's the thing. Somebody posted the video.
That's why I brought it.
That's what I'm responding to.
It's Bandy Water gas.
So somebody posted the video. That's what I'm responding to.
Yeah, I like is it Jordan Maxwell? He has something very good to say. Let me see if I can find a clip of that.
Where are you finding that? Somebody did put fireworks on a little model and pull it with a string. You know what they called that?
No.
Ben Franklin.
Leaving the moon. They called it leaving the moon.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Dude, that thing looks so fake. Looks like my little kid's toy, you know, those little snap cracker fireworks.
Yeah.
What about Ben Franklin and that balloon of it? What do you have? A balloon with a key, a kite, a key on it, and
a kite.
A kite, yeah. Can't even verify that anyway.
So what is the escape velocity of the moon allegedly anyway? You know, I asked M. Scott Beach that back in the day when he was trying to tell me that, of course, this is what leaving the moon would look like.
Of course it would.
Of course, going like 1 mile an hour would get you away from the moon's gravity. Yeah, that would work.
So I would say, according to the official narrative, it would be whatever Earth's, the ratio is 0.0123. So whatever Earth's escape velocity is multiplied by 0.0123. According to the, their story.
I've got a question, a flat Earth question. One that I can't answer. Right, the amateur radio enthusiasts.
Yep.
Right, they're obviously they're staunch globers, right? And the one thing I've come up against, right, that I can't answer is something from them, but they seem to have a real thing about flat earthers improving the globe. I've noticed. So I don't really know what that's about, but they do this thing called the moon bounce. Are you aware of it?
Moon banks.
The moon bounce. It's called. They bounce a radio signal off the moon and back, and and do some math and prove like how far away it is and everything.
They get 1 photon back.
Well, that's kind of not what they say. That's what I was going to ask. Like, I was wondering if anybody actually knows what they're doing.
That's official. They get 1 photon back from that moon bound. And on top of that, they say there's a mirror on the moon, which the Apollo astronauts left there, and we know, that didn't happen. So it's all bullshit.
Well, that means that. All right then. Okay, if that's right, that's right. That means I must have seen something that was completely hoaxed then, because they were like waiting for the signal to come back and everything, and it was like it was just like
the moon is not a solid object. That's what you have to understand. Like, you have to.
But you're saying is not. I take issue when people make declarative statements about things that they can't possibly know. So I would recommend not saying is not.
So how do you argue against that? The moon bounce argument. What would you say to them?
I would use their own narrative against them by pointing out that they say that it takes. Well, I don't remember the exact amount of time. What is it, 8 seconds?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right, so whatever the amount of time is, right? So you know how a quarterback leads a runner? He doesn't throw it where he is, he throws it where he's going to be. Right?
American football, no comprende.
All right, whatever. In order to bounce a signal or a light or anything off of an object when both objects are moving, you'd have to lead the object, and you'd have to do all of the calculations for that. But in addition to that leading the object, you'd also have to do the calculations for double leading. Okay? So not only would you have to lead the object, you'd have to do the calculation for leading the return as well. So according to their narrative and how they're saying what they believe is happening, they're not doing what would be necessary in order to accomplish what would need to be. You follow? Maybe I need to re-explain it a different way.
No, that's good. So, like a sniper, right?
Not
Or
only would they,
anybody shooting.
yeah, but it's not just okay. You're in a, let's say you're a sniper, yeah. You're in a car, but not only are you trying to snipe somebody, you're trying to throw a boomerang at like, forget the gun, right? Let's use a boomerang because that's really what we're talking about, a signal going to and back, right? And you're trying to hit the target in the head, but then also in a moving car have the boomerang return back to you. So not only are you, so two cars, right, going in opposite directions, and you're trying to hit the car and have it return back to you. That's what's going on here analogically.
Yes and no. It's much worse than that. Because there's actually 11 vectors, not just 2.
Well, I thought in relation to each other, there's only 2 or 3. Because
it matters in free space because
are locked.
As far as they claim,
okay, I got you.
Light doesn't follow the conservation of momentum like mass objects do, like a ballistic round. So light,
I got you.
once it's loose, is in free space indefinitely.
Yeah.
So you would leave the light behind beyond these 11 vectors.
You're right.
So
I got you.
no amateur is taking into account all these 11 vectors. Just ain't happening.
And if they claim to, just ask them to show you.
Now, that being said, okay, we did this, me and Miggy did this back in, when we had the science show. There was an article about this. So I'm just going off memory. But if I remember correctly, the time repeat signal and the amount that they get back is calculated off an expectation. It's not actually measured. So they have what's called like one moon distance time variable, and they just wait until they get a ping back that matches it, and then they say, look, it came back. So it's specious in all regards. It's specious. It's not like locks tight anything.
It's as absurd as threading a needle with a harpoon.
What does specious mean?
Oh, it's a good word. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you.
But in simple,
so it's like when two things mate and then they can't have babies anymore. That's called a species.
Okay.
Oh boy! All right, so
in other words, their logic is screwed.
Wow. Specious means when something sounds good and plausible, but it's actually all fallacious. So for instance, spire, like all of the etymological fallacies that people use, like spire, like like respire and spirit, and they start going into etymological fallacies. Those fallacies are all specious. They sound really, really, really good, but they're all fallacious. That's what specious means.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Politic. Poly, comes from city, or polis, from city, and tick, the blood-sucking city sucker, politic, that's a specious claim. Right. These are the things that people say that are specious. It's such a great word.
It's interesting how in politic you have the same ending as in lunatic.
That's not interesting in the slightest. The interesting word that what you just said was a good example of speciousness.
Yeah. For example, painting has the same ending as pooping. And guess what? You could paint the wall or poop.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy. Oh. I hear specious things on a regular basis. I tell you what, that's why I'm in the chat half the time. That's
Yeah,
what
I didn't, that was just not like a claim or something like that. It's just, for fun. Just came to my mind.
Yeah.
Guys, did you know you can talk to the ISS astronauts using an ham radio? Apparently.
Yeah.
You knew that?
Yeah, but you need to wait a little bit because they need to add that fake distance, receiving a signal thingy,
Yeah.
Except from when they
Has anybody
sometimes
tried
laugh.
it?
Huh?
Has anybody tried it from this server?
No, it would be great to have them on the live stream.
Don't you think it's weird that it's reserved for ham radio people though? They can call it apparently. What it kind of says they can call it when they want, as long as it's within range. From what I've just read.
Wow. So they can call from one point in America to the other point in America into a
Here.
Hollywood studio.
Because radio waves back off the ionosphere, don't they? I think it's at night time, and in the daytime, I think they go further, or the other way around. But how far do they actually go? Because the ISS is supposed to be like 250 miles or so in the air, isn't it?
Like they say 120. I posted a YouTube video. My ham radio contact with the International Space Station, NA-1SS.
I'll have a look at this, mate. Cheers.
But he's not the only one. There's other people that have YouTube videos of them doing it. There's another one.
Yeah, my apologies, Flatty. I butt dialed you. I think.
Quite a few examples of this.
That's one. Do you know what? That's because I was going to say, so just like there's people somewhere in front of a green screen pretending to be in 0G, there must be people somewhere like running a call center pretending to be, talking to people.
Jason, why do you believe anything they say?
So the basic. Sorry.
I was just going to say because you can get someone on the other end of the line on the ham radio. So, assuming we don't believe it, which I don't, then it's got to be somebody sitting in a room somewhere pretending to be on the space station.
Right. And that's how it sounds like when she was talking to that in the first video that Gospel Bearer sent it in. That's just how it sounds like. It sounds very disingenuous, if that's the right English term. It just sounds fake. Like she's like, oh wow, we're talking, just talking from one point to the other within this.
I don't think that these ham radio operators aren't being duped. I think that they are believing what they're they're doing.
For sure. Yeah.
100%.
That's what I'm saying. But at the end, who they're talking to is just some person that sits there in a studio talking to them. Nothing more.
If I'm not mistaken, these ham radios have a very short range. They can only talk to each other locally.
No. You could send shortwave transmissions intercontinentally.
I'm talking about these CB.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, that's not. So, like a CB radio in a tractor trailer is a totally different animal.
Yeah, I know that shortwave can reach, from UK, for example, to Australia, and so on, long distance.
Hold on, Flatty, you're hot micing right now. It seems like, but yeah, there you go. All right, good to go. All right. Did Solanopsis have any questions?
Not really.
You're new to the server. Are you new to the subject?
Not really. Not new to the subject.
Okay. So are you already aware of how the Earth curvature claim and the globe claim have been falsified?
I've heard of. I haven't been into it recently, but like I've heard of salt flats somewhere in America and things like that, and laser experiments and just observations. Like I mean, being something about being in a plane and not seeing any curvature is like, oh, well, I thought I would see at least something, right? It's kind of disappointing, to be honest, because I was looking for that since I was a kid, and then even as an adult, like going up on an international flight, I'm like, well, I'm looking for some curvature, but I don't see it. Like something, literally nothing. And then the fisheye lens stuff on the live streams, supposed live streams, or low Earth orbit, whatever you want to call it. I mean, whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just see these fisheye every time. It's like a fisheye lens, and it's like, well, I see it distort for a minute. It doesn't look quite. Makes me wonder, like, they always keep it in view to try to make it look round or something. I mean, spherical.
I got a question for you. Have you ever watched Star Trek?
A long time ago.
Okay, so why
like
is it that Star Trek, especially the old ones, have like the exact same little corner view that the ISS has?
Do they? I didn't
You
know
notice
that.
that? Yeah, like in the little view screen when they approach a planet, quote unquote, and they show the planet in the view screen. Like, oh, look, it's the side angle, elongated curvature of that planet.
I mean, none of this stuff adds up. Like the space, like going to the moon, like space station. Come on, like, I mean, because they talk about the belts, they talk about all these problems, but I don't know. It's really just America wanted to say like, yeah, we did it. We did the space thing. Yeah, well, you didn't really do it.
Oh, they doubled down. I posted a funny video last night. Here, I'll find it real quick. They doubled down. I'll post it in the live chat.
Yeah.
That's wild. Somebody just has a frequency. They're like, this is the ISS. They're sitting at a desk just like the other dude is. Like you see in Rob Kuntz's video, there's someone else talking to him on some other frequency. He locks into that frequency. Here's someone, hi, this is the International Space Station.
Yep. Look what I posted in the chat.
Sorry, what? Is it
Canada has passed an amendment for space crimes.
Uh-oh. See?
So now, under Canada law, any Canadian that's on the International Space Station can be prosecuted, because before they could have gotten away with murder. But now they're going to be held accountable if they break the law.
God, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. They're gonna have space crime unit.
What is that?
Hey, they need to publish a new edition of Clue called Space Clue. You know, with the gizmo in the ass patch, Captain Space Guy. That's my
Yeah, big question. Where is the
Mr.
original
Green.
video of the mission, the Apollo mission? Where's the original video?
All right. So the other day, speaking of that question, this is relevant. You said, where's the video? So I was reading a government document. It was one of the 108th Congress, 2013 or something like that. All right, and they said that they made 500,000 copies of this document. 400,000 went to one department. 100,000 went to another department. Another amount went to somewhere. Whatever. All right. I think it was 540,000 total copies of this document, right? 540,000. Now, I would argue that this document is not the most important piece of literature in the history of mankind. Important maybe, but not the most important ever. Whereas you don't make 10,000 duplicates. You don't make 10 duplicates. You don't make 100,000. You don't make 1,000,000 duplicates. Weird. I thought that the government was all about redundancy. Why is it that this thing doesn't have overwhelming redundancy? It's weird.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Right. Who is this?
I mean, I just like this video. This Protestant guy or something. He's like going around asking the astronauts, like, "Will you swear on the Bible like you went to the moon? Like, or will you do an interview with me?" And it's funny how they all react the same. I don't know if you saw that video. It's pretty funny. The guy, like, I guess it's not the nicest thing to do, but like, it is revealing something for sure.
You're talking about Bart Sibrel, right?
I don't know the guy's name. He's a Protestant Christian American guy. He goes around asking the astronauts, like, "Hey, we swear in the Bible. You know, if this state of affairs happened, would you swear in the Bible? Or would you do an interview?"
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that guy doesn't know his Bible very well. But that's maybe another point.
I don't know much about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't believe in Protestantism, so I don't know much about his ideas and stuff. Seems like a decent guy, though. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he may be. He just doesn't know the Bible, because you would never ask me on any object or swear on any object.
Yeah, we should not swear as Christians, anyways.
So it's an irony that somebody would be going around asking people to do that. I don't know. Kind of awkward.
The Bible directly says you should not swear at all, not even by yourself, you know.
Well, no, I think there is like a historical basis for it, but not in that context.
A courtroom.
Like, he's just some guy. Yeah, a courtroom, exactly.
Yeah.
With a proper judge, not like a
You know what's weird for me is like, so those astronauts, they know already that they lied. And what's weird that it's like, is it a self-consciousness or something that, yeah, I lied the first time, but I will not lie again, you know?
They're in a Freemason cult thing. Like, they have to like it's part of their religion actually. So it's hard to do still. Like, they must have some conscience and stuff, but it's part of a ritual thing. Like, they have to do it. They have to act like they're the gods of society or the demigods.
A friend of mine told me something very strange about Freemasons the other day. He works in a casino, and he said he's getting pretty good at spotting them in there now, mainly because normally they're wearing rings. If you look, you know, they don't hide it. Anyway, he was saying about they always work in pairs at the tables, like when they're gambling, and they always tip like they tip really well, and they always tip the same percentage, almost like they're obliged to. But he said the interesting thing is they always come in twos, like they're there to keep an eye on each other to make certain the other person's actually paying their percentage tip-wise. He said, and once he realised, he said there's quite a few of them he's seen in there now, coming and going. I don't know what that's all about, but
Are you telling me that I need to stop tipping my waitress 33%? I'm kidding. I don't tip waitresses.
I did ask him what the percentage was. I can't remember. You know, I think
I'm also kidding about that. I do tip them. I usually round up to the nearest 5 or 10 or whatever makes sense.
Yeah, we don't have that tipping culture in the UK really like that.
Yeah, I've heard it's an unusual American behavior. Saying thank you to your waiter or waitress is a peculiar American behavior. All those sorts of things. Yeah.
I think it's a bit of a how can I put it? Is it a kind of it's cultural with you, like, isn't it? You know, like tipping certain low ones. We don't tip.
Yeah.
Do you know the only time you'll see somebody tipping someone in this country, mate? It'll be
Wait, what'd you just say? Did you say tipping low wage earners?
well, that's kind of what it looks like to me. Yeah, in your country, you know, people who
Yeah, but the only reason that they're low wage earners is because of tipping. And it's only because the company wants to offset the cost. So, for example, if you don't make enough tips, you get paid a certain wage.
Well,
so what it actually does in that way is it kind of makes your tips like part of your tip is going to the company. And I don't like that. Like, I would rather the tips all go 100. So I'd rather them get a good wage plus any tips that they get go to them rather than my tips be subsidizing the business.
Oh, yeah. Well,
now, their claim would be that, we'd go under if we didn't do it this way. But I don't think so.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm not a biologist.
People tipping in this country, right? And it's not because of their generosity or because of what you were talking about. It's because of their fucking greed. Because the only time I've ever seen people tipping really is in pubs when the bar's crowded, when it takes ages to get to the bar. And you'll see people like waving £20 notes in the air and shouting. And you'll see them tipping massively because they think it's going to get them to the front of the queue quicker the next time. You know, apart from that,
bribery is what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, it's kind of it's even a bit more kind of below the belt than that, isn't it? You know what I mean?
And that actually would work in restaurants. So what you do is you have to tip your waitress up front to try to guarantee that she's not going to do anything scandalous to your food.
Oh my gosh, extortion! Yeah, preemptive reverse extortion or something. What would you go? Preventive extortion fee.
Isn't that, I was going to say that's reverse extortion racket, isn't it? Pay it forward.
I don't know.
Well, there's this old movie called Waiting, which is all about scandalous food violations. So
I'd like to think of
moral of the story is, if you're in America, tip. If you're or else.
Not that I go out and eat meals very often, but if I do, I normally tip people. I don't tip in McDonald's. But then again, I don't eat in McDonald's anymore, so what would I?
We got somebody else here without roles. Fierce Dawn. I don't know if anybody want to check him in or her.
Hey, it's Fierce. You can say hello.
DON?
DONT.
Spheres don't have corners.
Hey. We know that person.
Actually, I have an article about the Edge. Just found it. I'm gonna post it. Hold on.
Pedringer has become a legend on the server in a very short time.
Nah, he's not a legend. He's lame, annoying, disgusting, ridiculous. He's no legend.
All right, check out that article. The infamous edge, finally explained.
Such as the is finite, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has an edge. Okay.
Yeah, so the universe doesn't have an edge and the Earth doesn't have an edge. Nothing has an edge.
Hold on. Check this out. This claim. And the universe hasn't existed forever. They're making that a definitive claim.
Yep.
Why would they make that claim?
Well, you notice in there they also posit the idea that the universe is infinite, while simultaneously positing the idea that the universe is finite. So whichever one you pick, you're right.
Yep.
Now, anybody worth his salt that studied the history of the heliocentric model understands that an infinite universe, if it was filled with infinite stars, would result in Olber's paradox, which means it would be daylight all the time. Which Newton himself understood that his quote-unquote gravitational model wouldn't work and can't work because you need an infinite universe.
Quick, what's 46 billion times 6 trillion?
What?
How much I owe on my cable bill?
46 billion times 6 trillion. I just want to know how much is 46 billion in miles.
That's 2.76 quadrillion. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. You said multiplied. Never mind. I'm wrong. I got the. It's
40. Sorry, it's 46 billion times 6 trillion.
Yeah. So never mind. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Dude, it's clearly a number too big for flat earthers to comprehend. Any Glovers in here so you can help us comprehend this a massive number? You know, because flat earthers don't understand the size and scale and how big things are.
So hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions, septillions. So it's 2.76 septillion, I believe.
Holy shit.
So I think it's 3, 6, 9, 12. Hold on. No, it'd just be 1. So take those away. 1, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 25. So 2.76 times 10 to the 25. Something like that. It could be to the 27. 2.7. Yeah, 2.76 times 10 to the 27. I think that's how you do that. Why was that a question?
Every light year is 6 trillion miles, and they're saying it's 46 billion light years.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like outrageous amount of number. They see the cosmic background radiation that far?
Yeah, really, really good engineering. I
You know what, though? If there was a leak at the edge of the universe, you'd have to have a really long finger to plug that hole.
There's probably some type of protocol or something to take care of that. Probably would involve a spacewalk. Probably a procedure to handle the leak.
Oh, guys, you just reminded me of someone. Can you guess who? Involving what happens if you have a leak.
Yeah, that's what I was mimicking.
It depends.
Go ask someone on a submarine what happens when you have a leak.
Nothing serious, man.
Yeah.
Just like you have a leak. That's it. Nothing serious.
Yeah, and so like whatever, 1 atmosphere of water is 6 feet. So every 6 feet.
So window and airplane breaks. Woman gets sucked out and dies. Leak in the ISS. You just put your finger in it and nothing to see here. Move along.
Or you just happen to have a procedure that you don't know offhand. What? Is that the kind of training the military does?
Don't know offhand.
Like, listen, I was in the military. I worked on a ship. I worked on submarines. I made parts that help keep the water outside. They're retarded. I'm telling you. And I will say retarded. Because it's all hands on. If you get a leak, even on a ship or a boat.
Oh. Sonny, did you ever have to use a circle gauge?
A what?
You know, like these metal gauges where you put pipes and things through to see if they're the right diameter?
Exactly.
So do they have one of those that works on fingers so that they know which astronaut can plug which leaks?
Oh my gosh. Never heard of it. It probably is in the location where you get the handrail coolant, is my guess. Go find the handrail coolant, and then you'll get the answer for what size the astronaut finger needs to be to plug that hole, bro.
And it might involve a spacewalk.
That's called the hole plugging.
Actually,
that's called the hole plugging finger caliper.
You know, forget about having a leak in a boat or a submarine or an aircraft. If you have not even your son, like a little boy having a leak in a balloon, right? And he's sad about it. Like you will see yourself running, trying to help that boy. Maybe not to hear him crying. So it's like, so him like not giving any damn, care about having a leak is, then you have a leak. It's like not a big deal.
So family
wouldn't be a leak the first actual thing that when you build such a thing as a space station be like the one thing on the priority list on top one? Like, I mean,
yeah, priority 1.
Yeah, priority 1. How does he not know what to do when there's a leak? Like, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for interrupting you. Go on.
Oh no, you didn't. It's okay. I was going to say, so these laws of physics that apply as far as pressure and things like that just apply to everybody else, but not when you're up in space.
That's right.
Isn't that wild?
It's magic.
So I don't know how anybody in the military could believe any of the nonsense. I guess if you're a paper pusher, maybe I guess this be easy. If you build something or work on something real, I don't know. Those people are fooled too, so I don't know.
Juice into your blood and you believe everything.
I mean, how could you have a glober submariner like platypus? I don't see how that's possible. You lived under those conditions underwater, under the ocean, in a submarine, but yet you allow yourself to believe in something where those same things don't apply, even when their magnitudes, larger pressures and forces inherent in something that has that much difference in low pressure and, you know, a pressure system and no pressure.
Right.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
what those forces are like? They're way stronger than just that water would be crushing in the hull. It would be an implosion. You would, all your entrails would seek equilibrium as well.
You know, to be a good space guy or a good astronaut, you need to use that very, very interesting thing of being illogical. Because if you're really good at being illogical, you're a good guy when it comes to talking about space things.
Right. And they come in here in 2022 saying, like, we're asking for what was the actual proof, and they're saying, well, what if you did this? I never heard so many incoherent answers to questions that, like, answers that were not even asked. I don't know what you call that out in the street, but I know what they call that in the psychiatry realm.
No, it is what it is.
Hey, you know what would be fun? You guys remember Choose Your Own Adventure books?
Oh, yeah.
So what if we had a choose your own Glober argument, and it was kind of like you say something, and then it's like if gas pressure, flip to page 23. If Einsteinian gravity, flip to page 37. That would be a sweet coffee table book. So you right there, get on it. I want to see it done by the end of the month. You'll split the profits 50-50 since I came up with the idea. Sounds good to you? All right, silence is acquiescence. Thank you. Deal's sealed.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
He's already okay, we're contracted now, so I'll start on that right away. The book. Okay, so give me the reference again for the book, just a quick.
Okay, now this is actually going to take some thought because we're not actually going to present any arguments. It's just going to be a book that takes you to other pages, that takes you to other pages, and you never actually arrive anywhere. It's just one big circle.
Oh, I like
never-ending argumentation loops.
This is the Glober, the heliocentric handbook. Well, yeah, we got to think of a catchy name. It's got to be snappy. We'll get that going. And this is going to be the circular logic in book form. I love it. That's perfect. If this, then that, then this, then that, then that, on and on and on. Yep. And you told a friend, and they told two friends, and they told a friend, they told their friends, they told their friends.
And guess what? When you are finished, then you get that question. Why would they lie?
There's a page for that.
Yeah, why would they lie? You know, that's what that's something you would ask if you know that, you know, your wife is cheating on you.
Why would they lie? Go to page 12. Flat earthers are dumb. That's the answer. In the Glober coffee table book.
Why would she lie?
If flat earthers dumb, everybody agrees in the anti-flat earth group. So therefore Earth is a globe. If flat earthers are dumb. If we think flat earthers are dumb, then Earth is a globe.
Right. Exactly.
It will be a very interesting book.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. We'll have some pop-up maybe some little pop-up pages, you know. Their friends will love that. Transformer movie reference.
It's interesting. You know, I play a lot of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and they have this spherical fake globe in their you know, as a map in the menu. And the funny thing is, it's actually not a heliocentric model of the world view, even though it should be. It's actually geocentric because the celestial body of stars around this fake globe is moving statically with the Earth when you move the Earth. So it's like fixed. The stars are fixed at one point. Isn't it a thing? Like, why? Like, if you would, you know, use the heliocentric model, why are you completely? Why are you making it geocentric? You know.
Well, my friend, if you get a quote from the Air Force flight instructor manual or whoever it is that said it, they basically said, you know, when we're doing these things, we have to operate as if the Earth is geocentric stationary and the stars are affixed to a celestial sphere. That's, you know, exactly.
Yeah,
that's the way you have to do it.
No, and on there's a Discord for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and sometimes I talk to people, you know, because of my in my profile it says the Earth is flat, and some people, you know, get triggered, and then I talk about it, and they're like, you know, isn't it funny that you're playing a game where they have a globe in the menu, and I'm like, isn't it funny that it completely misses to represent the accuracy of the model that they're claiming that it's not actually representing, because it's just all static. Like, people are so dumb, unfortunately. Like, or let's say misinformed.
Let's be clear, though, friend. Let's be
Yeah.
clear. The globe model is most certainly a globe in the model. You know what I'm saying?
True. That's true. That's true. What would we do?
Yeah, for example, you know, what I just said, you know, seems kind of petty, right? But think about it. We got this McToon character, right, who wants to issue a challenge to flat earthers. And then he categorically misrepresents the globe model as if it's the Earth. So in one sentence, he says the globe model, and then in another sentence, he refers to the Earth as a globe. So which is it? Is it the model or is it the actual Earth? Doesn't seem to understand. And he definitely didn't hire a technical editor. And the guy who helped him write it definitely didn't see that error. You know, it's like we get that with refraction, right? Where's the evidence that this refraction is there that you claim? Oh, well, in the model, blah, 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 blah. Oh, so you went out into the real world and verified that was happening? Well, you see in our model, blah, 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 blah. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, in my model, the refraction makes light go all the way around the curvature so I can see my own butt.
No, man.
They don't seem to understand, like, when they're switching between models and reality and the disconnect.
That's right.
The model predicts reality, therefore it's just as good, if not better than reality. Who can argue with that kind of logic?
No one.
But
Really.
but the problem is it doesn't. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They say it
I
does,
thought
but it really don't.
I thought all the models were actually Nostradamus. I wonder if Nostradamus was a little bit like Eratosthenes.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, would you look at that? 1503 to 1566.
Just look at it.
I love Ed Bassmaster.
Yeah. It's... Unfortunately, he's not really doing much videos anymore, but I guess it was...
Yeah, he just he just started making more videos this past couple of weeks.
Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah, he's
Look at it.
he's still legit. I think he's a really. I think that he's an authentic guy. I don't know that. I don't know that for sure. But based on everything I've seen, I've watched his live streams where he's just goofing off, doing music on a live stream and stuff. He doesn't just do. Anyway, he's done both videos and live streams. He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, whatever figure he's representing in his videos, it's most of the time very funny.
Yeah, yeah.
I work.
Mm-hmm.
I work. I really like how, when he goes up to the Mexican guys, how nice they are to actually let him do work.
When they interchange reality with the math, they don't realize they are actually taking a philosophical position. The Platonic position. The only true things are ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's a chair. You can think of the concept of a chair is the true chair, not like the different iterations of reality. It's pervasive, and there's actually there's a paper in the Math Channel called written in an electrical engineering publication. It's called the unreasonable ineffectiveness of mathematics, because there was a paper written by a physicist called the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. And it's often quoted by physicists because, it obviously promotes their profession, the idea that math is reality. So this guy wrote a rebuttal, because physicists actually have to make shit in real life, right? So he goes through like the things that are purely conceptual. They use concepts like negative time, vector state machines. They actually engineer things in real life to make them work, right? These mathematical abstractions. But no one can even remotely approach the idea that those things are real or exist in any real form. But he specifically talks about it, that their viewpoint is Platonist, and they don't even realize it, because I actually heard a talk about, it was between like it was like a debate between philosophers and physicists. And the physicist was like sneering, right?
oh, philosophy, you're just like pie in the sky, blah, blah, blah. Right? And like, science has led to all these great things. He's like, yeah. And then, like, because he has a philosophical background, it was easy for him to just destroy that because, science has led to gunpowder, atomic bombs. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not all good. There's some, if you really think about it, you think of the 20th century on a whole, so-called science has promoted more deaths than anything else, right? Between abortions and deaths in wars, it's killed more people than anything else in all of human history. So to say the science is just automatically good is just wrong. But the point is that he was like sneering at philosophy. He's just saying like, you don't produce anything useful. But the thing is, he doesn't realize that position in itself is philosophical.
True.
That they just, it's a and you got the law of non-contradiction, which comes from philosophy. So he automatically debunks himself.
But very astute and precise use of that word automagically. It fits perfectly.
Yeah, the use of the word useful is philosophical.
And subjective.
Yeah, and subjective. You can't say that there's a scientific basis for the word useful.
Well, that's often the arguments we hear, right? It works. It makes useful things, right? The argument from utility, the argument from pragmatism. Those are subjective, right? What's useful to one person? If you got two people, they have sex, right? One person wants a baby, the other person don't. Well, the condom is useful for one person. It's not useful for the other.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how, determining whether something is subjective versus objective is the easiest exercise. And it seems so difficult for Globers to differentiate the two. It's almost like listening to them try to reason through it is almost painful.
I wonder why that is.
Because we're just brains in a jar, bro. So any Globers today?
No. In fact, that's another trend that I'm noticing. There's this weird Antarctica trend, but then there's this other trend of over the last couple of weeks, it's all the new people joining. It's like, oh no, I already know. I already know it's flat, and they'll be at different levels of understanding. But yeah, there haven't been very many people coming in at all that are like, I'm just here to figure out why you guys think it's flat, or any of those sorts of folks been really lacking.
So you think the people saying, yeah, I already know it's flat, but then when you ask them, what's the evidence that convinced you, they can't give an answer?
Well, some of them try to give an answer, but their answers, I'm not going to say they sound suspect. They just sound like, I don't know how that convinced you.
Right. If that's your standard of proof, man, I got a bridge. I got some beachfront property in Arizona I'd like to sell you. It's right on the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not understanding this got a bridge to sell you thing. Is that because you can't move a bridge?
The Brooklyn Bridge. There was when the Brooklyn Bridge was being built, I think there was a bunch of scams where people were selling shares in the Brooklyn Bridge.
Oh.
But it was actually owned by somebody else.
Okay.
It's something like that. It's something like that.
Missed the reference. Gotcha.
because they tried to build the Brooklyn Bridge a bunch of times. It wasn't like they built it the first time they tried. They tried a bunch of times, but they got to raise money, and the government wasn't into like funding stuff back then. So you would basically, I mean, they did this at the beginning. I think the first time they ever did it was like in Massachusetts. There was 2 bridges that crossed the Charles River from Boston into Cambridge. And what they do is they sell shares in this company, right? So, you know, the Charlestown, I think it was called the Charles River Bridge Company, and they sold shares to get the funding to build the bridge. And then, because it's a private bridge, the shareholders get revenue, you know, dividends from the profits of the company. So this is how they also built the railroads. They'd sell stocks in railroad companies that didn't exist yet. Because they needed the funding to build the railroads and acquire the land and all that stuff. So they would sell stocks in the railroad company.
This would be a cool concept for road building, though. Like, you know, set up a toll booth and you're buying shares in the toll booth, but by buying shares, you're funding the construction of the road or whatever. But you get a share of the toll booth revenue in perpetuity.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to structure it. I mean,
it'd be a neat idea.
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers football team, that's a public. When you buy a ticket, right? When you buy a season ticket, you own a share of the Green Bay Packers. You don't just own a seat; you're a shareholder in the team. I'm not sure if they pay dividends. I'm not sure about that.
Gotcha.
But they structured the financial structuring back, you know, in the day, probably from the 1600s. It was quite a bit different. Like the Pilgrims and stuff, like the way they funded that voyage. These things were called charter parties. And that charter party was jointly and severally liable for the adventure or misadventure. They would all reap the profits, but they would all jointly. It's almost like insurance, right? It's third party liability. That is America. America is just third party liability. That's all it is. It's one giant third party liability scam. Every type of insurance is a third party liability. Right? I'm not responsible.
Yeah.
Some third party is going to pay for it. Oh, I'm too stupid to save for my event on my death. Oh, I'll get life insurance. Oh, I'm too stupid to save for the car accident, you know, in case I do an injury. Oh, I'll buy auto insurance. Oh, boat insurance, any type of insurance. Oh, I'm too stupid to save for my retirement. Oh, I'll have Social Security insurance.
Which means, at least in regards to auto, it would be in the vested interest of all auto insurance carriers to actually fund safety mechanisms that reduce the frequency of catastrophic events. So, for instance, it would be in their best interest to create devices and or materials that lessen the expenditure that they would have to fork out.
Yeah. Oh man, if I could just think of something like seat belts or speed limits or inspection stickers or car registrations or licensing or any scheme like that. No, that would never benefit an insurance company. No way.
Yeah.
That was super thick sarcasm.
Yeah. I get it. Now, I think that some of those might have a positive consequence. I mean, I think it's relatively easy to accept that an accident at 45 miles an hour is less deadly than an accident at 110 miles an hour.
Well, I mean, does the statistics actually bear that out? Are there more car crashes? But the thing is, you got to take it as a whole, right? Are there more car crashes at that mile per hour? You know
You're
what I mean?
talking about
You get
Autobahn accidents versus non-Autobahn.
and like things like street lights, traffic lights.
Yeah.
There's, I'm pretty sure it's been a long time since I looked at this. I'm almost positive there's a few scientific studies that demonstrate that traffic signs and street and stoplights cause more accidents than they avoid.
Well, what's interesting about that is when they're not existent, everyone has to act accordingly. Like if you look at Asian intersections and stuff, certain Asian videos of intersections, there's no signage or lights at all in some cases, and everyone has to slow down and coordinate themselves. What also happens as a result, though, is massive bottlenecking.
Talking about exists now. So there's a couple countries. I think it's Bangladesh, and there's another country in that area. They don't have traffic codes.
Yeah.
They don't have like any of the licensing scheme. And if you watch, yeah, they have some crazy traffic, but it's amazing. Like it's almost like this crazy dance between the pedestrians and the cars, man. And they're all just like going like they're, even though there's a lot of traffic, they're going like they're doing things at a faster speed than you would see like in America. And I don't think they have, I think this is where the study was done actually that I'm talking about, was done in one of these countries and compared like deaths per hours, like death per, how do they do it? Deaths per miles driven, and compared it against like a couple of European countries in America. And apparently they had less deaths. The automobile actually, like when the automobile, so this is a funny thing. So when they made automobiles, when they forced people to register their cars, under the guise of, public safety because there was hit and runs, right? It turned out that at the time there was actually more deaths from horses and buggies of pedestrians and other things than cars.
Yeah, look at
In
that
New York,
intersection.
they did New York City. So it's just as far as New York City, someone took the statistics: automobile versus horses, right? There was more people dying from horses than they were from cars. So, but you don't have to be licensed to have a horse. The whole regulatory scheme was based upon a false premise.
Yeah. I posted the video in the chat. I mean, it is difficult to understand how you would get used to that. What I posted in the chat.
You got to remember, though, you're not paying attention for traffic signs. You're completely focused on driving. You're not sitting there trying to obey rules, right? The only rules you're trying to obey is the laws of physics.
Yeah, there's people walking. There's people riding bikes. There's
I think what happens is basically when you have a lot of laws, a lot of signs, a lot of, let's say, traffic cameras, it just removes the caution from the equation for like humans. So I'm not, everyone is following the law, but what happens when you have someone who's not, right? That's where accidents happen. But when you have
false sense of security, it gives the false sense of security.
Exactly.
And everybody else is following the rules. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So for those like Bangladesh people, everyone is afraid for his life. Like, I need to be very careful. So it's a herd immunity, kind of.
Yep. I got a good example of this around where I live. We have a college campus that crosses a main road, and there's all these little spots where the kids can cross, and they literally are looking at their phones, never ever look up and just walk across the road with abandon, because supposedly there's all these crosswalks. And it just takes one driver looking at their phone, and then that kid looking at his phone is Kaputski.
Yeah, there's not even lines on the road, by the way. You see in the video, there's not lanes. And watching this, oh, there are lanes. but only briefly. I do see some lines. But yeah, that's some intense stuff that it's really hard to imagine.
Yeah, and who teaches their kids this way? Like, hey, when you go to college, don't forget to walk straight across the street without looking both ways, staring at your phone and paying no attention to the 1,000-pound vehicle about to crush you. That's what boggles my mind, is like where the kids get that idea that they can just cross the street with abandon. I don't think I've ever in my life just crossed the street without checking, even if I was at a crosswalk.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with me. Like I'm always, when I'm walking, I make sure always, like, does the driver respect the sign and my right, like, to pass the road or not? I have like to confirm by looking them into the eyes. You know, like, you see me, you see me. Okay, let's do it. Because we live in a crazy world. Like, okay, even if he hits me and we go to the court and they compensate me, like, okay, what kind of amount of money does it, like, return my health back to normal, right? If it's super crazy injury which cannot be healed, nothing, seriously. So it's on me to just be careful.
Well, it's a trend. You know, they're at a college that teaches, you know, pretty much a liberal arts college, technically. Just go in there, do whatever the professor tells them. You know, someone else is taking care of it for me. I don't need to look both ways before I cross the street. I don't need to investigate this philosophical claim that the professor's making. Yeah, no, it's like, why would they lie? So I should just believe them. Why would they, you know, run a yield sign for pedestrians? Right? Nobody would do that, would they?
What's funny is that even like aircrafts, right? So they are like flying in a 3D environment, not 2D, 3D, and yet you see accidents happening because pilots are not paying attention, hitting each other in that fast, insane amount of the sky, yet hitting each other because they did not like look around before turning, or it's like, oh my God, where does it stop?
Yeah, there's nobody on my radar, so clearly that plane isn't in front of me.
That's why you have actually center. That's why you have ATC for controlling the flight center that you're passing through, and the other thing is that you have a system called MCAS, which automatically detects airplanes.
Yep.
Not MCAS. Sorry, TCAS. MCAS is something else. So, for example, in the Airbus that I'm flying right now, the Airbus will even if the pilot would try to fly into another plane, the plane would not make him do that because it will automatically interfere in any action and either climb or descend to get out of the way from the other airplane. So the pilot can't actually by force crash into another plane, at least in the A320.
But does it disconnect the controls or
No?
doesn't?
The autopilot. I mean, the autopilot will be on the whole cruise, right? But even if the pilot would disconnect the autopilot, the TCAS will be still superior over this action, and so in this case, the TCAS system will automatically either descend or climb the plane to get rid of the height where they could collide, where the two planes could collide. So it's actually impossible in these days that you're going to have a collision in mid-air with airliners. I mean, with small GA aircraft, this is something different, but airliners definitely no. Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Even like with the insane advancement in the aviation, like it took them like insane amount of accidents and mistakes, to reach this level, and yet it's still like I'm not sure if aviation is immune to like air traffic accidents or yet.
No,
or not yet.
I mean, if you look at what Boeing done with their MCAS system, where 3 of their new Boeing 737 MAX just crashed into the ground nosediving because of, first of all, lack of training, because they have not informed the pilots of the system change that they made in the MAX regarding the MCAS system. And it was actually basically all these 3 crashes where hundreds of people died could have been, could have been solved by properly training the pilots to the new aircraft system, because the only thing that should have done is disconnecting the auto trim to make it into manual trim, which is just 2 switches below the thrust the throttle for putting the thrust in for the engines. So 3 planes just crashed because Boeing decided to just leave something as important like this out. Yeah, so you see, even if in this age people still do stupid things.
Was Don Pettit the substitute instructor that week?
Could be, yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy.
What happens?
Huh?
What happens if the plane starts nosediving? Well, then you have a nosedive.
Yeah, that's actually it, yeah. And the thing is, it was a software issue regarding the MCAS system, because the MCAS system, there was a software issue where the MCAS system would automatically put the nose down, because the MCAS system that they implemented in the 737 MAX must have been implemented because the new engine types, which are first of all too big for that plane, they needed to adjust the automatic MCAS system to let the plane constantly dip down the nose to counter react to the nose going upwards because of the engine being too big, and so causing the phenomenon to put that the nose is automatically going up, if that makes sense. So this MCAS system was actually having a software issue where it thought that the plane was still the nose would still be dipping up, so it put max force on dipping it down, and that's how 3 planes just crashed into the ground.
Yeah,
in a highly modern aircraft.
Yeah, that's about aviation. Like, what do you think when it comes like to the F-35. You know, like I heard 10 million lines of coding, and yet it's still having accidents. Like,
Yeah, because that's just trash. You know, that plane is just trash. I don't know, Boeing in itself is just, you know, the reputation of Boeing is very low. If you look at the reputation of Airbus, which is created in Europe, Airbus has way less had problems in the past with, you know, software issues or regarding their emergency systems. Actually, flying in Airbus, in my view, is much more safer than flying in Boeing, even though Boeing had, you know, changed a lot of their standards up to a point where you can also say that they are very safe to fly, especially in the Boeing 787, like you know, long flight airliners where you cruise like from Europe to America and stuff.
I see you really like airplanes, Clay.
Yeah.
Can you name the safest airplane in the history of mankind that was also shut down for safety concerns?
The safest airplane, the Concorde.
Yeah, the Concorde, the safest vehicle of travel in the history of mankind across all modes of transportation,
Yes.
that was also shut down for safety concerns.
The Concorde
That checks out.
Yeah, the Concorde was actually one of the most advanced aircrafts up to its time, and was actually one of the safest up to that time because of the safety requirements that it had, or let's say safety barriers, however you want to call it. It was a very safe aircraft, and I don't understand why it, you know, got out of thing. But I guess it's just the problem with the pricing and stuff. You know, it's just not.
I did a whole live stream
actually,
on that.
The afterburners.
It's actually because, bro, I know the reason. Okay, it's because Barbara Streisand didn't like it.
Well, that's probably the reason then, because I evaluated all of the mainstream claims associated with why the program was shut down, and all of them are fallacious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's just really the financial aspect of it, but still, I mean, if you look at today, there would be a lot of people who had enough money to actually buy a ticket. But, you know, you need to understand, like, first of all, you have that financial aspect, and the other thing is the Concorde is a plane where you can only fly supersonic speeds over the Atlantic Ocean. That means you have a limited routing, which means that most of the routing will be just going towards America and Germany and back, like almost always over the ocean, because you can't fly over, you know, a populated area. It would just shatter all the, you know, most of the time it would shatter all their glass in their house and stuff like that. So, you know, that's the first point why it might have been not the most, let's say, what is the word?
Reason?
Yeah, like rentieren, rentieren auf Englisch. Profitable plane, yeah, right. I mean, no one wants to hear loud bangs every day, right?
But basically, it was only operated by like Air France and British Airways, so that's why it only flew those routes. But imagine if it was operated by like Brazil Airlines, right? They would avoid flying over like so many, you know, populated areas, and actually they'll save time going, let's say, supposedly on a ball, like going south and into Australia. They will fly, you know, all the way, or Argentina, for example, from Argentina all the way to Australia.
If you think about the Concorde, had a max altitude cruise of 60,000 feet. 60,000 feet flying over a ball is just retarded to think about, you know. It's just retarded, especially when you fly way faster than a bullet can fly when it is being shot out of a gun. So, yeah, no, I think. I mean, a Concorde is a masterpiece, some sort, engineering, but it kind of makes sense to me in a certain way why it did not really pay out at the end, so to say. But they're saying that they're working on new supersonic jets, and let's see what the future says about that kind of thing.
I agree with you. Like, all the reasons why they shut it down or basically doesn't make any sense. Like, as if the economic side of it is like, oh, suddenly we don't have any rich people, wanting to fly on it. It's like,
it makes sense in a certain way, because first of all, they are airliners that have been after the or in the midst of the Concorde that was still flying up to 2003, if I can say that out of the top of my head. There were already airliners that could cross the pond. Slower, but you would have more profit for the chartering agency, and also for lower ticket price and stuff. Like, it makes kind of sense, because the Concorde is a fast plane. Don't get me wrong, it's very nice, and I wish I would have been able to fly on one, but the limitation of what you can do with it, regarding especially the loud bang you have when you fly supersonic speeds, is just one of the reasons why it's just
that's not an actual limitation, though. They fly supersonic over land all the time. It doesn't. If you're that far away from the ground, it's not going to be busting windows.
That's true. Yeah.
As far as I know, if the Concorde would have flown supersonic above houses and stuff, there must be a reason why it was not allowed for them to do that. They supersonic was
the Blue Angels do it in Pensacola all the time.
Okay.
So I don't know, man. I don't think that that's the explanation.
I remember in a documentary, a pilot talking about the Concorde. He said something very interesting, that it had a lot of energy, or let's say capacity in the engines, to even fly higher than 60,000 feet. So, like, when us being flat earthers, if you think like, what's scary about flying more than 60,000 feet? Like, is it gonna hit something? I don't know.
You need to also think about how small the passenger capability of the plane was. And then, like, for example, a 787-10 has a capability of 330 passengers, while the Concorde, let's just get me the right number. It has a capacity of 100 passengers.
Exactly, but their ticket price was $30,000.
Yeah, I get that, but I think they also worked on a limit of between having a profitable flight for the company and keeping maintenance costs, fuel costs, and all the other stuff that are included, This thing was a fuel burner in itself with the afterburners and stuff.
But it only had twice the capacity of fuel as a normal plane. We're not talking about exorbitant extra amounts of fuel. Like, when you actually just dig into the details, it'll be interesting.
I'm open-minded, man. I will not defend this narrative. I know that there's also a lot of
It's
weird
unusual
things.
to me. There's some oddities with that whole situation.
Mhm.
So, Little or Liddy? Liddy. Okay. You say hello, Liddy?
Hello.
We heard a click, click, and then you muted yourself. You could just say hello.
The only other thing I find very weird is how the crash was just so easy to prevent. Why have the engineers not thought about the tires shooting up rock or other debris into the tanks? Like, I don't get it. Something about that whole crash with that piece of metal from another plane on the runway, it just doesn't really make sense to me.
Also, the economic side of shutting it down, it doesn't make sense. Why? Because it's not operated by a private company that it only relies on flying the Concords. No, it's actually Air France and British Airways, which have insane amount of planes, right? Basically.
Mm-hmm.
So why? I flew many times on planes which maybe only flying with 10% of the seats, booked. So, okay, if airliners can do that, or airline companies can do that, so imagine a 737 with a capacity maybe of 200 or something seats, and being flown only with 20 seats or 30 seats. I can't believe that it's actually paying for itself with 20, 30 seats only. So they're flying it with the minus, So British or Air France could have kept it running and make other successful routes, paying for it, if it's that economically destroying, for the entire company, which doesn't make any sense.
Just look at the break-even point and do the math on the break-even. I think when I looked into it, it was somewhere like 5 or 6 passengers was the break-even monetarily to cover everything. But anyway, Liddy, again, you were unmuted. You can say hello. Doing this one at a time. Or here's what I'll do. Just move you to the appropriate room. You can just go there, and somebody can meet you guys up in VC check-in. There you go. Star and Liddy are waiting in VC check-in for somebody to go check them in. Marcus is here with the very, very rare role of globe earther.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a very uncommon role these days.
Yeah, we get bullied into submission,
Submission of what?
Sorry. I guess I don't know. I was just here to listen. So.
Well, you made a weird statement. I'm just trying to understand what it means. Bullied into submission. What? Submission to what? To being a glober?
But that part of being a glober is projecting. Self-projection onto the other person. That's one of the tenets of globe cult, apparently.
Yeah.
We know how it goes. You're delusional.
Well,
There's no evidence of flat Earth.
in
Then
lieu
you go
of
to the
any,
beach, you see everything's flat, and then you're like, okay, who's delusional?
I never called anyone delusional.
Well, I'm just saying it's a common thing. So the basic problem with the globe Earth is that there's that's fine. It's not a belief. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. If I experience something, is that a belief? Is that experience a belief?
I respect what you say and believe. I just happen to believe something different.
Okay, you're doing it again.
You do
An
not
experience is
believe.
not a belief by definition.
Yep.
Okay,
if I
so
have,
you walk
oh, go
you
ahead.
walk into your house and you see your mother standing there. Is that a belief?
Huh? I'm really confused.
Huh?
How is this confusing? I have a pile of 2x4s,
Confusing.
2x6s,
Don't want to.
2x8s,
You just don't want to say it.
and
This
2x10s
is the projection.
in
Well, I'm
my
just saying, this
garage.
is literally the projection. He's literally doing what I just said Cobras do. He's literally doing it, like right now.
I know. I have 2x4s, 2x6s, 2x8s, 2x10s in my garage. They're all 12 foot long. Is that a belief?
No, you just happen to have pieces of wood in your garage.
And can I know that, or can I only believe that?
If you say you have it, then yeah, you have it.
No, it's not because I say it that it's true. That's called solipsism. Is that what you are? Are you a solipsist?
How about this? Okay, we're going to compare two things. He goes into his garage and he sees wood of the dimensions he just described, versus he gets an email that says all these dimensions were delivered to his house, to his garage, and they're in there. Which one's the
Okay.
belief and which one's knowledge? Him seeing it in his garage, or him reading an email that's saying somebody else delivered it and it's supposed to be in his garage?
I'm confused. I
Yeah, you know
literally just
exactly
trying
what
to
I'm
say
talking
hi
about.
and then get interrogated.
I
What?
know. I know. It's very hard. It's very hard because it goes against like your worldview. Sorry. This is like literally I started this with like you're projecting. See, you have a belief that the Earth's a ball. It's not knowledge.
Okay.
Never experienced it, right? And you're trying to project your problem that you have a belief onto us that we also have a belief. No, we don't, because we experience through our senses the Earth is flat and motionless. We experience that. Now, it could be wrong. I'm not saying that's proof of anything. I'm just saying that's the experience of life. That's not a belief. Did you ever go to the ocean, like, damn, that's one big ball? It's painful, I know. It's very painful when you find out that the situation is actually flipped from what you have brought up your whole life believing. That from a basic logical position, flat Earth position, is infinitely stronger. Because we have a logical axiom and you have a presupposition. We confirm experience and you confirm bias. Doesn't make you a bad person. It's not a moral judgment. First step to getting better is an accurate description of reality. That should be the most fundamental starting point, is accurately describing, without the concepts, what exists.
Is anybody available to go to VC check-in?
Technically, yes. Does that mean I want to? No.
I can go. I'll do it.
Thanks, Glatt.
Take one for the team, Glatt.
You got it.
I was about to run. I was about to run back over there, but maybe I'll join and just listen in.
Yeah, I booted I booted Lydia and Star there 3 times in a row. They kept on trying to come back here. I'm like, all right, they're coming back here because nobody's up there greeting them. So anyway, what do you come to listen for? What part of falsification are you
Here's the
misunderstanding, Marcus? I just come here
here's
to
the funny
listen.
part. If I ask him what I said, he won't be able to tell us.
What part of listening? I don't get it. Understand. Because I take people at their word, and unless I have a reason not to. Okay, so check this out. There's a cool guy on YouTube. His name's Mike the Cop. Mike, Mike the Cop. He makes fun videos. I don't know if he's currently a police officer. I think he is currently a police officer. He's done all kinds of fun videos, but one of them in particular is pretty interesting. And he talks about the unspoken rule amongst police officers that if the person that they're detaining says the word harassment or you're harassing me, that is a trigger word, unspoken rule that all police officers will give that person a ticket in order to establish plausible deniability of any possibility of harassment. I'm probably not explaining it nearly as well as he did, but it was a very interesting video that he did talking about when people cry harassment.
They have to. They have to do it. They have to erase their liability, and that's the way to do it. So now it's in controversy.
So the worst thing that
whether
you could
it's
ever
harassment
do,
or justified. You see what I'm saying? It's either it's justified or it's harassment.
Exactly.
So he has to make a claim that it's justified, and his ticket is that claim.
Yeah, exactly. So the worst thing you can do if you're pulled over is say that word, basically, because it's a guarantee that you're, or as close to a guarantee as possible that you're going to be ticketed at that point because you're forcing their hand. So when you cut, I'm drawing a little bit of an analogy here. With coming into a voice chat being like, we get bullied into submission, and I'm like, what submission? Submission of what?
I
You're being
meant that
bullied
as a
into.
joke, but
I don't even. Yeah, but I'm asking for clarification of the joke. Like submission into what?
Okay, I
Have you
struggle
been
to
bullied into
understand.
being a Glover? Is that what you're saying?
I struggle to understand because I meant that as a joke. I meant nothing behind it.
That's impossible. All words have meaning.
Well, because
and also I will say,
okay, he has a
you are-
presupposition he's not letting you know of that he wasn't even aware of. So, do you
I
think
don't
that
normally
we're
say
here to convince? I'm just going to ask you a question. Yes or no? Do you think we're here to turn people into flat earthers or convince them the Earth is flat? You think that's why we're
yes
here?
or no? Well, I know. I don't think you're here to convince anyone. I think you're just here to talk
Okay,
about.
thank you. Well, I mean, that goes, if we were here to try and convince people, then we would bully them into submission, right? We would
Yeah,
bully
that's
them until
why.
they become flat earthers.
That's why I'm seeking
I didn't
understanding
mean
for the.
anything behind it. I'm sorry if you thought I did.
Are
That
you
was not my
Australian? Because
intention.
those guys tell terrible jokes too.
No,
Or
I'm
Welsh?
Swiss.
Oh, Swiss. I don't know. Maybe this
I'm
bad
Swiss
joke
British.
telling goes all over the place. But anyway, you're probably under the impression that you've been bullied at some point in time. Otherwise, I don't know why you would have said such words.
He is now.
Yeah, you have a reason to feel that way, maybe. But how about my question now, Marcus? You come here to listen. Why?
Well, I wasn't really doing much else. I'm off work for this week, so I just thought I'd just join random Discords and see what people are talking about.
Oh, okay. Because like you have this strictly held belief that you're refusing to give up, in contrast or in opposition or defiance of reality. So I'm not quite sure why, if you are retaining your defiance of what really is, why would you want to listen to the thing that opposes your religiously held belief?
I don't really have conversations where the Earth is flat or a globe. I don't see why it matters as well, even if it was a flat Earth.
Then why are you here?
Okay, see you later.
Well, so let's listen, dude. Let's explore that. Why do you that? I guess you can't understand why it matters. Why are you asking us that question? We're not the one that spams globes on every form of media there is.
Yeah.
We're not the one that spams astronaut and space stuff everywhere. That's them, right? That's other people. So why is it important to them? Because it seems really important that when I turn on Netflix, 8 out of the 10 movies that are new are space movies.
Yeah, but even okay, so even
so much press, dude. Think about it. How much press an astronaut gets? How many times in a day you see a freaking spinning ball globe?
You could listen. You could be
Hundreds.
watching a rom-com. You could be watching a historical documentary. It doesn't matter what you're watching. You'll see a globe.
So it matters to them, obviously.
Yeah.
Whoever them are. It matters to society at large. And we know the reasons why it matters to them because it's the foundation of Western civilization.
Yeah, and it gets butthurt.
The Enlightenment, etc., and all that stuff, right? We were smarter than all the other heathen savages, right? We figured this out of the globe, and we're going to go to their countries, and we're going to force it upon them. Well, after we kill the people that think it's flat, those knowledge keepers, and then we'll just say, "Oh yeah, the Earth's the globe." The Chinese believed that the Earth was flat up until the late 1800s. It ended when the British drove out the emperor. Wow, what a coincidence! If you know anything about the history of China and the Opium Wars and Britain's role and all that, and how they were subversive.
Yeah. All right. Liddy has received BC verified. Hi, Liddy. And just for the record, getting BC verified is for the purpose of using your mic. Otherwise, you'll be reverted to listening pass.
He's trying to say no chat skanking. Don't get BC verified just so you can jump into BC text chat and talk trash. Because you want to be seen on YouTube or whatever. Well, don't take any of this stuff wrong because, we don't bite, but we are fanatics. We are fanatics about empirical proof, right? Demonstration of reality. Not models, abstractions, concepts, ideas, right? That you can throw some mathematics on, right? Formulas are great, but if you don't have a measured value, they are meaningless nonsense. which, you know, people, scientists, people generally used to know this, but for some reason, Newton knew it. Maybe it was Bishop Berkeley. But you can calculate the number of angels on the head of a pin, but you need to prove that angels exist before that calculation means anything.
And then you need to measure them.
Yes. And then you're going to need to measure them. How big is an angel?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that whole story is that documented, or is that just another psyop? Or maybe just because the conversation happened doesn't mean that it wasn't a psyop. What a thing. It's supposed to be like a math debate, right? Some math society was arguing about that.
Yeah, Newton was kind of weird. He used pseudonyms, and they would write letters between each other. So mathematics is a little bit different. They didn't publish their papers. Like if somebody figured out how to solve something or the proof of something, they kept it to themselves, and they would challenge other people to like solve it. And Newton would sometimes solve things without telling anybody.
Yeah.
I think he solved something, and the person, I think his name is Gallia or something. He solved like cubic equations or something, and it was some challenge. And then Newton figured it out, but he did it under a pseudonym. And the guy figured out it was Newton because he was like, you could tell a lion from his claw. He could just tell from the way that the problem was solved mathematically that it was Newton that did it. Just from like his line of reasoning was a particular methodology.
Hmm.
They had a lot more time to think about things. They didn't have a lot of like entertainment, distractions.
Distractions. Yep, I had done the word for amusement earlier. And I was surprised of its diversion of attention, or original meaning, amusement. So I thought that was interesting.
Have you ever heard the story of Leonard Euler? He's a mathematician.
Sorry, say the name again.
Leonard Euler. Euler.
Yep. He has like the equation on
e to the I pi, yeah.
And also calculating vectors.
Yeah, well, he did a lot of stuff. That's why.
Yep. I know.
They started indexing all his published works in something like 1908, and it took something like 80 years for them to index everything he wrote. According to, supposedly, this is the legend of Euler, right? he had something like 15 children and like 13 of them died. Oh, did I tell you he was also blind? Yeah, this is the story of Euler. He cited, like Carl Gauss is like the next cited mathematician. Euler is something like, he has something like 2 orders of magnitude more citations than Gauss, like the next closest guy, because he published supposedly so many things. And the amazing part is that because he was blind, he would dictate to scribes who supposedly wrote the stuff down. Right. If you go on YouTube, there's there is some university gives a talk on him, and it strains belief that that one human being did all this. We're talking like so many papers, like it's something like tens of thousands of papers.
It's passion, when you are so like dedicating or investing your entire time into figuring a solution to a problem that is like a kind of like way of playing, but with numbers. That's their only game. As a challenge, I have to figure it out.
Okay, it's 850 papers, so these are mathematical proofs. It takes up 92 volumes.
That's insane.
How much book space is that? How much wall space, I mean? Yeah, it is. It's insane. And like his about his kids, like he had like something like 15 kids and like 13 of them died or something. He had to be like the world's worst parent. Thirteen children, 5 survived childhood. Yeah, not a very good parent.
Bad odds. Okay, that was supposed to be funny.
No, they like if they like died at an older beyond childhood, you could say it wasn't his fault. But they died, they didn't make it out of childhood, so it's gotta be his fault. He's like,
I would tend to agree.
I'm busy doing math. Go play with the matches.
But also, disabled people or people with like special needs, like blind people, they tend to be more and much creative and also dedicated in their creativity. It's like this is their, it turns into like a passion. So he had like a lot of time, basically not wasting a lot of energy on like observing nature, or so he had to create his own way into seeing nature or trying to figure it out.
Well, he had scribes too, so I mean, you're just dictating. It takes a lot of time because you don't got to write the stuff down. right? Somebody else is doing it for you.
That's true.
Kind of amazing. He was just doing it in his head, but it's not really that amazing. If you think of Beethoven being completely deaf, you don't like Beethoven.
So, is there a conversation midway
About what?
about anything? I stepped away and I just got back. I didn't want to rumpus anything.
We were talking about Leonard Euler and his supernatural ability, how he wrote 850 mathematical papers and it composes 92 volumes, and he was blind. And he had 15 children and only 5, or 13 children and only 5 survived childhood.
Oof.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was I was thinking about that actually. Like allegedly, that's his history.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find out who found out that, or who recorded that Helen Keller had a British accent. Who made that recording or documentation? I'm still looking for that because I've heard the claim. I just don't know where that claim originates.
Oh my God, I got so many good Helen Keller jokes, but I don't want to get Helios channel blasted. I have a lot. I'll tell one.
I'm sincere when I'm asking for.
How did Helen Keller's parents punish her? They got the plunger in the toilet.
It's funny, but I'm sorry. Like I don't know who she is. So
Helen Keller was she was deaf, blind, and dumb. Dumb as in she couldn't speak. She was mute.
I see. Yeah.
So yeah, she had no idea if there was still a plunger in the toilet.
So they say that she was dumb, but I also thought that she.
Yeah.
I thought she wasn't dumb. I thought she did eventually develop it, and that's where this claim that she actually had a British accent. But again, the point that she had. So supposedly somebody at some point, besides Owen Benjamin, who was the one that brought this to a lot of people's attention, but I don't know where the original claim comes from. Who actually, shared or documented that as a thing that she had a British accent? And if she did have a British accent, how does a stone cold deaf person develop an accent of any kind?
it's a genetic thing.
What's that?
It's a genetic thing for them.
Well, no, that's no.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Speech all by itself tends to go hand in hand with hearing, obviously, but
supposedly she was taught language by doing sign language into the palm of her hand.
And yeah, that's the story. Yeah.
There's a movie, I think it's called The Miracle Worker.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about Helen Keller's teacher, not Helen Keller. Helen Keller in the movie is depicted as a crazed animal, basically, until she learns language, and then all of a sudden she's a, civilized person. Because, obviously, if you don't have language, you're just an animal.
The only thing that separates us from the animals. Oh.
Yeah, the ability to take orders, because if you don't understand language, you can't take orders now, can you?
Yeah, rules. Without rules, we're just animals.
Oh no, dogs follow instructions pretty well.
Yeah, humans are animals.
LOL.
Yeah. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, when they deviate from the commands of you know, the creator, they actually, for me, they become worse than animals, you know, it's like start doing crazy things like, oh my God.
When they say human beings have like 99% of the same DNA of a chimp, that's 99% of 1%. Did you know that?
Yep, exactly. One of
So
the
they
like,
tested the 1% that was most, that they thought would be most like a chimpanzee. That's the only part they tested.
yeah, one of the most disgusting lies, you know.
But hold on, and that's before they found out of oncogenes, 70% of genetic code that they said was junk DNA for freaking 7 decades. Which they found out it composes more DNA than the coding genes, and has more to do with the actual gene expression and the traits that are actually expressed in human beings. But never mind all that.
Well, it can also
Don't
be
look behind that curtain, dude.
It can also be akin to there's a C chord, an A chord, and a G chord in a song, and then another song have a A chord and a G chord and an E chord, and they're like 66% identical is the claim. The claim is technically meaningless.
I've never understood why people are like, yes, human beings are animals. Why would you want to be? They say it with like, yes, we're animals too. Like, yeah, I want to be in that club.
yeah, it's like as if it's something
with pride,
proud of, you know.
The only people I classify as animals are those without conscience, like the Stalins, the Hitlers, the Pol Pots.
Some people could argue that they had consciousness.
But
Not that they're right.
They acted like animals, not humans.
Well, scientifically, humans are animals. I don't see what would differ us. It's just based on how you define it.
Say what?
Scientifically, this guy's a comedian.
Categorizing
funny,
things
dude.
isn't really science. That's more
I
like,
mean,
I
it
don't know
doesn't
what you
matter
would call
how
that.
you define a
Like,
human or an animal. We are. I
okay.
don't see why it's needed a
So
discussion
you
anyway.
Proof by assertion.
so you think you're an animal? You're the same as some monkey on a tree.
Well, is a monkey the same as a fish in the sea? No.
No.
Okay, let me ask you:
Exactly. Both
Do
are animals, though.
monkeys have moral crises?
Again, I'm not a monkey, so maybe.
Nope.
Not the same as humans, of course.
Well, that's what differentiates humans: is conscience and consciousness, self-awareness, the ability to model the world,
Pretty sure
the
monkeys are
ability to predict the
self-aware.
future.
Pretty sure monkeys know they exist.
You can you know between
No.
good and bad.
Not recognizing yourself in a mirror. I'm talking. Cause I've seen a goose like look at itself in a mirror and try to fight itself.
Humans have less animalistic instincts than what you would call animal. I could agree on that.
I think this.
I'm
this
talking about
mistake-
I'm trying to come up with differentiation and explain what the differentiation between a human being and an animal is
you know,
the ability to self-reflect.
Yeah, I think the distinction actually is a link. It's a fingerprint of the creator, as being created by the same original creator. So he had put his fingerprint. So I'm not saying that we are the same like animals, but we have the same origin, being created by the same creator.
And by a creator, you obviously mean a god, right?
That's what people call it, but basically, creator is a creator, you know.
But then again, there is Darwinism, and I'm not religious.
What proof?
That's a religion, my friend.
What
That's
proof do you
Okay,
have of
hold on.
evolution?
Hold on a
Actually,
second. Hold
wait.
on a second. Because we need to define terms correctly. Believing in a creator is deism. It's not a religion. Religion is a practice.
I agree.
Religion is like
What I said
a
about
human
not
practice.
being religious may not be true because I do look at myself belonging to religion, but it's non-theistic.
Do you think Darwinism is not a religion?
I am saying
I can prove that it's not a scientific theory. I can prove that unequivocally that it's not a scientific theory, that it's pseudoscience. Unequivocally. And I'll have you prove it for me. With one question. What experiment could I do, hypothetically, that could falsify Darwinism with the result? Not an experiment that has been done, that we can imagine could be done. And if it got some result, would prove the entire evolutionary fairy tale incorrect.
Well, Darwin himself went to the island, to
That's
those
how
islands.
science works.
That's not
Science
what he
doesn't
asked.
work by confirmation. So science doesn't work by confirmation. This is a common misconception. Science works by falsification. Claims or theories have to be falsifiable by experiment. If they don't have the potential of being proven wrong, all evidence proves them right no matter what that evidence is, right? It has to have the potentiality of being able to be proven wrong. Otherwise, by definition, in the very definition of pseudosciences, claims or theories that are not falsifiable by experiment, by the person who invented the word, Karl Popper, right? You can Google him.
And how
And the
would you
modern
turn
scientific method follows him.
how would you turn that around to be able to falsify a god?
Who knows? Earth measures flat, though. That's for sure.
Hold on. God's existence is not a scientific claim.
So all science needs to be able to be proven wrong, but as long as you're religious, you can believe in whatever you want.
Kinda, yeah.
No.
Not really.
I thought your question.
We've differentiated physics from metaphysics. So once you start dealing with the question of God, you've automatically said, boom, I'm not doing science anymore.
So whether I question the existence of God, I can't believe in science.
Listen, what I'm saying
They're
is,
mutually exclusive, God and science.
even if you proved the existence of God, it would not be scientific proof by definition.
Correct.
No, exactly.
You also have to separate.
It would be a different
from
type of
empirical.
proof. It would be a metaphysical proof, a logical proof, some other type of proof, but it wouldn't be a
Subjective.
scientific.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you also
And
have to separate scientism, which is what they
science.
sell you, from empirical science as well. And I thought your question to answer for him was going to be, do you truly think Michelle Thayer is a cousin of a rock?
Wait, sorry, what?
He's never heard that. There's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thayer, that said human beings are complicated rocks.
Are complicated rocks.
And when
Because
she goes on a walk,
all
and she looks
organic
at,
matter comes from. Okay, you go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, when she goes on a walk and she looks at rocks, she thinks to herself, those are her distant cousins.
Because, right, if you believe in the Big Bang Theory, right, the Earth was once just hot, no life on it, and that rock became life.
Yeah, and
So
just don't forget that
if you go back, right, all life comes from a rock, and you're just a
She-
complicated rock.
I'm sorry, wait. You said organic matter. Rocks aren't organic.
Organic
They're-
matter.
Yeah, rocks aren't organic. Well, it depends. There are
Okay,
a
we
few
know that.
There are a few sedimentary rocks which can be organic if they include carbon, but
But your
most rocks
expert
don't.
said you came. Your expert says you came from a rock.
Hold on a second,
came
dude. He's
from a rock.
confused. He's confused. The
Let me
Big
speak for
Bang
myself.
Theory. Well, I'm just telling you, you mistook of what I said. I didn't say rock. All organic matter comes from rocks. It was originally a rock, and somehow, by some whatever, became life.
But
because when the Earth was created in the Big Bang, right, there was no life at the creation of the Earth, right?
Is that you pseudophrasing it, or is that literally what she said?
I'm
'Cause
asking you a question.
no, that's exactly what she said. She said, we're just complicated rocks. She said, humans are just complicated rocks. Someone posted the video of her saying it.
They did. It's there.
Yeah. If you go in the live stream voice, this text channel, it's right above this voice channel. We post stuff that's relevant to here.
I can agree on that. Organic life could have come from a rock, yes, but that's. Let's go back to the
Sorry,
Cambrian.
that's really funny.
No. Let's go back to pre-Cambrian explosion, right? When the Earth was at
Go
least
to where
cold.
it never existed. Okay.
Presupposition.
I mean, there are literally fossils from the Cambrian explosion.
Yeah, how do you verify them?
That there are fossils. You can literally touch them.
How do you verify that that's what they're saying they are?
What are fossils made out of?
How do you verify age of these?
What are the fossils made out of?
Well, then again, you're saying science. You don't believe in science, right? That's what you're saying.
We're not saying
No,
that. Red herring.
according to religion.
We don't believe in pseudoscience.
Yeah, we don't believe that science that parades around as science, but cannot be proven experimentally.
I told you, we're extremists. We're experimental extremists. We don't think that divining, the past, right, from the present through some miracle of, whatever. It needs to be backed up, validated experimentally.
And how
That's
would you
science.
suggest?
The science is a scientific.
And how would you?
How do I suggest it?
No, wait. How would you suggest something that is potentially millions of years old would be experimented on if you're saying we have to recreate it the exact same way as it was created?
Well, the fundamental processes can't be recreated. The fundamental processes they claim exist can't be recreated.
No, exactly. So you're basically saying it's impossible to actually prove science or prove. Sorry,
no,
this.
we're not saying,
Not science. Pseudoscience.
We're
The
not
science
saying
you're
that.
saying is
this particular so-called branch of science is not actually science. Science is a scientific method, right? You have independent, dependent variables, control variables, and null hypothesis. Because this is the problem. Give it real simply. People use the word science in place of the word truth, right? So, but there are some scientists, if you follow the scientific method, you can say the results of that experiment, if replicated, are true 100%. But when you go to things that you can't experimentally verify, you're still calling it science and not saying this is speculation.
In other words, anyone saying billions of years ago, who the heck was there? Really? Billions of years ago? Hey, okay. I'm listening. Keep going.
I would say, what is your scientific basis for the establishment of millions or billions of years when it comes to these objects?
You mean?
There's none. They don't have any.
Hold on. Let him answer.
Sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
How would
I want be
how
able to
would
talk?
you?
That's all I want to say. Let's please let this guy talk and give it full answers because it's hard to listen to. Go ahead.
No, but then again, how would you prove there's a God which created the Earth? How many years ago do you believe?
That wasn't
6,000
my
years
question.
ago?
That wasn't my question. So you have a claim.
I literally
right?
covered that.
You have a claim of millions or billions of years as far as this fossil record. So where is your scientific established basis for these millions and billions of years?
Then again, there would be methods. People now today, doesn't seem to would call it that, but people, other places would call it science. And
listen. Sorry. So basically, when you say when you want a proof of the existence of the creator, basically what you usually refer to as God, do you think that you are on the offense? Do you really think that you are on the offense? Like, don't you realize that actually the burden of proof is actually upon you, because you have to have a lot of proofs for a lot of things existing around of us, and knowing the exact process how it actually existed.
My proof of a creator? looking at my mom, my dad, myself in the mirror?
Yeah, that's one of the actual proofs, because like people say, yeah, it's Darwinism, evolution, chance. Like, nope, no, it doesn't happen this way. If we used to walk in
So
the
no
road,
one's claiming proof. But that's the point. No one's claiming proof of God. Everyone admits that God is based upon faith, right? No one's even claiming that.
no, I'm talking to
You're trying to
atheists.
compare two different things.
The problem with man is
So
actually deep inside. Sorry for interrupting you, but deep
Yeah,
inside,
you are.
they
It's
know.
besides the point, Clay. That's not what the conversation needs to be about right now. This is the red herring adventures. Okay, for everybody that wants to have a faith conversation, there's rooms for that. That's not what this conversation
yeah,
needs
I
to
don't
be
want to
about.
have the faith conversation. I'm actually trying to start eliminating it because he keeps trying to bring it back to that.
I
I'm
just
trying to
want
keep
to
it on
say.
so-called science.
I just want to say we try to search for excuses of understanding the surrounding, which is obviously created. That's all that man is doing. Tries to search for something that refutes the whole thing, even though he can't really find it because it doesn't exist.
So you're saying it's impossible to define or know how everything was created because God is greater than human self.
Exactly.
I can tell you this, that in 1920, a priest came up with the Big Bang Theory. I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's a fact. That he was a Jesuit priest.
Wait, and sorry, where did you get your info from? Just a book? But no, like
Wikipedia.
no, I'm serious. Is that the only place where?
Deep research.
George Lemaitre.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good
bro
buddies with
doesn't know about
Einstein.
George.
You haven't heard about him? He was good buddies with Einstein. Haven't heard of them?
Sorry, who?
Einstein? Yeah.
George
and
I've heard of Einstein, yeah.
The Jesuit priest that invented your Big Bang religion.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So
That
I
actually
want to get
has
back
the
to the science thing.
Yeah, back to science. Guys.
Science thing.
Empiricism.
So scientifically we can say. So scientifically we can say like how much heat it takes to boil water. Right. So I got a gram of water, or an ounce of water, whatever. We could say how much heat I have to apply to it until the water boils. We'll call that science. That's determination.
You don't apply heat.
Well, yeah, you don't apply heat.
No.
We can lower the pressure. So there's another method. Right?
Heat
So we know
is
what causes what.
Something with a high temperature goes on to it. It's a process. Heat is not a physical thing you can apply. Heat is when something with a high temperature goes over to something with a low temperature.
I'm talking. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, it's called thermodynamics. Yeah, cool. Right.
Yes,
that's not
exactly.
the point. That's not the point. The point is that we can say things about that process with a scientific certainty that can be replicated over and over. Now, we're also calling something about observing things we dig out of the ground. We're also calling that science because we made up a story about where they came from. Don't you see the difference there? But we're calling them the same thing.
No, I see what you're saying. That since we can replicate it in real time, it's science. But if there's something that happened millions of years ago, and we try to use science on that, that's pseudoscience because
you can't manipulate anything.
Because you can't prove it wrong. You can't even hypothetically prove it wrong.
Then again,
you understand. Okay, so I'm going to give you the analogy that Karl Popper used. Okay, so imagine your theory is all swans are white. Do you go looking for white swans, or do you go looking for a black swan? You go looking for a black swan because if you find a black swan, it'll falsify your theory, and you only have to find one black swan to know that your theory is wrong. Regardless of how many white swans you find. That's why I said science can't work by confirmation. It has to work by falsification. And if you can't think of an experiment that can falsify it, that means any evidence, even if those two pieces of evidence contradict each other, still support the theory because they don't falsify it. It's just a matter of logic. So Karl Popper he's written, listen, you can just Google him. I'd suggest you research him. PhD in the philosophy of science. He wrote tons of papers and books on it. The method that he came up with is followed today, right? It's not something that he just came up with independently. It's what the scientific method is today, currently, now. It's just not applied in certain fields: astrophysics, cosmology, astronomy, paleontology, well, certain parts of geology, yes, other parts, no. It depends. Evolutionary biology. But the point, I get the point is that they claim, they still use the word science, but when people think of science, they think of the certain things of science, right? How much heat it takes to boil water, and they have that same idea of truth, and they apply it to these other things which don't have the same evidence, the same support of truth that a simple experiment does. We know how to do an experiment to determine cause and effect. So when someone says XYZ causes stars, and they literally have no experiment to even remotely demonstrate that, but they claim causal mechanisms.
You're saying it cannot, theory of evolution can't be proved, right? But it
No,
was
I'm saying there's no. I'm saying that nobody can think of an experiment that could prove it wrong.
Well,
not that the experiment could. Well, I mean, to think of an experiment. Okay, if I took some grass, did XYZ experiment to it, that would prove evolution wrong. Like something like that. If I did some experiment, it would show that evolution is wrong. The thing about evolution is because they claim such giant time scales, right? They just always say, "Oh well, you didn't wait long enough." Because it's a random process. Maybe you got to wait 4 billion years instead of 2 billion years. And if I wait 4 billion years for the random life to pop out of nowhere, then they'll say 6 billion years or 8 billion, however long it takes. No matter what, there's always an ad hoc hypothesis that they can just add onto it so that no experiment can ever prove it wrong.
Same way they kick the can down the road of going wherever. Mars, the moon, whatever. I wanted to ask you this. If evolution is real, why do we still have monkeys running around? Did they forget to evolve?
You don't forget to evolve.
That's silly.
Well, so then why do we still have fucking monkeys? They should have evolved into us.
Well, not all evolution.
How come we're not seeing monkeys births now in real life, converting themselves?
Because monkeys did.
Claim is human beings and monkeys have a common ancestor. And that common ancestor is the so-called missing link, and it's still missing.
I know.
But
I'm just trying to point out to this gentleman that all of them would have evolved into us. There would be none left.
When Darwin did go to the Galapagos Islands, he did see that the same species of animal, the finches, all evolved differently on all the different islands due to winds blowing them away.
They adapted. They did not evolve. The bird did not become a walking creature that doesn't fly. The beak adapted to its environment.
Exactly.
Let's accurately explain what Darwin observed. What Darwin
That's
observed.
not evolution. Evolution would be the bird becomes a mosquito. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, well, what Darwin observed was there was a bunch of different species of finches. Those finches had specialized abilities depending on their environment. Now, his hypothesis is that over a period of time, because of environmental isolation, they evolved through, reproduction, individual traits through the process of natural selection. Right? Saying they evolved into this, that is your hypothesis, right? That's the hypothesis. He didn't observe evolution. He observed the end product, right? What would be the end product of evolution, assuming his theory is correct. Right. So they could have got there by other means, right? So say evolution's wrong and there's some other process. say it's like all evolution or all changes
how did
happen by
you
some
believe
crazy
for it to
spontaneous mutation.
How did you believe for it to happen then?
But basically, guys, I think
I don't have a belief on how it happened.
So it
I
just
don't
didn't happen
actually
then,
have a belief.
according to you.
No, listen, it doesn't
Don't you think it's
matter.
better to have a
Right?
theory
So
than
just
not have
because
a
he has a
theory?
story, no. It's like,
How about
do you
this?
think it's better to believe in? I'm going to ask you, and show your hypocrisy. Do you think it's better to believe in God than not believe in God?
Well, if there are
You're
other...
hedging your bets, right?
No, because humans do look for answers in everything they see, right? That's basically what humans are based on.
Yeah, and
And
so
I
is your theory of evolution. You literally just said it. Isn't it better to have a theory than not have a theory?
exactly.
Why?
Your
Why should I have a
theory is
theory that's not actually?
my theory
Why
is
have a? It's a story, though. At this point, it's
I have
a
a
story.
question. I have a question for the gentleman. Why aren't we continually evolving then? How come a human isn't born with a third arm or something?
because it's not like one day humans have 2 arms, another they have 3. We don't have use for 3.
No, but you said we evolved from a rock. We came from a
Did I
rock,
say that?
and then we stopped evolving. We got to where we are, and now we don't evolve no more.
Oh, I'm saying
That's why.
when the Earth was inhabited, there were rocks that did end up, like meteors, that did end up crashing into Earth, and they, well, it's theorized that they
According to
included
who?
both water and organic or biological beings, like small
Okay,
microscopic bacteria,
Cool
which
story.
then evolved.
Cool story, bro. But then now meteors aren't still crashing into the Earth and continually evolving stuff. Cool story, bro.
allow me just to
Well,
bring it
this
back
is
to
the
reality.
This is the kick the can down the road. Hold on. Let's re-say this. This is the abiogenesis kick the can down the road. We can't figure it out on Earth, so we're going to kick it to aliens.
Yeah, just like
The abiogenesis happens somewhere else, right?
There's an actual experiment done. It's called the long-term evolution experiment. They couldn't prove the slightest amount of evolution by using bacteria, which is like a good attempt, Even using bacteria, they reached 50,000 or more generations of bacteria. They did not see any evolution of any kind, like something becoming like a new creature, like emerging out of those so insane amount of generations. So basically, when you try to say, well, you have to wait long enough. So some scientists said, well, how about we use a microbe, which is a bacteria, which is have a very short or a small lifespan, and then we can analyze insane amount of generations. Like in this case, the E. coli long-term evolution experiment, 50,000 or more generations, and they couldn't actually observe any changes to call it an evolution. So, where do you want to go?
What Sonny said, though. If you had the same amount of skepticism towards your own belief system.
Yep, there's theories out there that humans are going to evolve with another nostril or something. Like, yeah, okay, we'll just wait a few million years to see that happen, I guess.
Well, again, there are signs on humans that we did actually evolve from apes because of our tailbone, which is slowly
Bullshit.
disappearing.
Tailbone
Hey, Star, did you know that Earth was not a ball?
Earth is not a ball. I know. Well, I'm looking to know.
That was weird.
Earth is flat.
Yeah. So what about this tailbone? Lots of creatures have tailbones. Whoop-de-frick.
Well, as one can observe on humans, we do actually have a tailbone, which then again...
Yeah, interesting.
I would call it a vertebrae, and I would call it an extended vertebrae, and it's no proof that we had tails at one point.
The correct term is a coccyx. So you see, tailbone is a colloquialism, implies the term tail, as if it has a tail, but that's not the actual word for it. So
Yes.
I would agree that, creatures have similar skeletal structures. Whoop-de-frick. What's your point?
Yeah, so with your claim that this is evidence that human beings at one point in time had a tail, you would need to substantiate that with some sort of evidentiary intermediary species, meaning humans that had tails, then partial tails, and then a resultant nub that we call a tailbone.
Yeah, but as someone else here said, you can only observe the results of evolution and then try to explain that result.
Well,
Yeah,
Well,
it's presupposition.
Yeah. It
You
could also be
you
like,
already begged the question that evolution happened in that assertion.
So they
yeah,
and then
like
again,
if you change the environment and something supposedly adapts, it could just be that it already had the ability to survive and it was already encoded in its genetics. So you change the environment and something supposedly adapts, it already has the ability to survive in that environment. So it could just be already encoded.
Yeah, it's called epigenetic stressors. There
Yeah,
you
like
go.
epigenetics, like you change the environment and different genes are expressed.
Yeah, like normal pigs can turn back into feral pigs and grow thick hides and fur and tusks.
Well, yeah.
Hey, I got a question for the gentleman. I heard Gospel Bell ask him about the shape of the Earth, and he kind of like hand wave dismissed it, saying that he's a flat earther. I don't believe that, and not even the slightest. I think he's doing it so that he can insert said conversation to wedge it between his biased non-understanding of the shape of the Earth.
sorry, what conversation am I inserting here?
All right,
Gospel, go ahead, Gospel. You take it, man.
Well, why do you know Earth is not a ball?
Well, again, as I explained at the voice channel to the other guys, I don't necessarily know, and I came to this server to learn. I always just have my doubts about it being around, so I joined Flat Earth.
Why do you have doubts?
Then again, there are just some things, as I said in the voice chat before, there are just some things you do doubt.
Why
as you.
do you have doubts?
Can't really explain them, can I?
Why?
Yes, you can. Go ahead, try.
I'm saying I can't. I just have doubts.
Why?
But you said I was trying to implement a certain conversation there. You guys started.
Why do you have doubts that the Earth is a ball? Why do you doubt that
it
claim?
just seemed odd to me. That's what I said before.
Why is it odd?
Are you just going to keep asking why for everything I say?
Yeah. Because you've made these claims, and I'm just demonstrating for the audience, I suppose, and maybe to yourself. Like sometimes I have this little hope inside of my heart that people will be genuine, and I get disappointed a whole lot, but it doesn't stop me from trying.
If trying to use just asking why, then
you can't understand what the gentleman's trying to get at. You're saying you doubt the ball. So it's like me saying, I think my girl's cheating on me. And then you ask me, why do you think that? And I go, I don't know. I just think it. Obviously, there's a reason I think it. I saw a phone number on her phone that shouldn't have been there. Or
Good
I saw her
analogy.
chatting with a dude. I obviously got a reason why I'm suspicious and doubtful of her faithfulness.
There you go.
So why do you doubt the globe?
Yeah, otherwise you just sound super disingenuous.
Well,
yeah. So, my friend, what I would like to ask you is, what source is out there that's saying the best way to argue with flat earthers is to pretend you're a flat earther and then just posit mainstream consensus narrative, quote unquote, pseudoscience?
Correct.
In the conversation.
I'm sorry. We haven't been on the topic of flat Earth yet. Why are you saying I don't believe in flat Earth just because I can't
where did you learn? Here, I'll ask the same question in a different way. Where did you learn to pretend to be a flat earther?
Oh my God!
To try to prove some kind of point. Where did you learn that? Was it a YouTube video? Was it a Reddit article? Or what was it?
This has become an interrogation.
Yeah, well, you get asked questions when you say peculiar things.
What can I say Now, like anything.
Yeah, one reason why
truthful, genuine statements of what you do or do not know.
Exactly, I do not know. I literally said I do not know whether the Earth is round or flat, but I do believe it being round is kind of odd, seeming as there are a lot of different reasons for why it should be flat, like research.
Yeah,
done
What's a
by
reason it should? Okay,
flat
what's a
Earth
hold on? What's a
scientists.
reason it should be? What's a reason it should be flat?
Again, there are a lot of experiments
No,
done by
just one.
flat.
Just one.
Just one. Well, there are. I think I read something about the laser experiments done by scientists to check over a large area to see if the laser actually does bend, but it didn't. "Quote unquote bend."
Okay, so laser test would be an answer to that question. That's all we're looking for is question asked, some type of genuine answer. It's
And
simple.
again, I also said in the other voice chat I haven't done much research, and that is why I did join the Flat Earth to find or to learn. So asking me why I believe in something when I've already said I don't know much about it is kind of counterintuitive.
I think the
So
only
you have
reason
both
why
doubts. You
the
have doubts
only
for the flat and the round.
the only reason why we ask is because we wanted
More
to
doubts of
know.
the round.
We wanted to know if you have at least one reason why you're doubting the globe Earth model. Like, you know.
Yeah, but we at least have one thing he seems to be confident in. So let's ask him a question, see where it goes. Did we evolve from monkey, primate, style, type?
What does evolution have to do with flat or round Earth? That's where I.
We're just trying to get you to make a claim of anything that you know whatsoever, whatever it may be that you think is a yes in the affirmative. So, for example, did we evolve from a primate style ancestor? Yes or no? Not a hard question.
Did we evolve?
I don't know is also, I don't know is also a valid answer.
I mean, I believe yes, but then again,
Okay, there
I'm
you go.
open to people believe something else.
Good job.
It's okay. It's all good that you have beliefs, but we like to come from a place of understanding and knowing and looking into and researching things and verifying them, right? So
Yeah, but how do you
believe in
verify-
evolution because of one man's words and one book and with no other evidence to back it up other than
What
fossils,
about the Bible?
Fossils that don't provide that missing link between ape and man or monkey and man, and we still got apes and monkeys running around. They haven't evolved. That's a little bit of a red flag, no?
But then
Hold
again,
on. You
religion.
Hold on, friend. You said something, okay?
But you guys
That was kind of a counter
in-
argument. So
No, you guys
hold on.
believe.
Hold on.
Holy shit! You guys have been talking over me
holy
this
shit.
whole
I've been
time.
trying to say a sentence, and you've
I've
been
been trying
talking
to say
over
a
me.
sentence for the last half an hour.
Okay, cool story. Now check this out, friend. I'm going to yield the floor to you, and no one's going to interrupt you because you made a positive claim or some kind of rebuttal that we want to hear. So go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm lost here. What?
In the
You mean
middle of
the
that guy
Bible?
talking,
Yeah, he
and
said.
listen,
He
in
said
the
a
middle
book.
of that guy talking,
I said.
right? He said that some book, blah blah blah, and you interrupted to say something. So go ahead now that the air is clear.
Okay, you said that I believe a book, but then again, I'm guessing Christian, and that you read the Bible and believe what it says in the Bible, right?
No, not necessarily.
You believe in God, but you don't believe in what it says in the Bible. Okay.
Those two propositions are not mutually inclusive. Okay, many people believe in God that think the Bible's bologna sandwich. You understand me? So those things don't follow.
But isn't that changing?
Right. What about proof?
Isn't that changing religion into your own belief system?
No.
Excuse me? Hold on, friend. Hold on. Are you confused that Christianity is the only religion in the world? Or is there other religions besides Christianity?
There are obviously other religions besides Christianity.
Perfect. So the idea of God is not mutually inclusive to Christianity alone, correct?
No, but again, I said I assumed you were Christian.
Why? Why would you assume such a thing?
Well, you don't
Probability?
seem like Muslims to me.
I don't know.
Because
You're
you're
a
all
Muslim,
American
as far as
and
I
you don't
remember.
come from the Middle
He was
East.
speaking to you.
The social stigma is that if you
I'm
don't
friends
believe in
with I'm friends
you
with
must be a
Muslim
Christian.
flat earther.
Yeah, but then again, you're not a Muslim yourself, are you? You don't sound like a well. You
I
don't
don't
sound like
class it.
someone who is
We don't
from.
class. We don't try to put ourselves in a religious class here. We understand there's a creator, and this place was created, plain and simple.
So you're just simplifying it like that. Then again,
So-
it's fine you
Sorry, one
want to
second.
simplify it like that, but I would rather
That's
have
not
a larger
simplified. Hey,
explanation.
friend,
Whether
friend. Hold on, everybody. Friend. Okay, let's talk brass tacks here. Okay, this quote unquote evolution nonsense, right, has to do with propagation of a species. Okay, now we all know that species propagate by reproduction, asexual or sexual. And we know that that process involves DNA. And we know that DNA is specified sequence functional complexity. And we
sexuality
also
is
know
sexuality
sorry,
is
friend.
DNA. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my goodness, friend.
No, you're not.
Dude,
Listening
listen
simple.
to what
Not in
he's
the DNA. It's
saying.
encoded in the DNA. I'm trying, but
Dude, could you listen to what he's saying, bro? Just relax and just listen to the words he's saying, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead, AI.
So yes, organisms reproduce. They do so either sexually or asexually. It's irrelevant. The end result is DNA, right? We know that. And we know that DNA is specified sequence functional complexity information. We know that. And we know that the only place that that comes from is from a mind. Therefore, it's self-evident that it was intelligently designed by a creator. Okay, so just by those propositions alone and nothing else informing us, we know there must be a creator.
Yeah, actually, this is what I wanted to ask him. So, start from what I understood from your way of talking, that I assume you don't believe in a creator, right? And at the same way, at the same time, you said you lean more towards the Earth being flat, and one of the simplest things about anyone being a flat earther is a believer in the creator, because flat earth is anything but supporter or a good base for any of the fantasies of the atheistic world, like Big Bang, evolution, Darwinism, all those stupid fantasies. So how do you correlate the two or mix the two together? I don't get it.
So because I'm not a believer, I cannot think the Earth is flat.
What?
No, that's what he said. They're heavily
not what
linked.
he said.
Flat Earth and religion is heavily linked, and therefore it is.
I did not talk about
Do you
religion.
actually
I'm talking
listen
about
to
the
words
creator.
when they're
No,
said
not
to you?
religion.
Do you actually
God,
listen to
belief
words,
in
or
God.
Yeah.
you just hear what you want to hear?
No, because religion and God
Because
is.
he never said any of that shit that you said he just said. So I don't know where you got
He
that
said
from.
believing in a creator and flat Earth are heavily linked. I'm right this far, right?
Yeah.
Kind of, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
And therefore, it is weird for you to believe that I am a flat earther.
You
Well, a
don't even
creator
know
is
why Earth isn't a ball, so calling yourself
Yeah.
a flat earther is disingenuous.
Okay, so
Exactly.
I can believe the Earth is flat, but I can't call myself a flat earther.
Yeah,
You
basically.
don't believe
Right.
the earth is flat is what
Okay, I'm
he's
not a
telling
flat
you,
earther.
friend.
I believe the Earth is flat, but I'm not a flat earther.
You
Yeah,
don't believe the
correct.
earth is flat. You're lying.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's exactly why I brought that. So it's a red flag. You can't say, well, I'm an
It's just
atheist, but
how
I
you
think the earth is
choose
flat.
to
Like,
define
it's like
what
as you're trolling us, basically.
I'm
Like,
trolling you
no
right now.
flat earther ever is an atheist. It cannot happen. It doesn't
Or
work
you're
that way.
gaslighting yourself.
He's
could
having
just be
trouble with
gaslighting
the
yourself.
belief thing. Like he doesn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like a
Hold on,
creator
friend.
is
Hold on.
yeah.
Just to correct that last guy, we have had members of the server that maintained atheism while accepting the flat earth proposition. Now, that may have been struggling in their mind. Some people may argue that, but they were definitely professing atheists that were definitely flat earthers.
And how am I trolling you guys? How do you guys feel trolled right now?
Nobody feels any way. It's
Exactly. So how am I
For
trolling
me,
you?
just a red flag because I don't see the entire talk being like constructive, going anywhere. Sorry.
This
Well,
goes
and
back to
again,
the
you can
origins of the
cancel whenever you
conversation
want.
when we were talking about lengths of boards, okay, and it not being a belief. It's about
Like,
knowledge,
yeah.
okay, and
Can you?
those are exclusive.
Yeah, can you read what I just posted in the live stream? Your Big Bang, your ball of Earth, your planets that you're traveling to, it's all theoretical.
So
We
is
can
your
make
belief in a creator?
observations that confirm where we are being a flat level, non-moving stationary plane.
Yeah.
That confirms that it's not that's one proof that it's something other than your billions of years ago Big Bang spinning ball. We can make it to Mars. We've been to the moon.
But
BS.
but you believe in a creator because you're saying science isn't, and therefore God
Pseudoscience.
is.
Pseudoscience. Observable, repeatable,
No,
testable science is empirical
yeah.
science.
Stop.
That's flat Earth
Stop
proof.
with that.
Yeah, I don't believe in a creator. It's just self-evident. Like the globe and evolution are basically religions. A creator and flat Earth are not religions. The belief is the globe, and that life just happened by itself. But I know that because every single thing that I see in my life was made by a person. It was created. So life, it was the same thing. Like a car exists because someone made it. So when you talk about human beings and other life, it exists. It has to exist because somebody made it. It's the only way it could exist. That's not a belief. It's just the only way it could exist.
It didn't just come from nothing. Exactly.
Right. And you have the religion. You're the one who believes that life just happened out of nothing and there's like this ball earth and all this stuff that you don't experience. Those are all beliefs.
Yes, there are numerous theories onto how Earth was created. I have chosen one of those beliefs.
Hold on. First, before you continue, you need to qualify. Is that a scientific theory or a colloquial theory? Because a colloquial theory is just an idea that's posited, an assertion. Scientific theory comes after scientific validation. Okay, and I'm going to submit to you that none of the so-called creation stories of which evolutionists ascribe to are validated in any way, shape, or form. So they're not theories in the scientific sense. They're theories in the, oh, I wonder if fairies fart kind of sense.
Theories like, I wonder if unicorns are real somewhere else, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Star, can you have like gas pressure existing next to a vacuum, like what the globe Earth claims?
I mean, that is what.
Anyway, before we continue, we need to lay a baseline here because it seems obvious to me whether or not he's genuine or not.
That
The
is
conversation is
what
leaning. The conversation is leaning towards dithering to where both sides just have beliefs, and your belief is no more valid than my belief because it's all belief.
Mm-hmm. That is what I've been saying. I have my belief, but I'm okay with everyone else having their beliefs.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, son, is you haven't recognized that you're the only one with a belief that's being asserted.
Believing. You said you believed in a creator. That's the belief.
Who?
No, I said a creator is self-evident.
Yeah.
Just like the other guy said. He didn't say he
Yeah, I
believes
said
it.
that
He
too.
says it's axiomatic. He said it's obvious on its face. He didn't say he believes it. You seem to be confused, my son, and I'm going to tell you, you need to separate the word belief and knowledge in your vocabulary. They're two different things. Every assertion is not merely a belief. Some are knowledge, some are beliefs.
And you. I'm sorry, I'm confused of who believes in a creator here and who's calling it knowledge and who's calling it belief. That is what I'm confused on here.
Why would it matter? It's already been established that it's axiomatic, so it doesn't matter. How about we talk about the really is question of what the Earth is and what it is not? What about that? Unless, for whatever peculiar reason, you're afraid of that.
I'm not seeing why that's relevant since all of us are
It's
flat earthers.
literally
I'm
called
sorry, I'm not flat
24/7
earther.
Flat Earth Discord.
I
You're
believe
questioning the relevance? What? How about establishing the really is question of what is?
Yeah, my friend, you're not fooling anybody when you keep saying we're all flat earthers here. Let's talk about evolution and how we evolved from monkeys' butts. Yeah, you're not fooling nobody, son. Sorry, it's just not happening. So try again.
try again in what way? I have no other way to try.
I will help you. I will help you. Don't start with flat Earth. Start with the globe Earth, and you will find out what is happening. Every time when you start with if flat Earth is flat, you will make mistake. If Earth is a globe, and now you have million questions behind that. It's
Yeah, but I
easy.
would like to know.
Sorry.
Sasha's correct, but I would like to know, is anybody in the background tickling you?
Yeah.
Can you please tell them to stop tickling you? Because your laughter is kind of annoying when people are talking. Yeah, so when he says the earth is flat, you snicker, and everybody can hear it. So what's up? Are you nervous? Are you embarrassed? Is your mom watching over your shoulder?
No, I have Tourette's.
Star,
Sure.
that programmed in your mind, that flat, that it's like something ridiculous. I told you, don't watch in that flat, watch in that globe thing, because it is globe. That means it must be spherical, and it is easy. And when you find out that it's not, what shall we do then? How we will call that?
And also, do you realize that once you are represented with a proof, scientific proof, observations, like you cannot say like just, oh, that's cool, oh, let's move on. It doesn't work that way in this server.
Well, son, let me do your work for you, okay? So, lasers, right? If the Earth is a ball of a radius of 3959 miles, and if the claim that they make that gravity is holding the water to this ball, and the physics of water is that it always takes the shape of its container and seeks equilibrium to lie level